apply only to illegals. It also applies to people here legally.
You also got to remember, Bill, that this whole line of thinking is deeply unpopular with the entire left, all of the middle, and most of the right. But this whole idea is only popular among basically the far right now. I get exactly what you're saying. I was looking at if you listen to Core Battle, which I think you're going to. I mean, I do think that there's not going to be such a you actually kind of see if I'm right or wrong. I do think the political battle Trump will turn this into they don't care about you. Look at the havoc in New York City. Look at this and that. They don't want to stop it.
Jeff, what about the silent majority?
No.
Yeah. So
in order to change the right part of that, you'd have to write a new constitutional amendment. Which the last time we passed one was in '94, so it's not all that long time ago. Yeah, but Trump's not doing this because he really cares. He's doing this because he wants to have a political life.
I don't think the silent majority was racist in the 90s, but I think the silent majority is racist today.
Why don't we keep going to the silent majority? It's like you really want to talk about the silent majority.
No, I don't even know if your silent majority is what I mean by the silent majority. I just heard Jeff say
that law has been abused for years. When I was in Central America 30 years ago, I knew girls that had passports because they're from their parents who would come to the U.S. just so they would pay for the baby, and the baby would have dual citizenship. And that's a crock of shit. Oh gosh, here we go.
I was just responding, Philip, to Jeff when he said that the only people who are against changing or ending.
So, Zach, I wasn't in a position to respond. Voting the silent majority on something that has extensive polling is both dishonest and retarded and just.
Well, the point about the silent majority is they don't show up in the polls.
No, that's not what the silent majority is, but that's fine. I mean, you said you didn't vote from like 18 to 27.
No, I've admitted, I will readily admit my own ignorance. I'm just saying I think that there are a bunch of people who are mistrustful of immigrants.
You can think what you want. The polling is very clear, and yes, the silent majority actually participates in polling. They just don't vote. They don't show up in protest. You're very, very much mixing up things, and I like to believe that.
I might be using the wrong term.
While the practice of quote-unquote angry babies may be unpopular, the idea of doing anything to upset the concept of birthright citizenship is incredibly unpopular in America. All the abuses you think you want to talk about, fine. But birthright citizenship is something that is important to America, to Americans, and to America for very important historical reasons.
All right, well, that's it. That's a good answer. It's better than no.
Well, I didn't get to say something to you. I also have work done here tonight. What do you got going on in your house today? What do you got getting fixed? My shower. Oh yeah, you gotta be able to shower if you're sick. Luckily I have two, but my master shower.
I've been known to have a
The
shower.
door is shut. The door is shut. I'm shutting on the unfortunately. Rough sex in the shower is not a good idea.
I've been known to have a shower even when I'm not sick.
That's true. And you did that all while being French, which is impressive.
Very impressive. Was it Queen Elizabeth who said that she was very happy to take a bath once a year or something like that?
You think Queen Elizabeth was a scholar? Is that what you're saying?
Not the second, by the way, obviously. Queen Elizabeth the First.
Good job. I'll come with some chocolate. William, since your savior is in Trump, how's your days been going since Trump got elected? Right. Planning to, but my mic was off.
Sometimes that happens. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I just thought I'd open a public room and put the title of Dog Walk up and see what happened.
Seeing as how we haven't had the dog walk in over a year.
Dog
And
walk.
Greg's rationale was everybody is too stupid. Which I think
He's not wrong. Yeah, he's kind of not wrong. So what's happening?
It's not exactly highbrow conversation all the time.
You know, how are you feeling about your country? Things going okay? Things are pretty smooth, or do you think things are going wrong direction?
I mean, I think some things are going to have to see. I'm not happy with the executive order about birthright citizenship, but I know for a fact that when it goes to an appellate court, the appellate court is going to look at the Trump administration and go, no, you can't change the constitutional amendment, you need to pass a fucking new one. Because that is the actual answer. The president has the right, under certain extensions, under certain ways the court has written about laws to intervene, but they don't have the right to change the constitutional amendment. So I'm not super happy about that. The mass enforcement raids are going to start happening. Probably not going to be a big fan of that because I think it's going to be real disruptive and it won't help us much. But all in all, he hadn't turned into Hitler and the world is still here and, that kind of stuff. I'm not necessarily a fan of all of his executive orders. I'm not, for example, a fan of pairing cartels as foreign terrorist groups, only because I can see a future in which a bunch of tanks get brought to South Texas along with a bunch of military personnel. And while we've had two bases here in the past, they closed in the 1980s, so we haven't had any military postings here for, 40 or 50 years. So it probably wouldn't be accepted very well by most of the residents, but they do have the right to do that. So I think it's a mixed bag, dude. I think there's going to be a lot of time people are going to put their head in their hand and go, why the fuck is this dude doing this? I think there are going to be some times where that makes sense. Thank you for doing it.
It does feel like that a lot of the undocumented or illegal immigrants also take very kind of crucial low-paying jobs, and once they start to get deported, and once there's the fear of deportation, and they stop turning up to work, it sounds like various sectors of the economy will start to take hits.
Yeah, it's going to make food more expensive for sure. So it'll probably make beef more expensive. It'll probably make eggs more expensive. It probably will make milk more expensive, even though we get most of our milk from Canada, believe it or not. So it's going to have some unforeseen effects for sure. And if the pain is bad enough and long enough, people where I live will start losing their fucking minds. But we'll just have to see. But my area, the 5 counties where I live, Hidalgo, Willacy, Cameron, Star, and Zapata counties all flipped red at the very least by 3 points, the very most by 7.5 points for the first time since Reconstruction. So they were the area had been controlled by the Democratic Party all that time. And so some of these folks finally want, the president to do something about it. We have a lot of what we call land grant families who the King of Spain deeded the land in the 1700s, and we as Texas and the United States honored the deeds. And those guys are traditionally Democratic stalwarts. They have moved to being less stalwarts because in 2024, these guys, they found 854 bodies, which for farmers and ranchers in South Texas, which is one of our only sources of wealth and revenue in the economy, it meant some of these guys were finding as many as 3 bodies a day. And so a lot of them blamed Joe Biden for that number of deaths, saying things like, if you only enforce enforced the law, there wouldn't be so many dead people. And so that I think really motivated these folks that were Democratic stalwarts their entire lives to like hold their nose and vote for Donald Trump.
Interesting. Wow.
Igor, how are you?
Igor. I'm good, Marshall. Thanks for asking. How are you doing?
Doing well, man. I'm out at the ranch right now.
Nice. What's the, do you like the name Igor?
Dog walk, yeah. Bring back the memories.
Dog walk without the aggression.
Well, just give me a second and I will get mad. What's up, Marshall?
Oh, not much. Looking at a really fat pig that I'm not going to shoot because I then have to gut it. I'm looking for turkeys.
Really fat pig?
Yeah, the wild boars.
Oh, wild boar, right, okay. He's not one of your
Which,
farm
like,
pigs.
you're considered an invasive species, so there's no bag limit and no license in Texas required. But, like, for example, if you want to shoot doves or turkey or a deer, you have to have a license to take the animal, even if you're taking it on your own property.
Yeah, that kind of figures.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good thing Texas does. Texas Parks and Wildlife does surveys of ecology in the land and set the bag limits for animals accordingly. So they're actually looking at the ecology of the state of Texas and deciding how many one can take, how many deer one could take or how many dove one could take without damaging the ecosystem.
Interesting.
I mean, Texas, we're on the right. Like, Texas Parks and Wildlife does an absolutely fantastic job in taking care of the ecology of the state.
Are you like hunting boars like from the height or on the foot?
I do both. So
Because
the last time I shot a pig, I was on foot. If I shot a pig right now, I'd be in my truck.
no, but like here, because our boars here, apparently they're very dangerous, so you need to be on the top of the special tree house that is made for because if you not kill it immediately, the boar will eat
Oh,
it.
they turn on you and can slit you from belly to mouth.
Yeah, exactly. And you never shot them in the head because they have like very strong forehead that actually can fuck up.
Oh, absolutely.
Marshall, how many pigs do you have on the ranch?
Oh, God, more than a dozen. I mean, I saw a dozen babies yesterday. No, the day before. Adults, probably a dozen. And they kind of roam back and forth between our ranch and two others.
Beautiful.
Scooby, why do you have the picture of the worst American president in history?
GW, he was like,
GW.
he's like, compared to what's happening now, as weird as that administration was, it was, at least it was old school kind of, there's a bit of old school Republican feeling to it.
Million brown people, yeah, he was cool, yeah. Jesus Christ, he was
I didn't say he was cool. I said it was like a bit more, felt a bit more traditional Republican kind of vibes.
What are you talking about? He's like the probably, yeah, I would argue the worst American president in history.
Well, yeah, possibly. It was more Cheney. It was more the.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I've never been a fan of the blame Cheney for Bush's bad decisions. Bush knew what he was doing. The man's not stupid. Dick Cheney was somebody who pushed George W. to be even more hawk than he already was. But he didn't need any help making bad decisions.
Yeah, no, you're right, Marshall. Bush was a hawk, man. Yeah, he
Oh no, I say that actually liking George W. Bush because he was governor of our state and he did a good job as governor.
Yeah, so it's like,
A really good job.
yeah, so it's like $5.
In Texas under Governor Bush, no. In the United States at the end of his second term, yes.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, at the end of it.
I mean, you can find some justification for Afghanistan, but like Iraq, and that was like total failure.
I know Iraq was a cluster. Crazy.
And how much money, Marshall, you know better, how much money you guys spend or invest or lose in the Iraq and Afghanistan? Some trillions of dollars.
At the very least, the estimation is about $7 trillion.
Yeah, exactly.
But he was a great
He
governor.
added more to the debt of the country than any president in U.S. history up to that point.
Yeesh.
But he was a great governor.
Afghanistan was defensible, but then he fucked off and went to Iraq, which literally had nothing to do with 9/11. And obviously he's made the Middle East less safe. Saddam was a sadistic asshole and dictator who shot his own people, but Saddam was at least a counterbalance to the mullahs in Iran.
Saddam was a secular, his whole idea was a secular, all that crew at the beginning of the rule was secular against extremism in the Middle East, including the Nasser and old senior Assad and stuff like that, because it was a fight between a few, like, how I say, strings in those individual countries. So they were, yes, pretty secular.
Yeah.
And they were like pan-Arabist, most of them. Elon Marshall.
I've had some bore issues. Wow. When your mind tells you you're done listening, your mind also tells you they're done talking, which is not necessarily.
Yeah, there's that. It's my perception is that you've stopped. So because I honestly don't want to interrupt anybody. Like, I don't want to be a jerk. But
One time.
What?
Listen,
Just so you know,
I don't take things personal, so I know you were sick, so I didn't take anything you said personal. Just
Oh no, I meant everything I said to you. No, I feel myself this morning being extra annoyed with people, so that's on me.
It's also possible that we are being extra annoying.
I mean, you are being yourself, Zach. I'm not actually extra annoyed with you because I get you, sort of. But like, I love Marshall, and I've already wanted to slap him twice today. So, I actually love his little idiosyncrasies. They generally just make me smile. But I'm ready.
wait, for content disagreements or other things about Marshall?
I love that question, Jacob. I know that question means something in your head. I have no idea what you're asking.
You said something about disagreeing or whatever. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, I love Marshall in all the ways an intelligent heterosexual man can love.
Let me count the ways. Don't suppress your inner your homosexuality, Jeff?
Oh, I don't think anyone would accuse me of suppressing any homosexuality.
Oh, so Jeff usually expressed a lot gay now?
I love, being extra gay.
I think Jeff usually exposes outer homosexuality.
Yeah. I do feel gay. It's not real, but it's supposed to make me more comfortable. The best is trying to make the gays uncomfortable with it.
How do you make it comfortable?
Well, it doesn't work with Daniel, although I do get him to giggle sometimes. So, Daniel's like extra gay and extra comfortable, but I think he approaches the world in a similar manner. So bringing up the genocide he wants to have in my throat, just to mute. Now, if I said something like that to Nicholas, that black man would turn white and look. Or if I said it to Avi, he'd go, no, I only see you as a friend. Like a brother.
Is Daniel the one in Europe?
Yeah.
Part of the time.
He's fun. He's the blue guy.
And he's true.
Funny shit. He's what you want. He's pushing an agenda, and he gets shit left with us.
Yeah, that's sort of true. He does push an agenda. It just happens to be the right agenda. He's a great too. Now, Zach, on the other hand, good.
Zach's gay?
No, just because he's had sex with trainees doesn't make him gay. Maybe it does.
Maybe he didn't realize they were Chinese till afterwards.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Well, but then he fucked her again, so...
No.
Some of them you couldn't tell.
No.
Sorry, you didn't recognize there was a dick there?
He was too drunk.
It was a fake vagina.
Oh my.
Yes. I will agree with you, Yako. Some of the trainees are more beautiful than your most beautiful woman. Just once again. Better at everything, including being old.
Anytime there's nothing to talk about on Clubhouse, somebody can always bring up Zach fucked a tranny, and then we got
You actually did. You say this with such. It's okay.
Well, I guess Glenn had told the story many times and stuff.
Oh yeah, I think sorry. How many years of therapy is that?
Zach doesn't believe in therapy.
No, does it?
Does he seem like an introspective guy? Zach was going to say something, and he's like, no, Joseph.
I dropped my phone. What? I'm sweeping the floor. What did you say?
I said you don't believe in therapy.
I've been to years of therapy.
Oh, okay, good.
Yes, I have benefited from a lot of therapy.
Is dropping the phone the new dropping the soap?
No, I dropped the phone on the floor and my headphones came out of my ears.
So I'm wondering the same thing if that was the issue.
Yeah, I also heard it that way. But Zach, I will tell you, my life has been changed since I switched to proper over-the-ear earpods. Like that little clip that goes over the ear makes everything.
Really? I like my AirPods.
Yeah, really. When I had things that just went in my ears, they were constantly falling out. I couldn't run with them.
Oh, okay. You got big ears. Yeah, they fit fine for me. They have those AirPods with the adjustable sizes.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of the thing with the over-the-ear thing. It's a lot more.
So also hard to have earbuds in your ears when they're sharp.
Also true.
Who makes great AirPods?
No, she meant the user for.
Oh, that could have been interpreted two ways. Like,
That is hilarious.
It must be hard to be you people. No, I mean it sincerely. Like, your brain really does just work differently at times. And,
but think about it. That was a perfectly fine interpretation.
no, I mean, it's legitimate. It's just, most of us would hear that and look at those two possibilities and go, context dictates that it's the furry ear, not the furry earbud, especially since furry earbud's going.
Well, that's why I said who makes furry ear.
Something
that I don't know about. Like, the world is only as wide as what I've been exposed to. There could be other things.
Yeah, but you heard it the way you heard it, and then you got stuck on the way you heard it and didn't consider the other way the rest of us heard it.
Right.
As a way to internally, dispel your.
I defaulted to there must be some other set of earbuds that I'm not aware of, as opposed to the other path, which is okay, go ixnay on this path and go to furry ears.
I feel like it was a furry joke, which also might not. I don't know if Yakov. Yakov might be as familiar with furry people as he is with furry.
Do you want to tell us about the time you fucked up?
Oh my God. Not yet. Yeah, inshallah. Islat Hashem.
I would fuck a furry.
Oh, in a heartbeat if I was single.
The fuck are you guys talking about? It's a furry.
See? Proving my point. He's proving my point.
Yakov, I'm going to need you to Google that, and then we can.
Okay, we'll just fuck a furry?
Yep. I actually saw a furry.
Yeah, go ahead and Google fuck a furry and tell us what it is.
Read it out loud.
I mean,
Images, probably images.
I saw some furries at the skate park in Canada, so.
I mean, I've seen some rough ones and not cool and shit, but I've seen some cute ones too.
Interesting.
Everybody's cute in South Florida. You should go check out the furry.
He's learning. Huh.
Oh, yeah, Yakov learned. Yakov's like a supercomputer using an outdated BIOS.
Hold on, I'm updating the BIOS. We're doing download.
Good stuff.
I legit have to tell people, okay, hold on a minute, I have to program this.
Kristen, I think you do a good job of self-talking yourself through some of the weird ways your mind understands things.
So, furry, let me make sure I got this right. Furry is a slang term for a person who is interested in anthropomorphic animals or animals with human characteristics. Furries may identify with these animals, dress up as them, or create alternative personas called fursonas.
Ooh, that's new for me. I've never heard the persona before.
Yeah, oh, maybe that's Spanish.
No, that's
funny. Come on, that was funny. Sounds like a Spanish word.
It has now uploaded. Downgrade successful.
There you go.
Oh,
Or I
first
should
shooting.
say upload
That's a
successful.
verb.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, you want some examples of anthropomorphic animals?
No.
Okay. This is
No.
I've actually dealt with them my whole life and didn't realize this.
You've dealt with them your whole life?
I've been interacting with Bugs Bunny, Mickey Mouse, Sonic the Hedgehog, sports teams, mascots. Did you?
Yeah, I think you might be on the wrong arc.
Same article.
Yeah, you're running the wrong direction on that one.
We're talking about people who put a butt plug in their ass that hasn't,
Like
feel for this.
And that's what we're talking about.
It's so I can't stand it. It's so cute.
Okay, let me type in furry and butt plug.
No, you're going down with that. Search off. Search off.
Two T's in butt, right? Yeah.
You better go in private on that one.
I only have private bucks.
I mean, it's been so long since I gave a shit who can see my search history. I do remember there was a period where like I would occasionally use private mode, but let's go.
Oh my god.
I still got kids who come home every once in a while. They don't need to see what the hell I'm looking at them. Hey, don't get me wrong. If I had kids coming around using my equipment, I would probably clear my search history. But being private mode, no.
The question is, Jakob, if you were a furry, what kind of furry would you be?
Excellent question.
Oh, if I had a butt plug with a furry tail?
No, you gotta have a whole furry suit with a hole for your wiener.
Oh, a hole for my wiener. Good thing I don't. Oh, okay. So everything else has no holes, just the wiener has no
I
holes?
think there might be a hole.
So if you were yesterday in critical thinking forum?
Those guys were fantastic.
Oh yeah, definitely that will happen, I'm sure.
Yeah, I rarely get that in the weeds theologically on this app, just because there's not really a lot of good context to do it. So that was actually not one of the higher level theological conversations I've ever had on the app.
Yeah, that's awesome. You should spend some more time with Elijah. He's great. He's going through a personal kind of religious journey right now, and it's interesting to hear his updates. Christian, I was in your room the other night. That was very funny. I didn't quite understand what was going on for a long time, and I think I figured it out, but good job hosting that room.
Thank you. Which one did you attend? Did you,
Let's see, it was you and Uncle Steve. Gosh, what were they talking about? I don't know, there's someone named Brenda and Bear, and yeah, it was a couple nights ago.
Yeah. Well, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Yeah. And Scott, to respond to something that you said earlier, you said this is like a real extracurricular activity. And I agree, honestly, it kind of is.
You should be getting credit for this.
Well, I'm not receiving school credit, unfortunately.
You should make this a project. You should go to your teacher and say, look, I'm engaging in a sociological study and developing my broadcasting skills at the same time because I'm going to be a great broadcaster one day. And you should say, I should be getting independent study credit for that. You can say, Scott has a graduate, attended a graduate school at a very fine institution. I'll be your academic advisor. And, we'll get Victoria can add a Star Trek element to the project down there. Who runs the best Star Trek rooms on the app.
Well, I mean, I don't know how I feel about it, but I mean, I've tried.
Christian, you're the emerging star of this app. The young Elvis. It's a young Elvis Presley. We're in 50s Elvis. He's a star. A star is born, everybody. A star. So the tragedy I've had, it's so depressing. My club deck was all screwed up, and I should have been patient. I should have waited, and I deleted the app and reinstalled it. It finally worked. But I lost all of my audio files. I had like probably 100 songs and sound effects and movie things. So now I have to, and the YouTube thing is not working on the app anymore. It used to be able to, you got a custom effect from YouTube. It opened a pane in Club Deck, like a little window. Opened like a YouTube thing, and it would just rip the audio from the YouTube right into Club Deck. That feature no longer works. So I'm hobbled here. I mean, this is like the Iron Man movie. Was it Iron Man 2 or 3, where he loses his armor and he has to rebuild his armor? That's me. I'm Tony Stark with no money. Yeah, I'm Tony Stark with no money and no armor. Just my wits about.
Do you know he's supposed to, like, the character from the movie is supposed to be based off Elon Musk?
I didn't know that.
I'm very surprised at the gentleman who wouldn't let me finish my thought. We could have had such a nice conversation. It would have been great.
Hey, buddy, this is Uncle Scott's revival hour. The spirits.
The revival hour. I like that.
We need a Presbyterian. Do you know Marshall Princeton Seminary? They actually sold shirts that said Presbyterians do it decently and in order.
No, but I want one.
Are there any snakes involved here?
No, snakes. There's not even. Look, if you raise your hand in a Presbyterian service, the minister stops and asks if you have a question.
Exactly.
They don't call us the frozen chosen for nothing. It's interesting though. You look at like the significant, like American, just American theology in general, and Presbyterians are disproportionately significant. Like I would say in North American theology, it's amazing because our numbers were disproportionate. We're not the best. Presbyterians are not the best missionaries, not the best evangelists, not the best. But as far as theological controversy, rhetoric, disputes, that's what Presbyterians do well. They fight things. Christian, is your family, I mean, you're a young person, is your family of any particular religious persuasion? Do you attend service?
We don't attend them often. We usually never go, but we have a church that we go to if we do go. Yeah.
Is it a particular denomination?
I'm not fully sure. It's just I know it's a Christian church.
Do they have like karaoke screens with guitars and stuff?
Yeah, like they have a little like music and stuff like
You
that.
have a smoke machine for like special holidays or no?
No. Well, maybe.
Do they have a youth group and stuff like that?
Yeah, they do. They got all of it.
Man, you should bring like your phone to youth group and just like stream the youth group, you know? Create a little cut.
Yeah. I mean,
Be the competitor to Ask a Christian.
youth competitors ask the Christian. Well, I mean, I think what would be better is if I pull up like an Xbox Live call and put it up to the mic, and then you guys will have content for the entire hour. I mean, have you guys heard those? Have you guys heard those voice chats? They're scary.
I have not heard the voice chat of what you speak.
Yeah, so there's a stereotype in which like Xbox players and teenagers like say some really like vile stuff on the mic. So like I was trying to make the joke like if I just put the Clubhouse mic up to the controller, maybe I could just like you guys would have content the entire like hour.
It's all about the content, baby. It's all about the content.
Mhm. Yeah, it is. That's how Uncle Steve brought the nieces and nephews. And he doesn't just bring content. He is the content in and of himself.
He's a content machine.
He is. Did you see his workers' rights show yesterday?
I don't do the workers' rights show very often.
It's workers' rights show. I'm not just shocked. I'm appalled.
Not today. Not yesterday. It was not.
I have never seen people waste time. How to waste your time and waste your life.
Room the other night, buddy. I was out cold by the time you were broadcasting.
Marshall has run again. Where is Marshall going
Yeah,
next?
yeah, that's unfortunate, but
You're still.
Completely endless.
Marshall goes stage to stage.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even want to start because it will never end. I just wanted to share my impressions about the room yesterday
that I was not even shocked. I was stupefied completely by how people after this DEI, cancellation by Trump, how emboldened everybody became, and how Marshall was there. I think I agreed with Marshall most of the time. I don't remember anything. I was pretty angry, and I was almost like surprised in a way.
Gary showed you out.
Yeah. Gary was not there to be honest. So it was so bad that these guys, they just came up to the stage and basically showed their true colors, showed their true face. Maybe like the day before yesterday, they wouldn't be able to they wouldn't dare to speak like that. But yesterday they were giving just anecdotal, single examples from their experience 10 years ago or something like that, where a woman took the place and the whole plant blew up or something like that, as if like 99% of businesses are managed by actually men. And I have nothing against men, but it's just statistically speaking, they were just so unfair that there are so many catastrophes and so many mistakes in business and in industry. And we all know that most of them are managed by men, but they brought up some kind of weird examples from their personal life, and they were just talking about it incessantly. And also, like, the level of discussion was so horrible, so low. They were not able to conceptualize, to make an argument. They were just giving examples that would examples from their personal unique experiences, like a couple of people, just to show that women are not able to manage and to be the best. And the most important point was that when I was listening, I saw that the underlying assumption was that there is a dichotomy. Either it's like we are the best, and whoever is being discriminated, all the minorities, basically women, people of color, whoever, immigrants, I don't know who else they meant, they're not the best. So that was the dichotomy. And that is like everybody basically silently accepts the assumption that if you promote a woman, then she is not the best. And the whole room was just horrible. Marshall, what do you think?
So, Morel, did I get to personally, I can't remember if I congratulated you or not, but I want to congratulate you again. I'm really happy.
Thank you, Double H. To answer your question, I thought several people, as you said, showed their true colors about it. Dr. Articulate was there, and he made a pretty cogent point for what he believed. Unfortunately, was not there for most of it. I came in like halfway or 3/4 of the way through, so I didn't hear the very beginning of it. But it sounds kind of like it was a shit show. As you heard me say yesterday, ideas can force hands and sometimes not do what they're supposed to. But my friend Dr. Articulate couldn't get a job because he wasn't being treated equally. A DEI was the way for him to get treated equally. I was the guy to have a job. So to be honest, don't think there was enough academic discussion about what that actually meant. There was a lot of, as you said, personal anecdotes, which are nice to listen to, right? But they're not the same as factual.
There's no academic studies done other than the McKinsey report, which is flawed.
I didn't know that.
You got framed because of this stuff. It's evident to everybody with two eyes that it's gone too far. And it's being welcomed by the majority of the country because of that, Marshall. So, I don't know. Do you think the DEI program should remain? I hold the fight. Marshall, 1 second. Marshall, anyway, I just want to raise, I'm not 100% certain, but Earth might be Edmonds, I'm not sure. But I have a strong suspicion it is. I just want to raise that, I mean, if it is, they're live streaming the room, they're recording
agent, that little fucking bastard. That little fucking bastard. We'll have to create a new one. And a separate YouTube that you don't know about, Double Agent. You fucking rat bastard.
And I feel so much better. There'll be less stress on his heart too. I understand your word.
Well, at least we got enough evidence on Marshall Rankin.
Yeah, he's recently turned his life around, and he's for the first time actively in my life, like real good.
Wow.
He's been in my life. Yeah, he was addicted to. Well, he was a meth addict and cooked it for like 20 years, and mom kept us away while I was young, and then he's kind of been in my life the last 10 years, but I kept a distance because of his habits. But he's like doing amazing now, and he's 6 years sober. He just got a new job offer. I'm getting like $1,000 a week.
I love when people say you're like 6 weeks sober, just got a job offer. It's like, how about you have a fucking job?
You don't have to. You don't have to get on this ass. We can all have once in your life. And just admit that you a bitch ass nigga. It's too much for you to handle because the truth is too much.
No, you gotta go.
This is why you always listen to people like me.
Solomon, is this in here, right?
You get on this stage and you talk about your fucking dick something.
Okay, so we don't look, we don't do crash outs like that. We do banging. It's
How long have you been out?
Is he the Levitical priest?
Excuse me, I'm talking to you. So we only do mutually consented banging. King, do you consent to this?
I don't know, but look, that kid, he needs God. I do not
You don't consent? Okay, so you're not going to bang on King today something? I'll bring you back up.
No, he's not going to bang him. No, I'm bang him.
Whatever, you're not going to do it. It doesn't consent.
I'm going to run these little rules. So yeah, at the end of the day, someone going to get this all
He's defending a pedophile. You're defending.
Solomon,
You don't have any evidence. He doesn't consent to this, so
Solomon, I don't like time bangs. I just like to make it get up. It's crazy. He's pretty cheap again. This man married false witness. Like,
Very false witness.
He never said anything about pedophilia. Something. Why would you do that, bro?
Right? You're not only looking.
Yeah, why would you lie?
Why would you lie?
Why would you bear false witness?
Chicago, and I was going to look for you with your stupid ass PTR, and I was going to come put
Something. I will shoot you on your shit already. Something. Listen, something. If you want to. Listen, something. Calm down, bro. Like, seriously, if you want help finding him, his given name is Solomon Umbasatika Lemota.
So, Solomon already said that he does not consent to any banking today.
We're like free banging.
We're not gonna do this.
Bridge down.
I would appreciate if people, I don't care if they weren't here when you were first here or whatever, if a moderator gives you some sort of direction in this space, please follow it. Something I understand that you got beef with King. Holla at him in the back.
Thank you. Pause. Which I told the lady I will respect.
I don't need help. Here's the thing.
to nobody because they got a green thing.
Here's the thing. I understand something, and I understand you got beef with him. But he's not consenting to the crash out today on the stage. We're gonna have a conversation. And I'm not getting in the middle of that. But all I'm saying is that he's not consenting to the crash out with you right now.
Mac, where was I? Oh yeah, I was whipping these clown ass niggas' asses. So the original point, King, is that these two scriptures are pointing out that the two scriptures that I brought out, which was from the Old Testament and the Tanakh, and then after that I was bringing you to John 1 and 6, where it literally says that John himself was sent from God. So that means that John himself was also in heaven to bear witness to the light, meaning Christ, being born.
Isaiah.
Your Isaiah 44 scripture just corroborated.
No, it does not. It shows clearly. I already pointed it out. It shows clearly.
It does not.
It shows clearly that people are formed. None of us are eternal.
He just
And
said
God makes
formed
very
and
clear. If God makes very
what's
clear.
the argument? Like,
Shut up, Sugar Belly. Get out the way. Your scripture. There's no problem. Just sit back and wait.
He's saying that the spirit of each person existed before creation.
So look,
He's saying that everyone's spirit existed before creation. Yeah, he's trying to equate
King, I got it. Hey,
with his
listen,
eternal
King,
God.
let's focus on my voice.
Exactly.
King, focus on me. Listen to me. Don't do that scatterbrain shit.
This is suicide by life. You are objectives. Nobody scatterbrain.
No, you're predicting. Your scripture. Listen, King, your Isaiah scripture corroborates.
No, it does not. Corroborate. Show one more time why that's not the case. I'll read it one more time. So to show you that that's not the case. So one more time, everybody, because we all heard this already. Thus, this is Isaiah 44:24 for those who want to follow along. It says, thus says the Lord. So this is God directly. Your Redeemer. Who one more time. Who formed you from the womb. Meaning you are created. Forming is an act. Meaning at some point in time you were not there and now you are. Who formed, and you can look at the tense of that word in the Hebrew. It is a meaning that it's an act of creation. Formed you from the womb. I am the Lord who made all things, not some things, all things. So if you are a thing, which we all are, we are all created. So this is a reiteration that God is making very clear that we are all created. We are not eternal. Now, I'm not done.
You cut me
I'm
off.
not done. I'm reading
Now you
scripture.
said you're not done.
I'm reading scripture. Who made all things. Now catch this, y'all. Who alone, meaning none of us he uses. No creature, no angel, none of them. He said, who alone stretched out the heavens, who spread out the earth by myself. One more time, God reiterates that he doesn't use any of us, or there isn't anything that is by him or by his side that he creates with. So this is your scripture right here, Isaiah 44:24, that clearly lets us know that when none of us are eternal, none of us are used as partners with God. That is blasphemy. Go ahead, Brian.
All right, so the very scripture you're trying to run by, it literally says right there that I formed you in the womb, number one. Jeremiah 1:5 says, before I knew thee, I formed you. Before I formed thee in the womb, I knew thee. Then after that, the next scripture that I was trying to show you was John 1, verses 5 and 6. And what that scripture says is this. 6. It says, and there was all right, so let's go to 5. And the light shined in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. That's you. You're in the darkness. You don't understand the light. You don't understand Christ. Verse 6. There was a man sent from God, whose name was Jesus. No, I'm sorry. Let me fix that. It says, whose name was John. So there's another man sent from God. Let's tie it all together real quick for the dummies in the back. Jeremiah 1:5 says, before I formed thee in the womb, I knew thee. Then after that, Ecclesiastes, the one I had him read 12:7, says that when you pass away, that you go back. Your spirit, your flesh goes back into the dirt.
What's up, Zach? How's it going?
Hey, I just want to tell you that this morning I'm in a new house on Clubhouse, and it's called Cal and Tanya. And you should probably see the invitation from this new house. And I think you can make a new room in the house. And what you think about that?
Hell yeah, that shit sound good. And we can invite Trinity Coons.
Hey, we can get the Trinity Coons up in here.
The training coat.
Hey, we get a couple training codes up in here.
Training
Coach,
kids.
where's my good morning?
Good morning. How are you, sir? What is your actual name? Because I don't want to call you Rabbi.
Call me the Damante.
What's your real name? Because, you know, we talk just about every single day. So, you know, it'd probably be good if I knew your name was like Raymond or Charles or David or Peter.
Call this man training code.
My real name's Alan.
Alan?
Yeah.
Sounds made up.
No, it's not.
I never met a black man named Alan.
He's not black. Are you black, Alan?
I'm brown Alan.
He sounds black.
But you're born in America, right? What's your ethnicity?
The same way as I sound white. When I get on stage, they're like, hold up, are you white?
Yeah, I get that.
Zach, you seem to get targeted unfairly for some reason. But I think it's the PTR. I don't know what it is.
Picture is kind of fishy.
Yeah, that picture. Actually, that picture looks kind of stock, almost like generic white.
I did kind of edit it a little bit.
Wait, is that really you, Zach?
Yeah, of course.
You know, I always thought you were older.
And I am old. I'm old. I'm getting older.
Well, that all.
Phoenix, do you want to come up here and say anything?
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna make a real Clubhouse profile, my real name. And
Adrian, do you want to open a room in the tower? Wonderful time.
Good. You know, Phoenix works in a bookstore in Mecca.
The Lord works in mysterious ways.
Oh, Danny's here. Our minion is forming.
See, Danny is ready for the Tao and Tanya. You should open a room in the Tao and Tanya house.
It's okay.
I mean, you can keep AdrianDittmann.com, but what's wrong with Tao and Tanya?
We can do it tomorrow, but like to restart a new room is like a waste of
yeah,
time.
let's do a meditation down here today. Danny's here, Kathy's here, Phoenix is here. Let's start the morning off peaceful.
Okay, we're gonna limit all irascibility. Minion Toira Kabbalah. Ribono Shalom. Okay, change the title to Tao Tanya Minion Toira Kabbalah Zen. And we'll do a new room maybe later in the Tao Tanya Tao room. Danny, do you want to say anything before we begin our study? Do you want to give us the Shekhinah blessing?
Is that the Shekiana?
No, Shekhinah. It's like a dip for bread.
Tranquility.
Oh, okay.
It's like hummus, basically. It's called
I thought it
Shekhinah.
meant like God in a place.
No, Shekhinah. It's a little bit like Baba Ganoush.
I think that's Tchina.
Oh, that's tahini. The tahini from the Just kidding around. Shekhinah is like the feminine aspect of the deity. So, anyways.
It means tranquility.
Okay, tranquility. Perfect. That's exactly, basically. But it's like a second wife. You know, the Shekhinah comes on Shabbos. And so technically when you have what they call sexual intercourse, if you study sex magic or Kundalini awakening, you will see that there is a second woman in your life, if you're a man. That second woman is the Shekhinah. And that's why I say it's a little bit like the hummus and baba ganoush. It comes with the main entree. You see what I'm saying?
Here's a relationship booster that is guaranteed to work. Every time your spouse or lover says something stupid, make your eyes light up as if you just heard something
Yeah, that would be like biofeedback to stupidity. I mean, if you're with a moron, your eyes are probably wide awake all the time. You're like in a constant state of like,
That is actually a quote from Rumi.
Wow. So I think the name Rumi is a little bit like the wisdom of Rumi creates more room or spaciousness or consciousness expansion. I think that's why we call him Rumi, but I bet you that wasn't his name.
His name was Elon.
Yeah. So it creates like a room in the house. Keegan, welcome. We need a white boy, or what's it called? A token white person, a token white Christian. If you could come up, we need a tokenization. We need to tokenize you, Keegan. Please participate and say something.
With passion, pray. With passion, work. With passion, make love. With passion, eat and drink and dance and be on Clubhouse. Why look like a dead fish in this oh, I fucked up. Why look like a dead fish in this ocean of God? Speaking of dead fish,
Welcome, Keegan, to the room. Pleasant greetings to you. May you have a joyful and equilibrated day.
Appreciate you, and vice versa.
it's not touching.
You know, the
They just said to me.
No, it means God willing.
Do you think God willing is a double-edged sword or a double entendre?
Because God was alive.
Are you guys aware of how much religiosity is built into the language of Arabic? That's a serious question. Do you know how to say how are you, I'm good in Arabic? Kif halak. And then what is the answer? Alhamdulillah. But do you know what that means, Adrian, Keegan, or Danny? Keegan would be especially interested in this information, I believe. What is Kif halak? Kif halak, does that literally mean how are you?
Kif, it means how. Halak means your situation. So how is your
Right,
situation?
because when they're saying how, they say Kif halak, how are you? And then alhamdulillah, that basically means in the hand of God, right?
Give praise to God.
Praise to God. So how are you doing? How are you doing? It would be like this in English, Keegan. I'd be like, what's up, bro? And you would say, praise God. And I would say, how are you? And you'd be like, praise God. And I'd say, what's new? And you're like, praise God. So it's just kind of interesting. Like the little bit that I learned about Arabic is like religion is really built into the language.
Well, same with English. Look at you can do an English analysis and see it's all baked into English as well. Look at the word Allah. All. So it's all in the words, and that's bubonic and bonic.
Yeah, because I'd be like, what's up, nigga? And the answer is like, I'm chilling. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. No hard R's in this house.
Sorry.
The word kafir, which means the word kafir, which means someone who is not a Muslim, but it also means someone who covers the truth. So in English, the word cover means to cover something. The root for it is Arabic, which means kafir, which means someone who covers the truth.
Oh, that's interesting.
I mean, we can read from a glossary if you'd like. Hermes, welcome to the room. This is the Tao Danya Minyan Toira Kabbalah Zen study room where we try to limit all irascibility and focus and read a book for at least 10 minutes, which is more than your average 6-second dopamine time span.
We lost it. It just came from in that.
You said the dirty B word until you left.
So I do have another burner account going on this app, and I've been sitting in on many rooms and listening to many conversations.
I'm not going to dox you, but I already.
How did you know? How'd you know?
I have a guess.
You get
but
the
I'll save it for a non-recorded space.
So
You already doxed me.
so I got targeted this morning.
That was an accident.
I
You
got
know what you're doxing me.
It was an accident. I apologize.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, my point is, double agent. He knew. I don't know how he knew, but I was tracking Marshall Rankin, and Marshall was bouncing like an Adderall addict from room to room to room to room, getting his dopamine. So basically, what I'm saying is, I'm like a dopamine tracker, and it's
You're
just
dopamine Magoo.
you know.
Magoo for your dopamine Magoo.
I'm in the dopamine cartel. That's what I heard that term yesterday, dopamine cartel. But the point is, I'm tracking Marshall Rankin, and I'm cross-platforming. It's called rhino hunting, and basically Marshall Rankin is the most disingenuous motherfucker I've ever heard on this app to constantly say that he works in Republican politics when he is just he absolutely hates everything that Republicanism or Republican politics, believes in. But the point is, that's not why we are here gathered today. I just merely wanted to bring up the point that my burner account was detected by Double Agent, which is pretty amazing because he has that name, Double Agent, and he's always very, observant, I suppose. But the fact that he could detect, well, he was watching my YouTube, and then he found out that way. So it's like,
well, that's the only way. You go into the rooms and you think, and then you look at all the people in the audience and you think, I know all of these people, or if I don't know them, they're not Edmund. And then you look at one or two people and you're like, this could be Edmund. And then one of them leaves and you're like, all right, the recording's still going. It's probably that one.
But that's you. But that's your analysis. But anyways, the whole point is, it's like if I want to go undetected with new burners, it's like I can't live stream. But like I could set up a whole different network where nothing is connected, and they would make it even more difficult. But since I'm the most suspicious person, and nobody really has any other concern about anybody recording a room except for Adrian Dittmann, which I think is pretty funny. And what that tells, well, first of all, what everybody talks about is completely irascible and completely fucking stupid. Like I was sitting in Jeff's room listening to that conversation, and it's just the dumbest conversation, and it's fine.
I know, it's bad.
I'm not saying that it's like not a regular conversation. I'm just saying that in terms of like how to optimize your life, there's no optimization going on by listening to anything like that. But that's just one example. We could go into chillism, we could go into a dozen other rooms, and it's just appalling at the way in which we're going about just talking or deciding on why we're coming here to talk about very random, mundane, irascible things. And it's like, if that's really how we communicate, is anybody on this app a professional? Like, can't people just organize a business and use this as the launching pad and home base for an actual organization or a business of people that can work together politely, not be irascible, and not waste anybody's time? Like I was at the gym yesterday, and I'm sitting there doing, stretching and breathing, and people are just gabbing it up, chatting. And the thing is, it's like, I understand why they're doing it, because they're all dopamining. And here on this app, we're all dopamining. So we're really just birds chirping. I'm just saying, like, intelligence is transcendent above birds chirping. It's like the sun and the tree. It's like creating an environment for the chirping, and which is thus Clown House. So I'm just saying, I guess if you really want to be successful, you have to create a chirp, a birdhouse, basically. That would be a good name for a clubhouse room. But yeah, Zach, let's do a room in your new house. And I really encourage you to really engage with Toira, because you do get the comprehension aspect. And, you could be a good sage a good scholar, and if you don't think that this information isn't transformational or profound, I mean, you're just a bird chirping in a birdhouse like everybody else. But to me, to like engage in that Havruta or that twin flame study, wherever two or three people are gathered to study, the presence will be. So if you want to be with the presence, which is technically the Shekhinah, if you want to activate the presence, it is very much like Hermetic mysticism, but the only way to do it is through the words. And so that's the big thing is saying the words.
Yeah, I can teach you.
Yeah, saying the words out loud is important. I read silently all the time, and it's still profound. But there's something profound about smoking a joint, having a glass of red wine, and reading profound words out loud. And then if you record it and you listen to the playback, you have basically a recording of what you could call like a Lucy in the Skies, with diamonds type recording. I mean,
and don't forget, you also need a big booty.
that comes through accessing the knowledge and the wisdom. Because when you see a beautiful puta in the streets, and the gift of gab, and you can speak with incredible clarity and great communication, that puta will love your voice. So Zach, you need to work not just with the words, but in the way in which you deliver them and the way in which you speak with other people. So I don't know, that's my opinion. But I'm not going to waste my time with irascibility. If you were the organizer of a conference call, do you and you actually have goals and objectives, you don't waste your time. And that's what people are doing on this app. They're just wasting their time. It's like Chris has a YouTube account called How to Waste Your Time. And that's what this app does. It's so juvenile, and I'm not trying to sound arrogant, because I'm just not, and it's just I'm trying to give an analysis of the way that I observe people's behavior and what they're thinking and what they're saying on this app. It's very superficial and it's all vanity basically. And you ever see the movie The Devil's Advocate with Al Pacino where he's laughing? He says, "Vanity, definitely my favorite sin." Like vanity really is the most ridiculous of trespasses, if you want to call it that. Anyways, Hermes, Phoenix, what are you guys doing today? If you'd like, I can read some poetry to you. But, this is my morning meditation.
I'm working, but no customers today, so.
What kind of customers do you have, Phoenix? What kind of work you do?
I sell books, I print, I do design, do art. That's my favorite part.
Oh, nice. I'm in the process of still moving, just a whole bunch of little stuff. The movers are coming tomorrow to get the big stuff. Hey, I slept in the new house last night for the first time, and it felt so good.
Congrats. You know what you should try sometime is go to sleep with earplugs in and see how that affects the quality of your sleep. Because you really do hear a lot less with earplugs in.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, moving is...
Yeah, I got AirPods. It was like 1,000 real, like maybe $250. Maybe 1 week, one of them didn't work. It was scam. It was the Sony company, actually. So I will complain to their website.
Hermes, I was going to tell you, it took me like maybe 4 months to move out of this apartment one time. Load after load after load after load.
I know, right?
Finally,
I'll do it in a month, less than a month, because I have to be out of here on the 1st of Feb.
Oh, yeah. It's when you get the heavy movers. Finally, I got the heavy movers for like the couch, the mattress. Like, yeah, I mean, oof, like it's brutal, especially if you live on like a second floor walk up. Oh man, it's like and movers are expensive. You're looking at like $800 minimum. You know.
Oh no, not here, dude. We got a bunch of Mexicans.
Well, I mean, 800 if you go through like a company that advertises, you know. But if you can,
Right.
right. Like the guys I met, I saw them moving somebody out. And I was like, hey, let me get your number. I need you guys, and they cut me a decent deal. But these commercial movers, man, wow, they get you when you know they get you.
Are the Mexican the same as the Mayans?
Yeah, actually, yes. A Mexican is technically half Mayan.
Yeah, there's indigenous, and like if you're not,
Pocahontas.
you know, if you,
The Mayans were like astrologers and scientists. Pocahontas was just a whore.
Pocahontas was a
No,
whore.
don't talk about her like that.
Why do you think she was a whore?
Well, tell me what she did, and I'll prove it to you.
I don't know anything really about her. She probably just lived a pretty simple life, right? I mean,
Well, yeah, she got married to that guy, right? And then she went back to England with him. She had sort of a sad life at the end because she was living as an aristocrat in England, but she was not happy because that was not what she was familiar with.
are you really an aristocrat when you're like the queen of the mud hut?
Yeah.
Bullshit. I bet if she had any money, it probably all came through the husband. I mean, that or notoriety, I guess. Maybe she sold books or something.
Well, remember, she was the daughter of the chief.
Yeah, but I mean, let's be honest. Like, there
So
was no real.
Amazon is similar, but it is the opposite. Like man from Europe, I think, that immigrated to live with the gorillas.
Oh, Jane
And I
Goodall.
was so happy, happier than ever.
You talking about Jane
The
Goodall?
whole family owned the entire state of New York.
The Tarzan?
No, he's talking about Pocahontas' father. Anyways, Hermes, good luck on your move. You know, when you fucking finally shut that door, may a glorious new one open for you.
Oh yeah, man, I'm so freaking sore. My body from picking shit up.
Yeah. Dude, just doing landscaping. I've like come back, like takes days to recover. Moving, you know, going to the gym and just like doing a workout for 30, 40, 50 minutes, an hour, like that is like what keeps you stabilized. But like when you do really intense things and you do all these movements that you don't normally do, you know, that's when you know you're really like fragile, you know, and it's like it's best to maintain. Have to have like a minimum of exercise. Phoenix, do you work from home?
Yeah, sometimes if I have something to do at home, I will do it at home, and then I will go to my job.
Mm. You can read English, right?
Phoenix, are you married?
I read books. I read English books.
Are you married, Phoenix?
No, I'm gay.
So, dude.
I think
Well, that's okay.
I think he's using
you can
it.
still be my friend.
Hermes,
I don't care that you're gay.
I think he's trolling you, Hermes. I think he says he's gay, but he's really saying he's just happy.
No, he is. Now I remember because Phoenix told me that he was gay like a year ago, and he was being serious.
I don't think so. Phoenix, you're not like an actual. You're not. I would be willing to bet, Hermes, that Phoenix doesn't even engage in any sexual practices whatsoever.
Yeah,
That's really
concentrate around.
He's single though.
I told you.
If he had his lover boyfriend, I think Phoenix is the bottom.
So
I tried to make a room in Tao and Tanya. Nobody came.
yeah, nobody's interested in it. It takes two to tango. You got to study.
Well, you didn't even come.
I'm sitting here having a conversation with Hermes and Phoenix.
Right, fair enough.
Phoenix was telling us he's gay, but he doesn't do anything physical with his gayness because it's haram. So does that mean he's really gay?
Is that true?
Yeah, that's what Phoenix just said.
Yeah, actually don't I don't feel attracted to women sexually, and I want to spend my life with a man, so I think I'm gay.
Where do you live? Do you live in like Iraq?
Mecca.
I live in Mecca.
Oh, you live in Mecca. What a blessing. Baruch
Yeah,
Hashem.
but it's crowded as fuck.
It's what? It's crowded, and is it? I bet it's expensive, huh? Did you get like special taxes?
It is expensive to buy land, yes, but other things is like the same prices as everywhere.
You live in Mecca, but do they? It's like a normal city. They have like schools and buses.
Phoenix, I was gonna ask you. You know what the
Yeah, the mosque is at the center, but the city is bigger than the mosque.
Phoenix? You know, at that Grand Mosque, I see they have these guys on YouTube that like take the water, you know, and they have these squeegees, and they got to squeegee the whole fucking marble floor. Why didn't those numbskulls build fucking drainage into the mosque? You got hundreds of people running around squeegeeing everything. Did they fucking know plumbing over there?
I don't know, but one time the cranes of the building, like they are doing expansion, and the crane of the buildings fall down and killed a lot of people. And the company that is doing the expansion is the Bin Laden company.
Yeah.
So the king made them like did a lot of like punishment to them that they cannot work anymore for maybe 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really difficult. It's really difficult to like do something in Mecca because all the time people are there. Only in COVID-19 it was empty. That's the only time.
Phoenix, why don't you move to the United States so you can practice what you want to practice?
Yeah, but I know that if people come to the United States, they will tell them to go back to their countries.
Well, not if you marry a wealthy gay Elon Musk.
I don't like Elon Musk.
You don't like Adrian Dittmann?
No, I like you, of course. I don't like Elon Musk.
Well, he's the fake Adrian Dittmann. I'm the real Adrian Dittmann.
Okay.
And Hermes is also Adrian Dittmann. Phoenix, would you change your PTR to say I am Adrian Dittmann?
No, until like you become my teacher.
Okay, well, if you'd like, I can just read a brief poem for a few minutes, and then we can take a breathing exercise and culminate this room in joy and in harmony and tranquility.
Okay.
Sounds good, Hermes? Are you gonna stick around for the poem reading?
Yeah, of course. I'm gonna stay on mute because I'm still moving. But while I'm moving, I can listen for sure. Just one last thing. I bought a brand new bed, chest of drawers and all that other stuff. The whole bedroom suite, new mattresses, sheets, comforters, everything brand new, right? So
you also have to christen your place as well. If you have any sage.
Oh, dude, do you want to Christmas my place? Like, what I can do is I can, put you on speaker, and you can bless my house.
Yeah, we could do that. We can even use ChatGPT for that. Yeah, I was gonna use like ChatGPT to try to write some like powerful consciousness expansion hypnosis documents, like utilizing outer space and like astrology to create like scripts, and then read what ChatGPT says and like call them like LSD or DMT consciousness expansion trips utilizing ChatGPT. But like going with keywords, I mean, you don't need. I'm just saying like to use those chemical names for like YouTube videos. I'm not saying like you even need to do those chemicals. I'm just saying it would be interesting to use those names in the YouTube video, but not in the ChatGPT, because ChatGPT may not use those keywords. But anyways, we're gonna read Marcus Aurelius. So we're just gonna do a 10-minute meditation. I changed the title to Marcus Aurelius 10-minute meditation. This is Adrian Dittmann. We have other listeners on X as well as YouTube. Thank you for being here, Michael. We're also creating a podcast for. Oh, Zach is messaging me. And that was 13 minutes ago. So we'll finish this off and then we'll. I don't know if Zach is available. We could see. But, anyways. Oh, hey, Zach. So, yeah, I'm going to read Marcus Aurelius for 10 minutes and then I'm going to close this room. And then we can go to your room and do a Tao Tanya crisscross reading.
I'm going to do this.
Oh.
We can do it later.
Do you lift weights?
No, I need to lift weights.
Damn, dude. How the fuck do you not lift weights?
I need to do that.
Dude, jujitsu's great, but like there's no equivalency to like lifting weights. I mean,
I do a little bit of lifting weights, but not as often as the jujitsu and the yoga.
Oh, wow.
But you gotta lift the weights because if not, you don't have dirt cheeks all your life.
I don't know about that, but like I just say like, how can you call yourself a real man if you're not Superman? And Superman is made of steel. And the only way to make your body strong is through weights. I mean, there is something about lifting weights which definitely is a life-giving thing, because I think your brain, when you're lifting weights, creates a lot of chemicals that it would be unable to create otherwise. So it is like a trickle-down effect. And I would really encourage you to at least get a kettlebell, so you can do, biceps and squats and triceps.
All right, maybe I'll lift some weights.
A kettlebell, a 25-pound kettlebell and a 20-pound kettlebell, dude, you'll add like 10 years to your life with a fucking kettlebell. More kettlebell. More kettlebell. I mean, Zach, have you ever been to the gym and seen an F-word, N-word lifting weights?
Yes.
Well, that means that F-word, N-word is doing something that you don't even do. So, and he's an F-word, N-word. What does that make you?
Good point.
Okay, this is book number 6. This is Marcus Aurelius. So this is your guided morning meditation, rehypnosis, dehypnosis. Take the deepest breath of the day through your nose. Hold it for 10 seconds. The substance of the universe is obedient and compliant, and the reason which governs it has in itself no cause for doing evil, for it has no malice, nor does it do evil to anything, nor is anything harmed by it. But all things are made and perfected according to this reason. Let it make no difference to thee whether thou art cold or warm, if thou art doing thy duty, and whether thou art drowsy or satisfied with sleep, and whether ill spoken of or praised, and whether dying or doing something else. For it is one of the acts of life, this act by which we die. It is sufficient then in this act also to do well what we have in hand. Look within. Let neither the peculiar quality of anything, nor its value escape thee. All existing things soon change, and they will either be reduced to vapor, if indeed all substance is one, or they will be dispersed. The reason which governs knows what its own disposition is, and what it does, and on what material it works. The best way of avenging thyself is not to become like the wrongdoer. Take pleasure in one thing and rest in it, in passing from one social act to another social act, thinking of God. The ruling principle is that which rouses and turns itself, and while it makes itself such as it is and such as it wills to be, it also makes everything which happens appear to itself to be such as it wills. In conformity to the nature of the universe, every single thing is accomplished. For certainly it is not in conformity to any other nature of that which thing is accomplished, either a nature which externally comprehends this, or a nature which is comprehended within this nature, or a nature external and independent of this. The universe is either a confusion and a mutual involution of things, and a dispersion, or it is unity and order and providence. If then it is the former, why do I desire to tarry in a fortuitous combination of things in such a disorder? And why do I care about anything else than how I shall at last become earth? And why am I disturbed? For the dispersion of my elements will happen whatever I do. But if the other supposition is true, I venerate, and I am firm, and I trust in him who governs. When thou hast been compelled by circumstances to be disturbed in a manner, quickly return to thyself, and do not continue out of tune longer than the compulsion lasts, for thou wilt have more mastery over the harmony by continually recurring to it. If thou hadst a stepmother and a mother at the same time, thou wouldst be dutiful to thy stepmother, but still thou wouldst constantly return to thy mother. Let the court and philosophy now be to thee stepmother and mother. Return to philosophy frequently, and repose in her, through whom what thou meetest with in the court appears to thee tolerable, and thou appearest tolerable in the court. When we have meat before us in such eatables, we receive the impression that this is the dead body of a fish, and this is the dead body of a bird or of a pig, and again that this Falernian is only a little grape juice. In this purple robe some sheep's wool dyed with the blood of a shellfish. Such then are these impressions, and they reach the things themselves and penetrate them, and so we see what kind of things they are. Just in the same way ought we to act all through life. And where there are things which appear most worthy of our approbation, we ought to lay them bare and look at the worthlessness and strip them of all the words by which they are exalted. For outward show is a wonderful perverter of the reason, and when thou art most sure that thou art employed about things worth thy pains, it is then that it cheats thee most. Consider then what Crates says of Xenocrates himself. Most of the things which the multitude admire are referred to objects of the most general kind, those which are held together by cohesion or natural organization, such as stones, wood, fig trees, vines, olives. But those which are admired by men who are a little more reasonable are referred to the things which are held together by a living principle, as flocks, herds. Those which are admired by men who are still more instructed are the things which are held together by a rational soul, not, however, a universal soul, but rational so far as it is a soul skilled in some art or expert in some other way, or simply rational so far as it possesses a number of slaves. But he who values rational soul, a soul universal and fitted for political life, regards nothing else except this, and above all things he keeps his soul in a condition and in an activity conformable to reason and social life, and he cooperates to this end with those who are of the same kind as himself. Some things are hurrying into existence, and others are hurrying out of it. And of that which is coming into existence, part is already extinguished. Motions and changes are continually renewing the world, just as the uninterrupted course of time is always renewing the infinite duration of ages. In this flowing stream, then, on which there is no abiding, what is there of the things which hurry by, on which a man would set a high price? It would be just as if a man should fall in love with one of the sparrows which fly by, but it has already passed out of sight. Something of this kind is the very life of every man, like the exaltation of the blood and the respiration of the air. For such as it is to have once drawn in the air and to have given it back, which we do every moment, just the same as it is with the whole respiratory power, which thou didst receive at thy birth yesterday and the day before, to give it back to the element from which thou didst first draw it. Neither is transpiration as in plants a thing to be valued, nor respiration as in domesticated animals and wild beasts, nor the receiving of impressions by the appearances of things, nor being moved by desires as puppets by strings, nor assembling in herds, nor being nourished by food, for this is just like the act of separating and parting with the useless part of our food. What then is worth being valued? To be received with clapping of hands? No. Neither must we value the clapping of tongues, for the praise which comes from the many is a clapping of tongues. Suppose then that thou hast given up this worthless thing called fame, what remains that is worth valuing? This, in my opinion, to move thyself and to restrain thyself in conformity to thy proper constitution, to which end both all employments and arts lead. For every art aims at this, that the thing which has been made should be adapted to the work for which it has been made. And both the vine planter who looks after the vine and the horse breaker and he who trains the dog seek this end. But the education and the teaching of youth aim at something. In this then is the value of the education and the teaching. And if this is well, thou wilt not seek anything else. Wilt thou not cease to value many other things too? Then thou wilt be neither free nor sufficient for thy own happiness, nor without passion, for of necessity thou must be envious, jealous, and suspicious of those who can take away those things, and plot against those who have that which is valued by thee. Of necessity a man must be altogether in a state of perturbation who wants any of these things. And besides, he must often find fault with the gods, but to reverence and honor thy own mind will make thee content with thyself, and in harmony with society, and in agreement with the gods, that is, praising all that they give and have ordered. Above, below, all around are the movements of the elements, but the motion of virtue is in none of these. It is something more divine, and advancing by a way hardly observed, it goes happily on its road. How strangely men act! They will not praise those who are living at the same time living with themselves, but to be themselves praised by posterity, by those whom they have never seen or ever will see. This they set much value on. But this is very much the same as if thou shouldst be grieved, because those who have lived before thee did not praise thee. If a thing is difficult to be accomplished by thyself, do not think that it is impossible for man, but if anything is possible for man and conformable to his nature, think that this can be attained by thyself too. In the gymnastic exercises, suppose that a man has torn thee with his nails, and by dashing against thy head has inflicted a wound. Well, we neither show any signs of vexation, nor are we offended, nor do we suspect him afterwards as a treacherous fellow, and yet we are on our guard against him, not however as an enemy, nor yet with suspicion, but we quietly get out of his way. Something like this let thy behavior be in all the other parts of life. Let us overlook many things in those who are like antagonists in the gymnasium, for it is in our power, as I said, to get out of the way and to have no suspicion, nor hatred. If any man is able to convince me and show me that I do not think or act rightly, I will gladly change, for I seek the truth by which no man was ever injured, but he is injured who abides in his error and ignorance. I do my duty, other things trouble me not, for they are either things without life, or things without reason, or things that have rambled and know not the way. As to the animals which have no reason, and generally all things and objects do thou, since thou hast reason and they have none, make use of them with a generous and liberal spirit. But towards human beings is they have reason, behave in a social spirit, and on all occasions call on the gods, and do not perplex thyself about the length of time in which thou shalt do this, for even 3 hours no spent are sufficient. Alexander the Macedonian and his groom by death were brought to the same state, for either they were received among the same seminal principles of the universe, or they were alike dispersed among the atoms. Consider how many things in the same indivisible time take place in each of us, things which concern the body and things which concern the soul, and so thou wilt not wonder if many more things, or rather all things which come into existence, and that which is the one and all, which we call cosmos, exist in it at the same time. If any man should propose to thee the question how the name Antoninus is written, wouldst thou with a straining of the voice utter each letter? But then if thou grow angry, wilt thou be angry too? Wilt thou not go on with composure and number every letter? Just so then in this life also remember that every duty is made up of certain parts. These it is thy duty to observe, and without being disturbed or showing anger towards those who are angry with thee, to go on thy way and finish that which is set before thee. How cruel it is not to allow men to strive after the things which appear to them to be suitable to their nature and profitable. And yet in a manner thou dost not allow them to do this, when thou art vexed because they do wrong, for they are certainly moved towards things because they suppose them to be suitable to their nature and profitable to them. But it is not so. Teach them then, and show them without being angry. Death is a cessation of the impressions through the senses, and of the pulling of the strings which move the appetites, and of the discursive movements of the thoughts, and of the service to the flesh. It is a shame for the soul to be first to give way in this life, when thy body does not give way. Take care that thou art not made into a Caesar, that thou art not dyed with this dye, for such things happen. Keep thyself simple, good, pure, serious, free from affectation, friend of justice, a worshipper of the gods, kind, affectionate, strenuous in all proper acts. Strive to continue to be such a philosophy wish to make thee. Reverence the gods and help men. Short is life. There is only one fruit of this terrene life, a pious disposition and social acts. Do everything as a disciple of Antoninus. Remember his constancy in every act which was conformable to reason, and his evenness in all things, and his piety and the serenity of his countenance, all his sweetness and his disregard of empty fame, and his efforts to understand things, and how he would never let anything pass without having first most carefully examined it and clearly understood it, and how he bore with those who blamed him unjustly without blaming them in return, how he did nothing in a hurry, and how he listened not to calumnies, and how exact an examiner of manners and actions he was, and not given to reproach people, nor timid, nor suspicious, nor a sophist, and with how little he was satisfied, such as lodging, bed, dress, food, servants, and how laborious, patient, and how he was able, on account of his sparing diet, to hold out to the evening, not even requiring to relieve himself by any evacuations, except at the usual hour. And his firmness and uniformity in his friendships, and how he tolerated freedom of speech in those who opposed his opinions, and the pleasure that he had when any man showed him anything better, and how religious he was without superstition. Imitate all this, that thou mayst have as good a conscience when thy last hour comes as he had. Return to thy sober senses, and call thyself back, and when thou hast roused thyself from sleep, and hast perceived that they were only dreams which troubled thee, now in thy waking hours look at these, the things about thee, as thou didst look at those, the dreams. Consist of a little body and a soul. Now to this little body all things are indifferent, for it is not able to perceive differences, but to the understanding those things only are indifferent which are not the works of its own activity. But whatever things are the works of its own activity, all these are in its power, and of these, however, only those which are done with reference to the present. For as to the future and the past activities of the mind, even these are for the present indifferent. Neither the labor which the hand does nor that of the foot is contrary to nature, so long as the foot does the foot's work, and the hand the hand's, so that neither to a man is his labor contrary to nature, so long as it does the things of a man. But if the labor is not contrary to his nature, neither is it an evil to him. How many pleasures have been enjoyed by the robbers, patricides, tyrants? Dost thou not see how the handicraftsmen accommodates themselves up to a certain point to those who are not skilled in their craft? Nevertheless, they cling to the reason, the principles of their art, and do not endure to depart from it. Is it not strange if the architect and the physician shall have more respect to the reason, the principles of their own arts, than man to his own reason, which is common to him and the gods? Asia, Europe, the corners of the universe, all the sea a drop in the universe. Athos, the little part of the universe, all the present time is a point in eternity. All things are little, changeable, perishable. All things come from thence, from that universal ruling power, either directly proceeding or by way of sequence. Accordingly, the lions, gaping jaws, and that which is poisonous, and every harmful thing as a thorn, as mud, are after products of the grand and beautiful. Do not then imagine that they are of another kind from that which thou dost venerate, but form a just opinion of the source of all. He who has seen present things has seen all, both everything which has taken place from all eternity and everything which will be for time without end, for all things are of one kin and of one form. Frequently consider the connexion of all things in the universe and the relation to one another. For in a manner all things are implicated with one another, and all in this way are friendly to one another. One thing comes in order after another, and this by virtue of the active movement and mutual conspiration and the unity of the substance. Adapt thyself to the things with which thy lot has been cast, and the men among whom thou hast received thy portion, love them, but do it truly, sincerely. Every instrument, tool, vessel, as if it does that for which it has been made as well, and yet he who made it is not there, but in the things which are held together by nature that is within, and there abides in them the power which made them. Wherefore the more is it fit to reverence this power, and to think that if thou dost live, and act according to its will, everything in thee is in conformity to intelligence. And thus also in the universe the things which belong to it are in conformity to intelligence. Okay, that's it. Getting tongue-tied. Okay, that's a reading Meditations, Marcus Aurelius. Okay, Hermes Phoenix, Mikhail, YouTubers, thank you for listening. It's my hour of power. Hermes Phoenix, anything you want to say before I depart?
Yeah, I want to just let you know that thou and Mono. Yeah, thank you very much, brother.
Okay, likewise, Phoenix, thanks for coming. And again, remember, it takes two to tango. So thanks for being here. Thanks for listening. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. That was so beautiful.
Yeah, it is pretty amazing. Okay, have a great day, and God bless. Take care, Phoenix. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, thanks, Mikhail. I'm going to end this X room. Bye-bye.
If you compare Lugano with, I don't know, Bern or Geneva or those cities, it's not the same. I didn't say Geneva, I don't know how to call that city. Geneva, yeah, it's probably the most developed city. Like, if you want to get a job there, it's way better than Lugano in Geneva, you know what I mean? So,
Ja, 41.
It's very important. She knows if we fuck chickens. That's about it.
Yeah. Anyway. Oh, Adrian is here. Adrian.
Wow, you said really?
Come on stage, Adrian.
Hey, sister.
Hey, sister. Hi, sisters. How's the Yaya sisterhood going this morning?
Why do you call him sister?
It's like an inside joke.
Yeah.
Actually, because I have a sister, so like I often say sister. She says brother. So I'm just being nice with the F words on the app by saying hi, sister.
Was it faggot?
I don't say the F word. I don't
Wait,
say.
have you become a faggot all of a sudden?
I don't say the F word or the N word.
Just be careful. She only has like 3 words: chicken, fag, and that's it.
Well, I came to the conclusion that F word, N word are the 2 most egregious words in our cultural society today.
Really? You think so?
Definitely the most verboten words, most banned words.
Why?
F word, N word. Can you think of a third word which is even more egregious than F word, N word?
K-word.
Yeah, but that's limited to a very small population of the overall population.
What's the K word, guys? I know you don't want to say it, but I don't know
I
what's
said
that.
it, kite.
You think height?
But I don't know. I think
What did I just commit to? Whoa, Lisa, what did you just say?
no, we're talking about the words that supposedly are bad words.
So that's
I
only
just
3.
said, yeah, and then Adrian was talking about nigger and faggot.
I don't say the N word. I don't say the F word. I don't say the K word. And I think K word can actually have one more additional, which I don't even want to say, but you could say it. You could spell it with a C word.
Height?
Yes, sister, you said it.
But
Yes,
it's
sister.
not even really a bad word. I mean, it depends where in the geography you are. It's the same thing with the N word and the K word and all these 11 words. Is that it only affects really the snowflake USA population, and it's like people have become very sensitive to words, and it's not even that. It's very different if you are using the word kind of like generally or to describe something or whatever than actually call someone
No.
these words.
You used it intentionally, and there's a reason you use that word. You know what you're doing. You don't. Oh, you know what I mean.
What are you doing?
What am I doing?
Yeah, what are you doing?
I'm trying to explain that it's an opinion, obviously, and all.
So, my friend says he doesn't say nigger, but I think he rubs off.
This is the third night where I've been asked
not because somebody tells me, oh yeah, well, you're not allowed to say the words. Like,
Why is this even a subject now? We were talking about gluten and.
okay, if you don't like it, you can leave, but you're not going to dictate what happens in your room.
Because I called somebody my sister.
It started with that. That's the funny part. It dragged into that.
Again, if you don't feel comfortable, you're free to leave, okay?
Just you. No one else.
What?
It's really sad. I'm not mad. There's nothing I can do. I can leave. It's fine. Boot me out, but you're the problem.
All right, then if you have a problem with me, you can leave.
I don't have a problem with you, but it's you are that mindset is the problem with this world right now. You know that, right?
How is it that my mindset is the problem in the world?
Because
I'm not your father figure.
and as long as I'm not at my job and tell my boss that it's fine. No, you should feel like that at all times. That's a real
Sisters, please let me interrupt. Let us embrace our sister and hug Valen. Let us hug Valen, sisters. Let's embrace him in love.
Yeah.
That's all.
Thank you, sisters. That is so gracious of you all. Let us all take a deep breath, the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds, only friends. I say friends for life.
Yes, for
I am a flower.
I am a problem.
That is.
Don't just be the problem. Don't be a part of the problem. Be the problem.
Be the problem.
You know who this guy sounds like? He sounds like Anthony. Andrew Meyer's friend.
Oh no. No, I think Anthony was more manly.
I've been going into X Spaces with Andrew Meyer, and they kick me. Like, no questions
They were
asked.
nice to you already?
It's something about my Adrian Dittmann X accounts that they hate, and so they kick all my Adrian accounts immediately.
But do they know it's you already?
No, I bet you they don't. Maybe, but Andrew Myers is always a speaker on the stage, and they kick me. So it's he's connected to whoever's organizing the rooms.
It's his rooms?
It's not his per se. I don't think he's the creator of the room. I think he's joining the room.
Who is creating the rooms?
You'd have to go to his profile to see who he's connected to. I can't recall. I just see, on some X accounts I
Oh, I
have.
just thought that you knew who it was.
I'm not sure who it is.
Yeah.
It seems like it's a Groiper-based room. I mean, I know that's a very generalized statement. It doesn't really mean anything, but it does seem to be, I don't know exactly what they're talking about because they kicked me so quickly, but, it seems
And that's the
interesting.
reason why I was asking, because it could have been as well Jacques organizing the room. Was Ashley there?
I have no idea who was in the room. I just know that, I see Andrew Meyer's white yarmulke in his white suit on the wedding day when he doesn't even look happy. He looks miserable.
Is he still using the same photo?
Yep, still using the same white kippah. Personally, I like him. I think he's funny as hell. I like his takes. I think he can be entertaining.
Yeah, me too. I kind of like him. It's just that he sometimes is unbearable. I find him funny. But sometimes he's just too obnoxious, I think. Andrew Meyer.
He's the "Don't Tase Me, Bro" who screamed
Oh,
at
is he?
John
Oh,
Kerry.
I thought it was Brian.
He's an attorney in Phoenix.
Brian, you're in the Matrix.
Oh, I just want to announce, per Yakov's rules, I am live streaming this onto multiple platforms. Just FYI, sisters.
It wasn't a rule. It was like a suggestion.
It was a courtesy.
What?
It was a courtesy.
No, I know, but you framed it as it was a rule that I this guy. And it was a video, Adrian, of you streaming the room where, with a mirror effect, where Rabbi Uri was saying something about going back into Gaza, and I was speaking. Interesting. It's really strange to hear your own voice.
Yeah. Was it anything juicy, or was it just Soren? Was it just Soren giving his dopamine?
He thought he was like giving me new information that I wasn't unaware of. Like, he's a rock star. He's all over the app. Everyone knows who you are.
Well, let's do it. We got the guy. Let's ask him some more.
Who knows who they are? I mean, do they know who they are in Edmund or Uri?
No. Edmund was recording an exchange where Uri and I were talking. Some other a bunch of people were talking. I remember it was like 2 days ago or something like that. No big deal. It doesn't matter.
Oh,
I just thought it was amusing that Soren was sending me that, like he was letting me know about some secret that I didn't know about.
yeah, that's the thing. I mean, everybody knows who Edmund is.
Exactly.
Everybody knows what he does. So I still don't know why people choose to get so outraged. It's like if you see Edmund in the room, just don't even bother coming if you don't like it or if you feel uncomfortable.
Well, the only reason why I made the request, it was a period of time where there were PTR names I didn't know, so I thought I was being recorded without my knowledge.
Yeah.
No, but
I think it's reasonable.
if Edmund is in the room, you're being recorded. That's it.
Yeah. No, if it says Adrian, like, again, but when it's like all these other names, like, it's hard to tell. So,
I know. Yesterday, you were streaming a room about. I don't remember, but I went into the room, the original room, and I couldn't identify who you were. And
that's the only issue.
Well, here, can we like do a topic or something?
What's up?
Bonfires?
Bonfires?
I'm down. I don't give a fuck. Like, anything but like, well, I saw you here. I did that, and I felt like.
well, this is what we do. We are friends. We've been friends for 4 years.
Okay, so let's do psychology. Why did you not pick a queen or a knight or a power chess piece? You picked a pawn.
Yeah, why a pawn?
Yeah, although pawns can become queens, so he's like a queen in hiding.
So it's like
Pawn can become any
That is such a good observation.
I love it.
Pawns are trains.
That's so true. It's not so not a good hiding point though.
I'm not going to get into it, but there's a reason I chose that picture.
Yeah, no, help me out. I was just wondering.
So for fun, I chose because I'm not great at chess, but I became decent at it because my friends challenged me and I wanted to beat them and it was fun. And I learned that utilizing your pawns depending on, the first couple moves really could help you win the game.
Pawns are very powerful.
People forget the pawns do win. And one of my favorite Bob Dylan songs is Only a Pawn in Their Game.
I knew he was gay.
Yeah.
Was? He's still alive.
I'm not. Come on. You said everything's gay or chicken fucking to you. Can you just say something like with any sort of education?
I will say whatever I want to say.
Yeah, you don't tell her what to say. She's a woman. Even though she's a woman.
That's right.
Valen, how do you know she wasn't saying you're just happy? Why do you have to associate gay with being homosexual? She was just saying happy for Jesus. Like, chess is a happy game. Jesus.
Wait, what does it have to do with this?
Sisters, I'm just saying, not everything is gay is gay. Gay means happy. Can we use it for an English joyful word instead of this anal fixation with anal pillaging and blowjobs and putting digits inside booty holes? Now that's what gay is. Gay can also be the Broadway gay. You're not really gay, you're just happy.
Well, thanks for the question.
How can he record a room where he is not in?
Because he has this farm of phones, so.
Yeah, well, still.
I mean, actively talking is, okay, you want the definition? Actively talking is supposed to putting up a PTR is just in the room recording.
No, he records all of it. He even
No,
streams.
you don't get it. Like,
He
there's-
even.
you can only talk in one room.
I know.
This is
He even
terminal.
streams the conversation between his mom and his sister.
Really? I have not heard that. Interesting. Can you put a link in the chat, Adrian, for one of those?
Well, sometimes he streams them here on
I
Clubhouse.
thought you were, you know,
He's on a call with them and he's streaming them on Clubhouse.
I don't know. Do they live with you or?
No, on the phone.
Oh, on the phone. Oh.
Jacob, did the chicken made you something yesterday?
Maybe
What
something
lunch?
like yeah, it lowered my IQ to the average IQ.
Yeah, exactly. It did, apparently.
It's a temporary thing. She said it would last 40 hours.
Pieces IQ.
Yeah. Like, what is the average IQ in Guatemalas?
Probably like 20.
No. It's statistically different, but I think it has to do with the testing methodology, not because people are generally stupid.
No, they are. They are low.
No, it's so low as to be, like, unfunctional.
Yeah, like Mayans, they don't really have a very low.
People they don't have access to education.
I just
So,
want to.
with a high IQ, without proper education, it's kind of hard to get tested. You know,
Like, 47.72 is, like, almost like a rock. The IQ of a rock.
yeah, but you know, I wouldn't say they're stupid. They're more like lack of education that doesn't let them develop properly. You know what I mean?
Don't insult rocks. They provide valuable. They provide valuable.
I'm not insulting. Yeah, you know, I look at rocks as future sand. I look at rocks as future beaches. They're just beaches and hiding.
Well, the succession is rocks to plant life to, fish and animals or whatever, but there is a connection, they say in philosophy or in Buddhism or whatever, that the rocks do become alive. And that it could be true. But it's like the Rolling Stones. If you want to be alive, you got to start rolling.
Brain could explode.
Is this the way you flirt with someone?
See, Valen, you know how pathetic that is to even think a woman thinks?
But did it work, Issa?
Yeah, but I'm just wondering. He's obsessed.
You had 3 in a row.
Valen, what was the last good book you read, Valen?
Playboy doesn't count.
It's not even printed.
Because I say shit in, shit out. If people spew shit on this app and negative word speech all the time, I think that there's a direct correlation that they're not putting enough good words into their brain.
You're absolutely right. The problem with flirting on the internet is people first try to find someone they want to have sex with, and then they hope to hell they get along with them, and that's when the whole communication comes in. Whoops. No one can sidetrack. Ask me a question.
Did you ever, before you got married, did you ever do blind dating or something equivalent to online dating?
Let me think about this. I never did blind dating, but internet dating in the beginning was like the Wild West, and it was great because all of a sudden you had all these horny women who discovered they could just meet a guy and fuck him. And
When did you get married?
there was literally no filter on them. It was like, you want to get together? Great, yeah,
What
let's
year did you get married?
I don't like to know. I've been married almost 20 years now.
Okay, so you already got married. That's the reason why I was asking. You already got married in the internet, during the internet.
Oh, yeah, but the internet, let me think about the timing of this. Yeah, the internet dating took off. That was like the late 90s. By the late 90s.
I
And I remember that back then it was not like direct and private instant messaging. It was more apps like ICQ and then and chat rooms as well.
Yep.
And so, but people were already kind of like interested in meeting people online.
Yeah. But the difference is women at that point hadn't realized that it was just another outlet for men to do the equivalent of a one-night stand. So women were on there like crazy, wanting to meet guys, and after about 4 years, they wised up.
Yeah, but my question, so you got married like 20 years ago, that must have been like 2005 or something there. When did you meet your wife, and did you ever do online dating before?
I thought I had told you, yes, I did, but I didn't do blind dates, and I met my wife, and then 9 months later, we were married.
How did you meet your wife? Your friends?
In real life, I met her in an event.
Okay. Yeah, it's more organic.
Yes. And which was, we were both attracted to each other, and then things proceeded from there. There's also cage.
There's also what?
Cage. Yeah, cage free. Starting it's cage free. Yeah, but the point is that when you're trying to date on the internet, there's a whole bunch of data you get from a person, and feelings and energy and all of that, but there's a whole bunch of data you get from a person in real life that you don't get in the internet. And I mean, like, I can look at your picture and say, oh, well, you look attractive. But then the way a person moves, the way they talk, their hand gestures, that could turn you off. All of those things.
True. Although, an app like Clubhouse, I mean, like, I don't know if it's still running, yeah, it's still running. An app like Clubhouse, even though he says it's not a dating app, and I gotta,
It is.
some credit for that because I already tried it and it didn't work. But yeah, in Clubhouse you can get a little bit more of an idea, right? Who the person is, on how they interact and what they speak and who they talk to and how they move in a social environment, right? Much more information than if you do it through Tinder or Bumble or one-on-one apps.
I would say yes.
Can I say something before I go back to the audience?
What?
Can I just say something back to the
Of
audience?
course, you can say whatever. You can stay on stage.
No. The thing is, Clubhouse is not a dating app. People who use it as a dating app usually are those who are not successful in real life or on the actual dating apps. And usually they're fat or they're black. And that's what it is. I'll see you
What
guys.
about faggots?
Statistic.
I would say to some degree you get a better idea of what a person is like, but it's still not complete. You have to, people fight against this. The only difference between a friend and a lover is that you fuck the lover. You have sex with that person.
Oh God, Alan, I've never heard you speaking like this.
You know, Alan was once a young man, Issa. He made passionate love many times in his life.
Well, no, I'm
You're in the Matrix. Well, right now you're fine, I think.
Yeah.
Too spicy for the Matrix, Alan. Ow.
Yeah. But the point is you have to want to have sex with the person on some animal level. Otherwise, what's the point? Yes. Listen to me. Anyways.
Well, Alan, haven't you ever moved around a huge bag of laundry? Super heavy, but work still got to get done.
Yes, it's true. One must always do one's duty. You know?
And doesn't that make the journey more interesting and the final reward more fulfilling?
100%.
True love.
Doing the laundry with someone is better than doing the laundry alone.
Anyways, that's all I got.
Did you? Well, yeah, because you dated 9 months. Your wife before you got married. So, like, I was kind of hearing you play the piano before.
We both knew where it was going, so why,
Did you have premarital sex?
My wife and I did nothing before marriage except hold hands, and that was only in the presence of a chaperone who was.
But that's not the question. The question is, did you have sex before marriage? Not necessarily before marriage.
Not necessarily what?
Not necessarily with your wife. Like, what about that whole before 16?
Did you mean specifically with my wife, Isa, or just in general?
No, I'm talking with your wife, but now I like the expanded version of the question.
Again?
What about with other women?
Again?
Tell us about the blowjob you got when you were 16.
Again, I did not. I believe that women are goddesses and should be worshipped, and I wouldn't think of violating. I wouldn't think of violating their physical space with my clothing, nail them.
You sound like a feminist right now.
Oh, you're misunderstanding. Google worship. Google what it means. This guy's into ass worship. I'm just letting you know.
Ass worship?
No, he's not. It's someone who rabbi of
a reason. Let's not really take it back.
Are you into ass worship, Alan?
Yeah.
Wow. Right now. Don't.
No, it's
Okay, Alan, try to
there was a story of this. The idea of
you're in the matrix. Try to go to the 3 dots, choose the oil quality, and then pick low.
Before you tell him what to do, how about Isabel? Can you go Google goddesses and worship it? Can you do that?
Goddesses.
Yeah, just write sexual goddess and sexual worship. Just write that.
Separate or altogether? Sexual.
That's separate. That you get an idea. All those goddesses are usually.
There's sexual goddess.
Yes, but you understand really what he's trying to tell you.
all right.
So sexual goddesses. The lecture looks at a series of divine female figures in the ancient world from the Middle East.
No, that's not what. Okay, no, not that. Another one.
Is this better?
Yeah, I think it's better.
Yeah.
Why don't you just share the link with us, Rabbi?
Oh my God.
Because I saw that, and that's why I got.
Yeah, the first time I heard about a man doing anything oral with a woman's ass was I was 23 years old. I'm in a club, and this random guy, I don't know why, turns to me and says, "Oh, look at that woman there. The way her hip connects with her thigh. I'd lick that ass."
Amazing.
I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck are you talking about? I never heard anything like that again until I came on Clubhouse and went into black rooms. That's it.
Yeah, black people don't ask. Can I just tell you what goddess means? Goddess is used to indicate, I'm reading it right now, okay, so that you guys understand what he means when he says goddess in worship. Okay, goddess is used to indicate someone who is revered and respected by their submissives, almost like a figure of worship or veneration, within a kinky context. It usually reflects a dynamic where the goddess is seen as a powerful, commanding presence, and her desires and decisions are central to the experience. It's important to note that this role is based on mutual consent, clear communication, and respect for boundaries, limits, and safety. Okay, now worship usually refers to the act of showing adoration, devotion, or submission to the dominant person in the relationship. It can take many forms, depends on what the individuals involved desire. So the question is, what do you desire exactly in that worship?
Are you calling him a cock?
No, but it can be physical worship, like isn't touching or massaging. It can be verbal worship, like praising and complimenting and expressing respect and admiration. And it can be symbolic, like going on your knees if you're a cook, offering gifts, performing tasks that show submission and devotion. That's basically what it means.
So what kind of worshiping do you do?
I was wondering if it's ass worship. I mean, ass worship is not bad. So,
Are you an ass worshiper, Robbie?
well, it depends on the girl. Depends if it's bleeding. Depends on. I know a girl that's like, oh, why? Not my ass.
Like my asshole's gone.
No.
Chocolate or strawberry?
Okay, so worship can be tailored to fit the specific desires of the individuals involved, and it can often focus on the idea of honoring, it does often focus on the idea of honoring the dominant partner as an important revered figure in the dynamic. I was just thinking.
I don't know, but you can do whatever you want with it.
Yeah, girl. Nobody beat tonight.
You can do it.
No, I believe in democracy and, Okay, thumbs up if you want to participate, thumbs down if you want to connect.
Everybody vote.
People in the audience can't vote.
Yeah, they're like illegal aliens.
Voting ends in 5 seconds.
Oh my god, everybody vote.
5.
Support some.
Okay, so it's 3 to 1. 4. 3. I put 2 thumbs up. 2. Democracy. What? It's done. No, it's a tie. It's done. It's a tie. Wow.
He's like an authoritarian, but yeah, that guy was very crazy.
A democratic authoritarian.
Yes, a democratic authoritarian.
I mean, 3 people voted 2 to 1. So
We were counting the thumbs, electoral college.
I didn't participate. Yeah, but
Popular vote is counting the thumbs.
But if you don't participate, you don't get to proclaim.
I have no idea what you're talking about, so I'm good.
About kicking the other guy. So, okay,
You
let's
picked
get,
out the pie?
yes, let's get deeper into
Where's the
this.
king now?
Let's get deeper into this. Did you ever worship ass in your life? Did you ever do something with an ass?
Like, did you ever suffocated and big booty? Did you ever tell a woman, get that juicy ass on my face?
Whether you've told someone and whether that's happened could be 2 different things.
But
Has
Daniel,
a woman ever asked you to eat her ass?
Daniel, whoever.
Who?
Daddy,
Oh, why?
because I said she loves me sitting.
Oh, come on.
Why these questions, Lisa? I mean, I understand
I don't know. It's
brought
just
up
that
this
Randy was the one asking about your ass.
No, because he said God is a worship, and I'm just saying these things have a meaning. And I'm just wondering what he means by it. If it's the actual meaning or if he has his own definition.
I was just using the rhetoric, Randy. There wasn't any specific meaning. I was just parroting in order to deny actually answering the question she asked.
Well, but I think there is some freakiness going on. So there's nothing wrong with that because you did mention something, being primal, basically, the animalistic thing.
Well,
Animalistic desire of
Yeah,
you're reading too much into it. There has to be sexual attraction.
yeah, of course.
Yeah, and you can't know that until you meet the person in real life.
Right, but what I'm saying is you might be more deviant than the average, is what I'm saying. So you might be more like, you might not be rightfully characterized as vanilla.
Well, I would. It really, I understand what you're trying to do. I mean, you could be a couple that only does missionary position your whole life, but the point is, you still need to like doing that, whatever that is.
Well, from my experience, usually the way it is, well, I don't know, to each their own, but from my experience, usually they don't really care about the act as much as they care about the person they're doing it with.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Do you hear that, Isabel? You might end up eating ass.
no.
That's right.
I would never. That's definitely something that I am not open to.
Yeah, we'll see about that. Come back to me,
I'm telling you, dude. I would never. I'm allergic to us.
probably just finished eating ass like less than a week ago.
No. No, I would never. That is something that I would never do. Like, honestly.
I don't know what that meant. That's the first time for everything.
Well, have you ever eaten? Oh, yeah. You have, of course.
I've done all sorts of shit. I'm a rabbi.
Shut up, Randy. Oh, this is amazing. This is like the old days in the itty bitty titty community. Oh, Norm is here. Hey, Norm.
Morning.
We're talking about asses, Norm. Do you like ass?
That is not a trick question.
You're talking about what?
Asses.
I can't understand. I can't understand what you're saying.
Asses. Asses, like what?
We're talking about the obsession with butox.
Yeah.
Lots.
Yeah, obsession with
Gotcha. Kudos. Why don't you just speak away?
colas, yeah.
Thank you.
Do you worship colas?
No.
No, it's just Italian and Spanish, though.
Really, the Italian or Spanish worship them? And the Brazilian?
Yeah, Portuguese, I think they also say culo. Yeah, those Latin languages, yeah, we say culo.
I think it's more like a. Where do you think this thing about worshiping ass comes from? Like what region of the world?
Yeah, it's the curvature. The attraction is in the curvature. It's called the goddess Asi, or the goddess of ass. It's in mathematics. It's literally, the curvature.
It is the wilderness.
Yeah, it is mathematical.
Yeah. Have I just entered an episode of Rick and Morty?
No, but I do get the feeling this is like original Clubhouse right now. Like, I get the feeling that we're technically all like Jerry Seinfeld, Elaine Bennis, Cosmo Kramer, George Costanza. Like, this is the Clown House cast right here, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, what? The word have Ashley back in Clubhouse, and then we will be like the original time.
No, screw that whole
Ashley? What? Are you fighting with Ashley?
No, but just some friends like on Twitter. She's really still in that roiper shit.
I know. When have you heard her? I went. Well, I've been to a couple of their rooms with Jack and Ashley and Beanie. But yeah, it's like very grouperish. Like it's extremely so.
Vinny is fine. Jacquees is a troll. Ashlyn really buys into it.
Yeah.
That's what's
Do you remember that really fat black woman named Hunter Shackelford?
Oh my god.
Oh yes.
Was that unbelievable? I've never known anybody like that existed. They had like to invent their own laboratory. That was unbelievable.
She's a paid like activist.
What do you think about Reverend? That is one of the most insanely toxic, retarded, Anyways.
I had fun with her the other night, actually.
Yeah.
After fighting with her.
She can be very entertaining.
Reverend is.
She uses this ugly PTR photo. Is it of a man?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm just saying that there's, definitely what Rabbi said earlier, a large percentage of N-words on this app, or S-words. I'm not, because I'm being facetious in the sense that, like, I don't think that. Anyways, I'm just saying that this app is just full of a lot of characters. Is really what I'm saying. A lot of characters on the stage here, and the thing is, you can have a negative word like the N-word, but it still doesn't accurately describe the character on the stage. I think
That's
what
what triggers me. That's what triggers me. Either you say nigger or you don't say it.
Yeah, I don't say it. I don't say the N-word. That's a you
But
thing.
you're
Yeah,
saying
but don't say N-word. That's what.
Oh no, I'm saying N-word.
You're trying to communicate the N-word, whether you say N-word.
I get it. That's my double entendre. I'm being facetious. If you don't like the N-word, that's a you problem. That's a you problem, sir. You problem, sir. I don't say the N-word.
That's a good point, Ryan. Because if you say N-word, people know that what you're actually trying to say is the word nigga. So
That's not true. I'm thinking Nostradamus.
Then you're doing exactly the same.
I'm not. I don't say the N-word, and I'm not thinking the N-word. I'm saying Nostradamus.
I think it matters how you say it. Like, if you say it's sort of like the word Jew. Like, I've heard people say it in a very offensive way, and I've heard people use it in a non-offensive way. So it does have it needs to be some inflection, That's how we inflect.
But Oscar, I'm gonna disagree with something. There is not an offensive way and a non-offensive way. Offense is defined by the person who decides to get offended.
Oh my god, please. This is doing it does take some skill to be good with the English language. It's a simple question. Don't you guys think saying N-word?
See, you gotta understand, when Rabbi says N-word,
Don't yell.
I'm not yelling, I'm just saying the N-word. Rabbi likes the dopamine. He's in the dopamine cartel. He's a dopamine harvester. With N-word is a dopamine harvesting technique of the low IQ.
Can we just move into the audience? I'm sure you can say, you can say N-word. That's what I would expect you to say when you're like first grade, second grade. My idea is if you don't like the word, don't say it.
Don't even make reference to it.
Yeah. So that's what I do. I mean, I don't say, but if I say nigger, I don't say N-word like a child. But in general, you should, if you don't want to say it, don't say it.
Don't use the phrase N-word either.
Yeah, N-word is really what you're triggers me. It's like you're saying. It's like you're a child.
I'll communicate to this hypnosis.
You say beep beep. You know, that's like a child.
Just don't refer to the word. Yeah, that's it.
You can't rely on.
Low IQ N words.
I guess what I'm getting at is like you can't rely on the literal. Like you have to see where people are coming from to determine what their intent is. It's like being tickled.
Why you're gonna get to do that
After,
when
no. But after,
when you hear
listen
things.
to this. You're a retard. You understand what I'm saying, right? I'm calling you a retard. But if I like, no, it doesn't matter. Don't talk about the very specifics right now. Just think about it. If I say, Asher, you're a retard, do you get the message? Do you, no. Do you understand the message of my words? If I say, Asher, you're a retard, you understand what I'm trying to say, right? But if I say, Asher, you're an R word, you're getting the exact same message as if I say, Asher, you're a retard. I'm just changing the word because some people want to police words. In the same way, when you say the word nigga and you use it, people will understand the exact same context when they say N-word.
Well, it's not about understanding, it's not about defending people, it's something about you, the one saying, the speaker, someone, the one saying this. How silly do you feel when you say N-word?
It's about the relationship between two people, and if it's like that's why communication is the thing. Like I think one side is being clear.
You don't have to know specific to that word.
Yeah,
Don't call anybody an idiot. Like if you're just saying, if you're reading Mark Twain, you're gonna say nigger, and you don't have any intent behind it. So it's not about inflection. Don't grab a message that is meant to offend somebody. It's like
it's like the side that people who are saying never say nigger or negro or whatever, they're being legalistic about how language, the purpose of language, and I think the same can be said for people who are saying that it doesn't matter when you say it or how you say it. Like both sides are trying to use language in a way that's not meant to be.
Ask me this: if you hear a guy saying this guy is an F word, that's not banging. Don't you think that's silly?
You know, hold on. I want to interrupt. I created a room title called F word, N word, C word, K word, and I want to thank you all for helping me with the content this morning. God bless you all.
That's also silly. That's the whole point.
It's not because of it's kind of like if you're friends with someone and you know they're not racist and they use the N word, you're not offended by it. If they say nigger in your presence and you're like, yeah, I know that person, but like if you don't know them and they're like your mom is a hoe or whatever, like it's like you can be offended in different contexts depending on.
Yeah, but the fact that you get offended doesn't make you right, and it doesn't give you the right to tell another person how to talk.
Yeah, but the reason why you're offended depends on your relationship with the person.
No, the reason why you get offended it depends on how of a snowflake you are.
No, but it doesn't. It's not whether or not it's about being offended. People are going to want to offend you, and like you're fat, you're ugly. What does it matter if someone?
Can all the N words please stop using the N word, please?
What if it matters? What if it's why do that?
How you're offended depends on two things. It's your worldview and the person who the language you're trying to.
Well, what about the transcendental aspects of using N word and thinking you're an N word? Because there's no such thing.
About how this house is not to be used as nigger storage. It's a hilarious line, and it makes sense in the context of the character. And I can watch that movie and enjoy it 1,000 times, right? But like, it's because it's the context. Like, if you're reading Mark Twain, you know the context of the times. You understand
like how the word was used then.
But
But
listen,
it doesn't mean that everybody who uses it in every context
okay,
is like, right?
but precisely after we understand words based on our own context and our own understanding of our worldview. So when we get offended, we're just projecting what we understand about those words. We cannot make anybody else responsible for our own reaction towards words because it's just our own brain that is reacting to a framework that we have programmed. So when somebody calls you stupid or the S word, the message is exactly the same. They are insulting you, or they are using the S word or stupid to say something, to describe something. So the whole thing here is that how people react to words is up to them. You cannot make the liver or the person saying it responsible of your feelings. That's stupid. And that is what the correctness that we have been trying to impose on others. And that's what is ridiculous. And as Randy is saying, if you don't want to use the word stupid, just don't insult people at all. That's it.
I think I'm gonna be focused on being offended, and like that's not really the concern here. It's more about the speaker himself. Regardless of whether or not I want to call you stupid, I'll say you're stupid. I won't say you're an S word. Like just like children, either don't call the guy stupid or call him stupid. That's look. Everything you're saying is true. The difference is with that particular word, there is an entire historical. Wait. Let me finish. And you have an entire group of people who have been indoctrinated to get extremely upset if someone besides them says the word.
Well, that's
So I know. No, that's the solution is look, Randy, let me finish. I'll be done quick, I promise. The solution is simple. The English language has more words and estimates between 300,000 and 500,000 words in its vocabulary, more than any other language. German comes closest with 200,000, maybe. With so many words in the English language, there's no reason to use that.
why someone wants to use it. Full stop.
Because why make life difficult for yourself? Because if I want to insult someone, can you give me a synonym to that word?
No, before we use
Pick any word. My favorite instead of is chuckle fuck, chuckle twat, chuckle cunt, chuckle fuck face. Just any one of those.
No, none of them mean the exact word.
I know, but see, the point is, if I call someone that, then it becomes about not me insulting them, but it becomes about me. How dare I use that word?
But
If
that's the
I'm
problem.
insulting someone, I want it to be about them and not have it become about me. You're a stupid idiot. Now the focus is on how much of a stupid idiot that person is. If I use the N-word, then it's about me breaking this social contract.
Yes,
and now
just as you are free as an individual, hold on, just as you're free as an individual.
I agree with you.
I get it, but I'm just gonna say this. Just as you are free as an individual to use a gun to kill yourself because it's your fucking body and your own decision, and it's your decision if you harm yourself, as long as you're not harming anyone else, you can choose to get suicide by saying the N-word, and it doesn't matter. But you can just say it, and if it's gonna have bad repercussions on you because people will stop talking to you or they will stop doing business with you or whatever, that's your decision. We should not ban the words. And people that just they want to say it, but they say it in another way, they just look dumb. Because
again, I think I'm focused on the wrong things here. And he said that the issue is people are like brainwashed
much into being super pissed. And I think, no, that's not the issue. The issue, because people get to be pissed about whatever the fuck they want to be pissed about. The issue is that there's the other segment of society that's raised to be so afraid of, like, speaking their mind. Adrian down there is a white guy. I believe he's a nigger. There you go. I just said it.
Right. Well, what was it? Also, not even about directing it at somebody. If you want to reference the word, like if it was in some trans, you know what you said, Asher, was interesting because if you do read Mark Twain, and I have a collection of his complete works, what you find is that even back then, during slavery, black people used that word as well.
Has nothing to do with, okay.
No, but the point is
that it's super racist to assume that only black people can be niggers.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. That's a good point.
But that's the thing. That is what it is. So if I say,
I know
I'm not the racist one, you're the racist one.
Point I was making is that black people were all, it's a word of indoctrination. So their claim that somehow they own it now and made it their own is false.
But they're racist.
It was never their word. They don't own it. You know, it's like to say, well, because I like E equals MC squared, that formula is now mine, not Einstein's. No,
They're racist.
white people
They
made that
already
word.
words themselves. That's my point. Is that
They already what?
my point is that they are racist towards themselves because they believe that nigger has to refer to a black man, when I believe that it's a state of mind and it has nothing to do with skin color. Adrian in the audience is a white guy, but he's a nigger. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's actually very
No, but
good.
for example, also in Spanish we use the word negro, which ultimately is where the word comes from. So should I stop using the word negro just because I don't know someone is feeling offended?
Yeah, but it's also the word for black.
Exactly. But we also when someone has darker skin, we call them negro. And that's how you word. Sorry. Go ahead.
I feel like there's two types of people. There's like people who you can have a reasonable conversation with, and then people who are basically unhinged and not capable of like understanding context. And so I would when I'm with or associating with people who I think can handle like context, then I feel it's okay for them to use a larger variety of words, and I'll understand what their intent is behind them. But if I'm talking to someone who's batshit crazy, like I guess you could call it censoring in some way myself. So I'm just saying, like, when you're in like a light company of like people who are generally sane, then I'm fine with you being more expressive. But it doesn't also mean that you're not capable of being offensive. Like the most offensive time I heard the word used was when my mother, who's Chinese, calling my father, she said, you're acting, it's like you're acting like a fucking nigger, something like that. And so like ever since that day, I was like 12, something like that. I realized like when people get offended about it, sorry.
Did you laugh?
No, I didn't laugh. But it's like people are easily offended when it's not. They're offended about it being used in context where it was never meant to be offensive, and that makes the times when it is meant to be offensive, it like mutes it and makes it like it's not as meaningful. It's like that memory sticks to my head because of the intent. But if you call everybody a Nazi, it's just the word doesn't mean anything more. That's, I guess, interesting.
But 20 years ago, Chris Rock has one of his comedy specials. He makes that distinction. He said the problem what that kind of behavior is. So for your mother to say that to your father, that's actually an astute observation. Now, maybe it was racially motivated, but it's not it's a distinction that black people make amongst themselves as well. You know, so and it's funny because you can't, and I understand it. Nobody likes, you know, if I start criticizing Spanish people and going, you're going to be like, okay, why is this Armenian guy making fun of Spanish people? Who the hell is he, right? But at the same time, it's like, it's like, yeah, you've made these distinctions, you've vocalized these distinctions to the outside world. Why can't we notice them too? Why can't we notice the difference between some guy hanging out on the street corner selling drugs in your racial group and the differences
But it
between
doesn't
that
matter
and white?
because in the end, we're all talking about equality under the law, so there shouldn't be any restrictions for anyone to say whatever they want to say. And with what Asher is saying about understanding when to get offended and when not to, I agree with you. But ultimately, as I was saying before as well, you have the right to get offended by what you want to get offended. That's okay. Nobody's telling you not to get offended. If you find it offended, okay, get offended. Nobody cares. But that doesn't mean that you are right in how you want to rule the use of words, you know. It just means that you are offended because for whatever reason this memory is recorded in your head or something happened. I mean, you associate it with a negative connotation and you got the right to be offended. But that doesn't mean that you have the right to tell other people how to act in this regard. The only thing you have the right to is how you react to it.
Well, you telling me that I have the right to be offended and what I'm going to be offended at really offends me. So
What offends you?
You telling me I have the right to be offended at what I want to be offended at, but I can't tell anybody else what they can be offended at is just really offensive to me.
Right, and that's your problem. You have to deal with it. So I don't have to deal with why you got offended.
Why are we so focused? We've been focused for the past hour on people being offended when that is not really that's not the point.
Because that's what we're talking about the context that Asher was
Who cares if people are offended? It doesn't matter.
There's something about like comedians though that they are very good at straddling the line between what like getting at the root of what's really makes people offended and then turning it on its head. Like the biggest piece was Chevy Chase in on Saturday Night Live. His Richard Pryor, which I don't know if you've seen this, that where they're going back and forth. It's sort of like they're going back and forth, and Chevy Chase is saying like, I'm going to give you a word, and you tell me the first word that comes to your mind. And they're like interviewing, right? Richard Pryor's like trying to get a job. And
this was hilarious. Yeah, I remember that.
It escalates to this point where Chevy Chase says, okay, like, I think he says the word tar baby, and the Richard Pryor character thinks it's like a racial thing, and he's like, well, what did you say? And then it escalates up to where he's like,
but you know why you are not.
But
You know why you don't get offended with a comedian? Because you are already setting the framework in your mind. You're like, okay, this guy is not attacking me, so I know he will say outrageous things, and I am here to listen to it. So your brain is choosing not to get offended, and the exact same effect you can have when you decide that you're not going to get offended by people that you don't know. For example, here in Clubhouse, do you know how many times I've been called a whore? And I don't care. Like, instead, what I do is I integrate it in my name. Isa Ho, you know? And then people, like, yeah, they just stop say here is that the one that gets offended is the one responsible of getting offended. The one saying the word, he can be a jerk if he wants to. He has the right to be a jerk. He has the right to hate. He has the right to offend. The social market will take care of him because people will stop interacting with him or will stop buying his products or he will get fired because people just don't want to be related to him, or associated with him. And so it's the own people's choice, how they decide to engage in society and what the consequences are going to be. You don't have to react to anything. In the same way that you cannot force people to stop hating or to stop insulting or to stop being mean. They will be mean. And the more you tell a person you cannot say this, they will tell it to you just to get under your skin. So it's in your own benefit to develop a thicker skin and not care about what people say and what not. Sorry, Ash. I interrupted you.
No, I can agree with that, but also just trying to think about people's loss. I should probably go.
No!
I do have to get back to work.
You can leave us! Okay, have a good day.
I'll leave, but I'll never forget. Later, nigga.
Oh my. Did you hear you or did he leave? Oh, he's there still. Oh no, he left. Oh, Asher is one of the smartest people here in the app. He's super sweet.
But he can't understand that we're not talking about people being offended and their relationships with one another. We're more talking about how childish you are when you say N-word instead of nigger.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Oh my god, this feels like an old itty-bitty comedian room. Although we're still missing Jacques and Vinny and Ashley.
Jacquees.
They're all in the same room on X right now.
Are they? Can you put a link here and we can all visit, like all of us, just to as a surprise?
If I knew that to be true, but I just said this is probable.
So they are not connected.
I don't know yet.
Oh, I thought you were telling us that they were connected. Can you imagine all of us going like there? Hey! That would be fun. Yeah, I wonder if now that Trump is saying that he'll be all full for freedom of speech, if people will start being more vocal, in terms of insults and stuff like that, just to try to get everybody triggered because they're not going to really face any cancellation or consequences. So I don't know.
Well, now instead of being called racist, when you call somebody a nigger, you're just going to be sued for slander.
Slander?
I feel like Trump sued, what's his name? Bill Maher, for saying that he was an orangutan.
That he was what?
That his mother was an orangutan.
Really? No.
Yeah.
Donald Trump did that? I mean, you can be sued for bad-mouthing someone, defaming someone. But, I mean, like, it's like, for example, when Trump sued I don't know if it was CNN or whatever channel, and they were calling him a rapist. But it's different to call you just an insult. I mean, get. I think that you have the right to insult people.
Motherfucker, you don't have shit.
I'm not shit. You ain't shit.
I won't be shit starting after, so 9 days from now.
What happens 9 days from now?
That's when we go under.
We go where?
Under, we go to the abyss.
Why?
Because the 25% tax.
I don't know. I'm not following.
Canada's getting fucked in 9 days.
Oh no, it's not 9 days.
Yes, it is. 1st of February.
1st of February for what? The Congress or the House is not going to reconvene until the 20th.
The tax. The tariffs.
Ah, the tariffs. Okay.
It doesn't matter what the Canadian government does.
No, I thought you were talking about the new representative because the House will not reconvene until like the 22nd of March. Or
It
something.
doesn't matter. They reconvene or if they don't. It doesn't matter. We're still going to get snapped.
Oh shit! I didn't know that in 9 days there were going to be tariffs.
Yeah.
For whom? For what products?
And the Canadians are retarded. They're threatening to retaliate against the U.S. And like, you never put a tariff on a country with a bigger GDP and they're losing like this. This is economics 101. You know, this is basic bachelor.
Exactly.
But on top of that, they're threatening to put taxes on oil exports to the U.S. And it's so retarded because
they're gonna get down.
oil from Canada through the U.S. That's the funny part. The pipeline goes from Alberta into Canada, into the U.S. and back into Canada. So by taxing the oil that goes to the U.S., you're actually taxing yourself.
Is Canada not refining oil?
No, we are. Yeah, we're making it very hard.
You produce it, but you don't refine.
Okay, it's called weak, skinny, and fat pig people who never got a gym. Oh my god. This is all just in jest to encourage people to go to the gym. We're not going to make fun of skinny people or fat people. Hope you enjoy the room. This is your friend and host, Adrian Dittmann. No, not the CEO, Elon Musk. I'm the real Adrian Dittmann. Go to adriandittmann.com to see more right now. And we're about to go to the gym, so hope you enjoy.
it's difficult to overestimate the importance of this conference.
What up, Zach?
Other
This is my response room to Issa's room. I'm just like so sick of people that don't go to the gym. So I'm not picking on skinny people or fat people. I'm just saying that, like, if you do not go to the gym, you probably should. This is just a gym encouragement room. Nothing negative at all.
They were just spending a lot of time talking about not going to the gym.
No, they just spend a lot of time talking. That's the biggest problem with talkers, is they're just talking all the time. It doesn't matter what the topic is. It's still just talking. Better to go to the gym than to talk. That's what Conan the Barbarian would tell you if he was on a conquest for victory.
He would say, vote Trump, fatty, go to the gym.
That's exactly what he would say, and that's what we did. We made history. We went to the gym, and we voted Trump. We did it. That was my advice from the very beginning. Was vote Trump, go to the gym, fatties. It worked out perfectly. So, this has been weak, skinny, and fat pig people who never go to the gym. They're just talking all the time. Talking. Using words. All right. Do you want to do a Tanya Toiva study? Or do you want to, are you going to bounce? Because if you don't want to do a Tanya Toiva study.
I can. I was going to go to the gym, but then I got a phone call, and then I ate something.
Well, you don't have 10 minutes for Toiva?
No, I can do it. Yeah.
Okay,
It's
let's
just you
do
and
it.
me.
Okay.
Just for the gods.
Okay, we're going to change the room to 10 minutes of Toiva. I'll do a little candle emoji. Then we'll say, you don't have 10 minutes? You don't have 10 minutes for a sham? I couldn't put an exclamation mark in a question at the end. There wasn't enough room. Let me see if I can tighten this up a little bit so we can emphasize that. Yeah. 10 minutes of Toiva. 10 minutes of Toiva. Yeah. Don't have 10 minutes. Okay, there we go. 10 minutes of Toiva. Don't have 10 minutes for Hashem! Gotta emphasize it at the end there. Welcome Z to the room. Zach, invite people to our Toiva study. Our minion, our lunchtime minion is forming. Poinai Shalolim. Let's give the people what they want, which is wisdom, which is Toiva. Tu Ra. You know how you were talking about how in Arabic the words have a religious context? Well, look at the word Toiva. Tu Ra. And Israel? There's a question mark there. Look at Mama Rochelle. Welcome to 10 minutes of Toiva. Don't have 10 minutes for Hashem? I am your host, Adrian Dittmann, with my partner in Toiva, Zach. This is our Havruta Twin Flame Study. We're going to start out our study with about 100 Rams, and then either Zach or I will read from the Tanya. Okay, I hope that mantra has cleansed your palate for Torah. Let us engage the Tanya. Beep, beep, beep. We're backing up into the storehouse of Emunah in Torah. Okay, I will read the first Tanya verse. This is called the practice of comprehension. I like to say that my Havruta partner here, Zach, has great comprehension. Here we go. Take the deepest, most mystical breath of your day. Loving God intellectually, you can understand the verse, for this thing is very near to you, in your mouth and in your heart, that you may do it. The it is tavuna, the rational love of God. For while ecstasy is not for everyone, reason is. You can contemplate God's infinity at any time, and when you do, you will generate at least this rational love that leads to godly action. This is true even for the wicked, whose deeds give no life, for rational love can shatter the iron wall that separates them from God. Why? Because even rational love leads to remorse, and remorse to a broken heart, and a broken heart to goodness. As it is written, the sacrifices to God are a broken spirit, a broken and contrite heart. Commentary. Deuteronomy 30. The Alter Rebbe will refer to this verse again and again, parsing it to reveal deeper and deeper layers of truth. For this thing is very near to you, in your mouth and in your heart, that you may do it. Talmud Barachot. The wicked are considered dead even in life, for their actions serve only themselves. Goodness surrounds Makif. The heart, like the sea, surrounds the hull of a ship. The hull should crack, the sea rushes in. It is the same with the heart and goodness. Again, we find the Alter Rebbe refusing to write off even the wicked, for everyone is a manifestation of God and can awaken to God. If this is so, then awakening is neither esoteric nor difficult to achieve. On the contrary, it is in your mouth and in your heart that you may do it. In other words, every person, no matter how alienated from God and others he or she may feel himself or herself to be, is innately capable of shattering the iron wall of separation, Kalipat Noga. How? Through the cultivation of the intellect cycle. When you devote your mind to contemplating the infinite expanse of God, you begin to realize that you are a part of that understanding that God's Ahava Rabbah, God's infinite love, must embrace even the most alienated and lost. You begin to doubt the absoluteness of your alienation. The iron wall you imagine separating you from God begins to crack, and when it does, goodness seeps in, slowly hollowing out the Kalipa Noga, so that it becomes more and more transparent to the light of God. So the Kalipa Noga is technically the K word and word. Interesting. Fascinating.
K-word, N-words.
I created a room earlier called N-word, F-word, and K-word, C-word. Those were the four dirtiest words I could think of that would gaslight, get you in trouble. Okay, Zach, your turn. Your toy return. Okay, are you going to read the Tanya?
I'm looking for a good one. I'm going to read one, but then I have to call AAA.
Yeah, that's cool. At least get one in your system. It only takes one.
I'm trying to find it. One that we haven't read. This is called The Dull Heart. The one from the other day did reference the Dull Heart, but this is a different one. Just as distracting mind is one challenge, a dull and lifeless heart is another. To arouse a dull heart, follow the advice of the Holy Zohar. A wooden beam that does not burn should be splintered, and a body opaque to light should be crushed. How is this done? By observing the foolishness in your thoughts, words, deeds, and dreams. And by reading the lives and teachings of saints. In this way, you will not, this is not a good one. In this way, you will tremble and sin not. That is, you will rouse the good against the evil. In this way, you discover that the other side also serves God, offering you another way to awaken to your unity with Hashem. It is merely being granted permission to confuse you with false, deceitful words in order that you may be more richly rewarded. Alright, now I usually like this shit, but I did not understand a word of that. I just read it out loud. Now the commentary. Hopefully this will clarify. Dullness of heart is more troubling than even the glittering ball of selfishness, and is most thick and alienated. At least the Kelipat Nogah, the glittering ball of selfishness, could feel heartbreak, and through this break open to the heartbreak of others. So the ego can feel heartbreak, and through this break open to the heartbreak of others in the unity of self and other in God. However, the dull heart feels nothing. It has to be made to feel, and for this it must be splintered and crushed. You do this by comparing your thoughts, words, deeds, and even dreams to those of spiritual giants. This will awaken a sense of trembling. You will be shocked by the lifelessness that has entrapped you, by how far you have fallen into the despair of the Sitra Achra, the other side, that aspect of you that falls prey to selfishness and alienation. And the sense of horror will, in fact, awaken your innate sense of goodness, the Yetzer HaTov. In this way, you will come to value the other side as yet another gift from God, for without the harrowing darkness, there is no value to the hallowing light. Just as Yetzer HaTov balances Yetzer Hara, so light balances darkness. Each goes with the other, and together they partake of the non-duality of God. God manifests as the other side, the Sitra Achra, and the shells of self, the Kelipot, in order to provide you with dark against which the light can shine and be known. God gives rise to foolishness and irascibility that you might discover wisdom. God allows for dullness that you might tremble with life. Everything is as it is to provide you with the opportunity to see what is. Well, I think that just proves how good this book is. This particular edition of the book is good because the commentary even helps me as I'm reading it understand what the first verse kind of seems.
Which number was that?
What?
Which number was that?
I know that one was tough. That was a tough one.
No, what was it? Which number was it?
I'm getting it. Close the book.
Oh.
It is 29.
Okay, now listen, I'm gonna read it back to you. So this is like the purpose of the study, because like, you know, you're gonna listen back exactly what you read. It'll increase your comprehension.
As I was reading, I wasn't really even. I mean, sometimes I can read and pay attention, but I kind of fucked up the reading there.
Oh, that's okay. Okay, this is a dull heart. Here we go. Just as an active and distracting mind is one challenge, a dull and lifeless heart is another. To arouse a dull heart, follow the advice of the Holy Zohar. A wooden beam that does not burn should be splintered, and a body opaque to light should be crushed. How is this done? By observing the foolishness in your thoughts, words, deeds, and dreams, and by reading the lives and teachings of saints. In this way you will not tremble and sin not. That is, you will rouse the good against the evil. In this way you discover that the other side also serves God, offering you another way to awaken to your unity with God. It is merely being granted permission to confuse you with false and deceitful words in order that you may be more richly rewarded. Commentary: Tim Tum Haleb, dullness of heart is more troubling than even the glittering bowl of selfishness. The Kalipa Noga, at its most thick and alienated, at least the Kalipa Noga could feel heartbreak, and through this break open to the heartbreak of others and the unity of self and other in God, the dull heart.
I mean, the commentary is so long. I feel like I got it with the commentary. It's like a lot of these things are like you go to the darkness and then it reminds you that there is also
Right. Well, what's interesting is the irascibility is what awakens you to the wisdom, or really, it's that Tao. It's the Taoistic
So
aspect.
that's very true because if you go into the idiot rooms on Clownhouse and you are irascible, you are extremely irascible, then you're holding a mirror up to them and then they're embarrassed. They say, "Who is this stupid man?" You know, because they get then they're reminded.
I think that's honestly why when people hate me so much, is because I film them, and the fact that everybody sounds stupid is like, it makes me the most hated person, because I'm a mirror recording in the same way that Hashem Ribbon Shalom is recording and listening.
Did I tell you, because I was talking about, did I tell you, John, about the BBC News, the Pigeon language news, BBC News?
Yeah.
Pigeon?
Yeah.
I followed it now. It's a big part of my newsfeed now.
Yeah, I heard Elon Musk talking about it on his show yesterday. El, welcome to the room. This is our Torah study. We just read an incredible passage. I bet you Zach can't even tell us what we just read.
No, that was a confusing one. That was next level. Some of them are harder than others. That was a really boring one. That one was especially boring.
Well, it really deals with Yetzer Hara and Yetzer Tov. When you engage in irascibility, you are engaging the Yetzer Hara. When you engage in the study of sages and the study of wisdom, you are engaging in the Yetzer Tov. My last name is Ki Tov. I didn't know what it meant until I moved to Beverly Hills and I met a rabbi named Rabbi what was his name? Rabbi Yitz Jacobs anyways, they got this thing at the Kotel called Aisha Torah. And it's a big, it's gotten pretty big, and it's a conservative, you could say Orthodox movement. But anyways, it is, Ki Tov.
It's a little problematic.
Yeah, say what you want. I'm not a member of any organization. I just believe that, using your time to study Torah, wisdom is the Yetzer Tov. And that's what we read. I don't know if you heard what we read. We could finish it and reread the commentary.
Not really, no.
Well, Zach,
I can't wait for that word to go out of fashion.
Zach, the whole point is to stay focused at least for 10 minutes. 10 minutes of Torah.
Problematic. I think the problematic events are there to remind you that everything is there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. Baruch Hashem.
Well, Ribbon Shalom, that tells you that if you're not working on your unity with Hashem, you're irascible. Because this is a Kabbalistic Makula room. Hell, the men are speaking, okay? We need you, but we are already, listen, Zach wants to get laid. I don't blame him, I would encourage you two to get together instead of you with Abraham and his schizophrenic AI rants. Have you ever heard your future fiance even read a book? That should be an interesting thing. Is before you get married to somebody, you know what? You should probably try to read a book to each other to at least prove your fucking wife can read a book out loud without making errors. Because if you can do that, you're marrying I challenge you, Zach. Like, I go out on a lot of dates, and I've spent time reading books with women.
That's good. Go on a date and say, hey, you know what? Can you read this?
I do. I'm not making this up. I've done it many times.
Read this passage, please.
You would be amazed at how many women have high profile, careers that can't even read a fucking book out loud, like, without making errors. So I've proven it time and time again that most people cannot actually read a book out loud without making errors. And it's, this is the reason why Jews are very intelligent, because look at Migzad. You spend years and years in a yeshiva, 20 years in a yeshiva reading. You think you're not going to be smart and fast? You become Ben Shapiro. It's called IQ. People think it doesn't exist. It exists because of books. You're not just... So anyways, don't get me excited. Try not to get excited these days. Keep my blood pressure low.
So now that Elle's here, but I lost the copy of the Tao Te Ching anyway. Elle, you should join my new house, Tao and Tanya. Tanya. Tao and Tanya.
I joined it.
Baruch Hashem.
Yeah, Al, thanks for being here. I mean, I know I'm like maybe crazy and I'm rude to you, but like honestly, my whole purpose is I just want to get better and be smarter. That's it. Is that selfish to want to be smarter? I don't think so. I think that's called being smart.
A little bit of an apology, and I appreciate it. So you're forgiven.
Thank you. So let us read one more Tanya. Zach, go ahead. Read us a chapter from the Tanya.
I left it inside.
Al, if you have something to read which is mystical or wisdom-based, go for it.
I just see Dora
Read a passage out loud if you can.
Yeah, go ahead. Read from the center. Yeah.
Okay. Which part?
Just go to any part that has like an indentation or bold. Just go to like a part, you know, that is significant, something that's centered or bolded.
To be honest, I only have it so I can have it in my house. I don't have it because I use it.
Well, you'll see it because it'll make an indentation, you know, it's like highlighting something. Just try to go to something that is like captioned and read that. Should be like a prayer, basically.
It's not for weekdays, but it's very long.
We need a chant, something that you can chant. I have a sitter here. I mean, I can point you to something, but just find something that you can chant. Don't read like some introduction. No, read something that is like the meat and potatoes, something juicy.
You don't know, like, you know, what section I could go to? Or
It's all in. That's it. Good one, Zach. Yeah, go to page 100.
I like page 106.
Oh, good. That's good shit right there.
Oh, I like, okay, wait, 106 is good. It's actually 107 because 106 is the hero. Sound the great shofar for our freedom. Raise the banner to gather our exiles and gather us together from the four corners of the earth. Blessed are you, Hashem, who gathers in the dispersed of his people, Israel. Love that.
No, keep going.
Should I pass the read test?
One sentence? Yeah, I mean, make yourself useful.
This is called restoration of justice. Restore our judges as in earliest times, and our advisors at first. Remove from us sorrow and groan. That's for you, Adrian. And reign over us, you, Hashem, alone, with kindness, compassion, and justify us through judgment. Blessed are you, Hashem, the King who loves righteousness and judgment. That's kind of weird.
Well, the law and the study of the law, you know, talk to Mixed. I mean,
This is against you, okay? This is against heterics. And for slanderers, let there be no hope. And may all wickedness perish in an instant. And may all your enemies be cut down speedily. May you speedily uproot, smash, cast down, and humble the malicious sinners. Speedily in our days. Blessed are you, Hashem, who breaks enemies and humbles malicious sinners. That goes out to Hamas and anybody who is anti-Semitic.
you know what's great about getting people to read things is when they read things, they're often like, huh. They're like, A, I don't understand it because I was thinking of something. Or B, it goes against their narrative and they say, that's weird.
No, I just think the second one was weird. I didn't really understand it.
No, I mean, the shocking thing is about reading is like when it's
I don't like the idea of being judged, only in good faith.
Well, what I'm just saying
Like,
is
why
when
would
you
you want your people to live their life feeling like they're being judged? You know, I just think
judgment is one of the Sephiroth in the Kabbalah. It's an important word, and it's really, it deals with justice, but the judge is a real thing. Like, and the thing is, you know, you have to judge yourself and weigh yourself. I mean, are you on this app wasting your time? Are you in the real world wasting your time? I hear people wasting their time all the time, and so do you. But are you aware of it? Are you judging your thoughts? Are you judging your actions? Are you judging your
Did you see
outcomes?
Margot's new video about boy lunch and girl lunch?
no, I saw her. Who would you sit next to in your high tech job meme?
I saw that.
I pick Rachel.
I don't know if I remember the characters.
Anyone like? Do you guys know how to use Sidor? Do you know?
Yeah, it's called a
Like,
book.
My friend in
It's called the
Wausau
block.
taught me. I rapped tefillin for the first time with a friend. It was like, instead of smoking a joint, he was like, yo, do you want to do tefillin?
So what kind of prayers are in here?
There's a lot.
Page 106 is from the Minhag for weekdays. Minhag for weekdays. You're supposed to say the whole fucking thing.
Because there's Rosh Hashanah, there's Yom Kippur in here.
There's a lot of Psalms in there. If you read the Psalms, that's the really powerful stuff. That's what David
The
used.
whole thing. I had to like step forward and step backward.
Oh, let's go to the grace after meals, 182. What is that?
We didn't have it.
So?
This is good ASMR.
Yeah, phylactery is amazing. I mean, if you put it on every day, it's a
It's the
reminder.
Berkhan Hamazon, which I can't do in Hebrew, but I'm not going to because I want to embarrass myself.
Okay, oh well, I'm gonna have to mod you if you're gonna read because that's a mod thing to do. That's a leadership position.
Anyone else know Berkhan Hamazon? It's so fun. Like, there's so many, Mod Abby too.
No, only people who read, those are leadership positions only.
Berkhan Hamazon is like a classic Israeli summer camp, Jewish summer camp thing. There's all these hand motions and separate things you say.
I missed out on the Jewish summer camp.
I know, but if you did, it's some of the best part.
Communication, expressing your feelings, farm camp.
Oh.
There were Jews at the deep communication, expressing your feelings farm camp, but the focus was on deep communication, expressing your feelings and farming.
What did you learn there? Did you learn how to milk a cow?
Deep communication, I learned how to express my feelings, and I learned a good amount about farming.
Yeah, what farming?
Baling hay and picking weeds in the garden and milking the pigs, getting the slop for the pig slop, putting out the slopping them. You know, went to deep communication, expressing your feelings, farm camp.
Don't you think it's amazing that you two are starting your relationship off studying Torah on Clubhouse? One is in Israel. One person wants to do Aliyah. The other one is moving back. Crisscross. Rabbeinu Shalom. The presence is with us. Mi amigo Hermes. Viva con Dios. Aquí el Cordero de Dios. Moguios. Gustavo del Mundo.
The bedtime Shema is very beautiful.
Okay, read it for us.
Master of the universe, I hereby forgive anyone who angered or antagonized me or who sinned against me, whether against my body, my property, my honor, or against anything of mine, whether he did so accidentally, willfully, carelessly, or purposefully, whether through speech, deed, thought, or notion, whether in this transmigration or another transmigration. I forgive every Jew. See, why did they have to say forgive every Jew? Like, just keep it general.
Well, because
Isn't it amazing? You're complaining about reading holy scriptures? Jesus, you got an opinion on everything? Can't you just enjoy it? You said it was beautiful. Just read it and shut up.
or a head with a knife.
Okay. May no man be punished because of me. May it be your will, Hashem, my God, and the God of my forefathers, that I may sin no more. But whatever sins I have done before you, may you blot out in your abundant mercies, but not through suffering or difficult illnesses. May the expressions of my mouth and the thoughts of my heart find favor before you, Hashem, my rock and my redeemer. See, like, I really do like this, but the part that gets weird for me is when we, like, I feel like we're, like, bowing down to God. I know we're not, but, like, my rock and my redeemer.
Why is that bad?
I don't know, it's just
I
like,
think the older you get and the more life hits you, and the more it makes sense to want to have a friend who never left. And that is
No, that's the Shekhinah. Hisham, Rabbana Shalom, is the nothing. It is the no name, which, you know, I'm just saying this is all mystical stuff. The Siddur is full of it, but go ahead, read us something else, Elle. You're doing a great job.
Isn't it beautiful that the bedtime Shema is all about forgiving others?
Yeah,
Before we go to bed.
yeah.
I agree. I think that's good.
That's clearing the tablet.
Reading that if I read this every day before bed, I think I would be in a better place.
Yeah, totally.
Oh yeah.
I love that. I love the idea of going to sleep with forgiveness.
If you forgive others, you forgive yourself. There's no other way to forgive yourself and to let things go unless you forgot. Yom Kippur is the secret day of atonement. I have made atonement many times, and I have cleaned my slate many times.
Is there another passage though about why you should apologize? Probably.
It's treating your neighbor as you would want them to treat you. It's the golden rule. It's how to equilibrate. Listen, you have to understand on Yom Kippur, when you apologize, you are humbling yourself and putting somebody on a pedestal. That's what humbling is. It's rising someone up and getting on a knee and just being, submissive. Like, that's what it really is saying, forgive me. I am an asshole. I'm a fucking moron. Forgive me, please. And just beg. Like, most people cannot do that and say, I am sorry. Forgive me, and be explicit. Gotta understand, all communication is hypnosis. When you want to equilibrate, no, this is my Torah study. If Rabbana Shalom, you've been captured in my web.
What are you afraid of? You're completely anonymous. I couldn't even find you. I tried.
No, you gotta understand. I do this. This is what I'm doing. I need participants. Listen. It's too late. What do you think this is? This is a spider web. This is called the internet, the web. You got caught. Rabbana Shalom, you got caught. Just continue and read more from the Siddur.
I'm trying to find another good one. That was a good one. I'm looking in the table of contents. Circumcision? No. Separating Kala? That's interesting. Let's learn about separating Kala, 226.
Wait, add to that, can we do the circumcision one? Because I'm not circumcised.
Let me look at it. I've never opened this book. It sits on my shelf. I got it from an old read. I shouldn't have it anymore. It sits on my shelf and I've never opened it. And I like it. There's like squares in here.
This is amazing, John. You didn't look. You're doing the Lord's work.
No, really. I've never opened this.
I know. I bought a Siddur Avodot as well from Israel from 1949, and I've been reading it on this app, and I gotta say it's very powerful. Siddur Avodot Israel, English translation. It's amazing.
I don't like the circumcision one. I think it's good. Let's do something.
Oh,
real.
read this.
Like,
Read the song. Read the song for the beloved Sabbath Eve.
Where do I find that? What's it called?
It's under evening service for Sabbath.
Song of Songs?
It says here, song for the beloved Sabbath Eve, evening
We have
service. I know.
different editions, but this is Eve of Sabbath, Erube Fatserios, Kindling Lights, Song of Songs, Kabbalah Shabbos,
Any of those?
Yeah, go ahead. Read it in English.
Which one? I thought we were doing breaking the challah.
Well, I don't care. Just read something.
Okay, hold on. Take a look. Here we go. 226. No, it's not like meaningful. Like, I like the ones that talk about things. It's just like what you do when you break challah. It's stupid.
Oh my God, you're exhausting. Read something. It's like we're not here. We're not here to do searches. We're here to do 3-minute snippets. Okay.
177.
Okay. 177. But the book is like, it goes to 1,000, so yeah, hundreds.
Well, the page was, you got to the right verse.
Not there yet, hold on. Yeah, we do. I do.
It's alright, great.
I need to verify Greek stuff. Oh, he's not up.
Yeah. Okay, we're doing 3 minutes of Torah. You know.
Oh, why did you move to me, bro?
Okay.
Go ahead.
The Torah commands that 6 events. This is called readings following Shakaris.
Alright, that's not what I had. But continue.
Shakaris.
No, earlier I told you a page and you went to a different translation, but it was the same verse that I was looking at. This one is
177.
Yeah, but my 177 is different from your 177.
Yeah, of course. They're different books.
Yeah, bro, that's why I don't believe in, like,
I
writing.
expanded Art Scroll Wasserman edition. You're wondering.
Okay, you gotta try to find something that's in depth, like that. You know, bolded, center. Just find something and read for 3 minutes. That's it.
3 minutes?
You guys are wasting like 5 minutes here of that airtime.
There's no waste.
Listen, I'm over here. I'm in the production studio. Okay, I'm here controlling the levers, the mechanisms, the buttons, the buzzers.
Or can I take like 5 more minutes to find something meaningful?
Rabbi Shalom in 5 more minutes. Zach or I can contribute to the 5 minutes. Time is money. Money is time,
No,
Rabbi
I like
Shalom.
hearing myself speak more than I like hearing yourself. You speak.
Okay, well then find us a passage to read, please.
Fine, I'm trying.
I'm looking at the notes for Friday evening. But it goes on and on.
Well, we need 3 minutes. Just pick a point and read. Rabbi Shalom.
Who can find a wife?
Okay, but wait, what was wrong with the Shacharias?
Yeah, go for it.
The Torah commands 6 events be remembered always. Consequently, authorities maintain that the verses containing these commandments should be recited daily. Okay, guys, this is really important. 1. Remembrance of the Exodus from Egypt. That you may remember the day of your departure from the land of Egypt, all the days of your life. 2. Remembrance of receiving the Torah at Mount Sinai. Only beware and guard yourself carefully, lest you forget the things your eyes have seen, and lest they stray from your heart all the days of your life. And you are to make them known to your children and to your children's children, the day you stood before Hashem, your God, at Sinai. 3. Remembrance of Amalek's attack. What do you guys know what that is?
Vaguely.
Remember, am I saying right, Amalek? Remember what Amalek did to you on the way as you departed from Egypt, how he encountered you on the way and cut down the weaklings trailing behind you, while you were faint and exhausted, and he did not fear God. It shall be that when Hashem, your God, lets you rest from all your surrounding enemies in the land that Hashem, your God, gives you as a heritage to bequeath, you are to erase the memory of Amalek from beneath the heaven. Do not forget. Remembrance of the golden calf. Remember, do not forget how you angered Hashem, your God, in the wilderness. Next, remembrance of the event of Miriam
sum up a lot of our important stories and teachings. Not teachings, stories. That's it. It's over. So.
Okay, Zach, your turn.
And it explains it for you. That's kind of cool.
Zach, are you gonna read?
Who can find a wife of excellence? Her value far exceeds that of gems. The heart of her husband trusts in her, he lacks no gain. She treats him with goodness, never with evil, all the days of her life. She seeks out wool and flax, and works willingly with her hands, and is not afraid to shit in a bucket. She's like the merchant ships. She brings food from afar.
She's not afraid to shit in a bucket.
Gives food to her household and sets out the tasks for her maids. She considers a field and buys it.
She's not afraid to shit in a bucket.
She girds her loins with strength, very important, and flexes her arms. She realizes that her enterprise is profitable. Her lamp does not go out at night. She puts her hands on the spindle and her palms grasp the pie staff. She holds out her hands to the poor and extends her hands to the destitute. She does not fear for her household in the frost, for her entire household is clothed in scarlet. She makes her own tapestries. Her garments are of fine linen and purple. Her husband is well known at the gates, as he sits with the elders of the land. She makes linens and sells them. She provides the merchants with goods. Strength and dignity are her garb. She looks smilingly toward the future. She opens her mouth with wisdom, and the teaching of kindness is on her tongue. She watches the conduct of her household and does not eat the bread of idleness. Her children rise and acclaim her husband, and he praises her. Many daughters have done worthily, but you surpass them all. Charm is deceptive, and beauty is naught. A God-fearing woman is the one to be praised. Give her praise for her accomplishments, and let her deeds laud her at the gates.
That's beautiful.
Maybe you chuckled.
Yeah, I did chuckle. Maybe chuckle a little bit. Some of it.
Okay, nicely done. Nicely done. I have another clubhouse room going called Getting Jews to Read Torah Wisdom Books. I want to thank you for being in the AdrianDittmann.com, Elon Musk, X House of Wisdom. I would love to read a 3-minute sitter reading because I have a short going on YouTube. I want to read to you the song for the beloved Sabbath Eve. This is no, it's not, and it's from the evening service for Sabbath. My page is 193.
Yeah, I also have a section on Eve of Sabbath.
It says on the eve of Sabbath, it's customary for parents to pronounce the following benediction from the children on returning from the synagogue. Say 3 times. Okay, well, let me just read you the first 4 lines. It says, humble home, I fondly greet thee, hither towards my peaceful tent. Angels bend their steps to meet me, from the world's creator sent. It's a rhyme. It's called Song for the Beloved Sabbath Eve. When returned home from the synagogue, say the following. It's interesting. Yeah, this sitter book is amazing. It's the first time I've ever had one, and it's made out of metal. The cover's made out of metal, and it's Sinai Tel Aviv Publishing, Israel, from 1959, printed in Israel by Ortz Aluminum.
That's cool.
The contents, it's a mini. Mine is a mini, and it's a metal casing. It's beautiful. It says, this is the content. See if your contents line up with mine. Morning service, afternoon service for weekdays, inauguration of Sabbath, evening service for Sabbath, Kiddush for Sabbath evening, morning service for Sabbath, order of reading the law, memorial service Yiskor, additional service for Sabbath, afternoon service for Sabbath, service for the conclusion of the Sabbath, evening service, blessing on taking the lulav, halal.
Wait, are you in like table contents right now?
Yeah, I'm reading the contents.
Oh wait, I was not. I was looking for this in the song songs.
And the first page is morning prayers, then the 13 articles of faith. Morning service.
I think mine's like a little more simplified. It's just morning blessings, Rabbi's Kaddish, and Mourner's Kaddish.
Oh, see, that's why, there's so many varieties.
Avenu Malkeinu, Aleinu.
Yeah, it's like getting a book on the Tao Te Ching. There's many different translations, and some of them are much more in flow, and some of them are like hard translations. Because if everything is in English and it was translated from original, the translators create like a flow with the words. So every book is a little different. Okay.
What have we learned about Shalom Aleichem?
Okay, go ahead. You gonna read something?
I'm looking to see if anything's worth reading about Shalom Aleichem. Shalom Aleichem. Oh wait. Replays are on, so I'm not gonna sing. So, must read something that's like a little, I just think it's a little strange. I mean, I don't know. It's all about thanking God. How important God is. We gratefully thank you for it is you who are Hashem, our God, and the God of our forefathers for all eternity, rock of our lives, shield of our salvation, our very
Problematic steak butter.
Thank you and relate your praise for our lives, which are committed to your power, and for our souls that are entrusted to you, for your miracles that are with us every day, and for your wonders and favors in every season, evening, morning, and afternoon. Interesting.
Okay, you gotta read for like 3 minutes straight. None of these like 3 sentences.
Short prayers. It's over, and then the next part is like
Okay, Abby, do you want to read anything? Okay, anything else? Zach, you gonna read anything? Hermes? Al?
me.
Yeah, give us some meat and potatoes here.
Oh, this is nice. This is about peace. Do you guys want to look at peace?
Can you read something for me?
I'm reading. Peace. Establish an abundant peace upon your people Israel forever. For you are king, master of all peace. May it be good in your eyes to bless your people Israel at every time and at every hour with your peace. Blessed are you, Hashem, who blesses people Israel with peace. My God, guard my tongue from evil and my lips from speaking deceitfully. To those who curse me, let my soul be silent, and let my soul be like dust to everyone. Open my heart to your Torah, and my soul will pursue your commandments. As for all those who plot evil against me, speedily nullify their scheme and disrupt their plot. Act for your name's sake, act for your right hand's sake, act for your sanctity's sake, act for your Torah's sake, that your beloved ones may be given rest. Let your right hand save and answer me. May the expressions of my mouth and the thoughts of my heart find favor before you, Hashem, my rock and my redeemer. He who makes peace in his heights, may he make peace upon us and upon all Israel. Amen. I love that.
Amen.
That was beautiful.
Amen.
Make your emphasis on Israel there.
It's weird when people say that the Jews don't have a connection to Israel, when literally the entire religion is based upon worshiping that place called Israel.
Exactly. Peace in Israel.
You just get your family to move to Israel.
Oh my God, it's Shalom Rav. Is that Shalom Rav? Yeah, it is. Shalom Rav al Yisrael chasim le'olam. Ki atah hu melech adom. We know this one. Everyone knows this one. You guys know Shalom Rav?
I don't know Shalom Rav.
Oh, Shalom Rav is so beautiful. It's one of my favorite songs from Jewish life.
I don't know. But I'm learning.
I love that was you know what's so cool is like I'm just going through this book for the first time, and all of my favorite prayers and songs I'm reading in English and then realizing when I read the Hebrew that it's actually an incredible song I know. That's really cool. Shalom Rav is great. You guys should I'll find my version of Shalom Rav that I love.
Okay, Hermes, what did you want to read?
No, I was asking if you could read something for me because I'm at a restaurant.
Forever. For your okay. Do you mind to sing you Shalom Rav in Hebrew?
Yeah, go for it.
I'll just read it, not sing it, okay? Shalom Rav al Israel Amcha Tasim Le'olam Ki Ata Hu Melech Adom Lekol Shalom V'tuv Be'anacha. Okay, I'm a little like rusty.
Sing it.
No, I'm not singing it. I'm here. Yitov Echanecha Livrach At Amcha Yisrael B'kol At Vav Kol Sha'a B'Yisrael Yalumecha. There you go. That's my awful Hebrew.
Lived there for 8 years and still know Hebrew.
Well, I just spoke in Hebrew, so I just read that. I can read.
Hebrew and you can read. I'm gonna start bringing books on dates. It's the new thing.
Hebrew books. Can I read in Hebrew?
Nobody around here can.
Listen, if they can read, that's good enough. You'd be lucky if you can find one that can read.
Nobody around here can.
You know, your average N-word reading at the 8th grade level upon graduation is only 20%. So 2 out of 10 young N-words are growing up illiterate.
I read actually a statistic. I might have saved this. I read a statistic about Philadelphia.
Yeah.
52% of Philadelphia's adults are functionally illiterate. Illiterate. Reading at a 6th to 8th grade level.
Holy shit.
Can only read at 8th grade level. Almost 40% of adult Philadelphians struggle to fill out a job application, to read doctor's instructions on machines, medicines, Philadelphia, and to help with job applications.
You know, I remember being in the 8th grade and having to read Theseus, which was, you know, it's a little bit like Homer's Odyssey. And then we had to write an essay on it. And I just remember like being incapable of actually reading and being, you know, like very like nervous and anxious. And then when creating my first paper, I don't think I created my first essay until like my freshman year in high school. I don't ever even remember writing an essay in the 8th grade. Do you?
Yes.
Yes, I think so.
I wrote something, but I don't.
I went to private school though. It's different. Maybe.
God, I can't believe how pathetic it is that we weren't even writing essays like even in the 4th grade or 5th grade.
Did you grow up in Chicago?
Yeah, I went to Catholic school up until 3rd grade, and then 4th grade public school all the way up until senior year in high school.
I don't think 4th grade is writing essays, but I think you do research and you write papers. They're not essays. They're not like, you know, thesis
Okay, it's not complicated. Like, why did I have to wait till my freshman year in college where a professor's like, all right, you dumb fuckers, this is how you write an essay. You know? Like,
No,
what?
that's way too late. That's way too late. You have to learn about like essay structure and like read, especially with books, you know, analyzing quotes, how to correctly analyze a quote in an essay, conclusion, and a thesis statement. Like, how old were you when you learned to write a thesis statement?
I mean, it's in my memory in like my freshman year in college thoroughly.
I feel like eighth grade. Like eighth grade for a thesis statement? Maybe. Actually.
5-paragraph essay.
Yeah.
When did you learn that? I mean, that was pretty
Probably
basic.
eighth grade.
I guess we were creating things like that.
Yeah, you even grew up in a place where 52% of the population is functionally illiterate.
Oh, I guess actually in high school we were doing pretty complex essays.
You know, when you read a book with your class and then you write essays, you have to analyze different quotes from the book in your essays and have it all tie into your how to prove your thesis statement, right?
Did you take AP Bio or Chemistry?
No, I didn't take AP Bio or Chemistry. I took a lot of AP History classes though.
See, if you can get into like.
We also didn't have. See, this is why I don't like the replays are on. I don't want personal stuff to be recorded.
Oh my god.
Nobody knows who you are. You're Minnie Mouse. I don't even know if your name starts with an L.
Don't care.
Your name is.
Yeah, I mean, I hope you know, nobody's recording the screen of the phone. It's just the audio.
Turn it off. Just turn it off.
No, it's too late for that. I create content. Do you think that I'm going to change my circumstances?
She got angry and left.
Good. I hope she goes and does what she needs to do. Because, this is, that's the thing. It's when you are in that supermajority green bean position and the person is here creating content, you can't demand afterwards. That's the thing about, I've done a lot of work with actresses and models. And, you get them to sign a release form before you shoot production. But on this app, there's no fucking release form, So it's buyer beware means...
Do you actually know who she is?
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, I recognize the voice and how she speaks.
Zach, he doesn't know her personally.
Can you give me the Instagram handle? She didn't follow me back. So.
Why? You've talked to her so many times. What in the world are you talking about?
I don't know. I said follow.
Yeah, she's been in a lot of rooms. I think you have spoken to her many times.
No, we've spoken many times, but I said hit me up on Instagram, and she didn't.
Well, then she's not interested in you.
Obviously.
But anyways, at least you gave us a reading because she's back. So thanks for giving us the reading out. I do appreciate it because she's on the stage.
What's going on, Al?
Zach wants to be your friend on IG so he can flirt with you.
No, don't tell her I said that.
She's in the room. She probably heard it.
I know, but I mentioned it the other day. It's too much.
Well, anyways, if she doesn't know friendship or
Zach
kindness,
wants to marry you, Al.
he wants you to join his
I
family.
want everyone to listen to Shalom Roth right now. Okay, that's the next part of the Torah study. Let's add a little music, let's add a little excitement, too much reading. Here we go. Ready?
Let's do it.
Here we go.
Just wait
you're not just complaining, you're actually producing, you're creating. This is groundbreaking.
Raise your hand if you've heard Shalom Rav.
I had not heard that before.
Me. I love Shalom Rav.
Do you know Rav Drool?
No.
His favorite words are ich and yach.
Do you know Audio Telto by Yitzhak Nadia?
Should we put it down? Oh, Abby, you missed Shalom Rav.
I bet you do.
Audio Tertov.
Audio Telto by Yitzhak Nadia.
Listen to I like your little accent.
Is that good?
Audio Tertov.
Audio Telto.
Yo, Ted.
Do you know Albert
Einstein?
Einstein?
Enough.
No,
General relativity.
Do you guys know who Rabbi Carlbach is? Rabbi Shlomo Carlbach?
Yeah, there's actually a Carl off the street. Tell me.
Yeah. Carlbach minions were like these dance minions. And but if you go on YouTube and you type in Rav, Reb Shlomo Carlbach, it's great music. But I hate to say it, like every great.
It's Audio Tertov.
Audio Telto.
Is it?
I can't hear it. Yeah, turn it up. It's gotta be better than that. Actually, maybe this may not be good. There might be a good one. Maybe it might be good. But I think it's a classic song. That's the song that the Chabad guys are always playing. They're like dancing, or the Breast Lovers.
The ones with like the trucks around Tel Aviv.
Oh, it's a very popular song in Israel. I heard it 50 times. I heard it every
What is
day.
this?
It's like a weird version.
Wait till the chorus. Yeah, this is it.
That's one of them. Yeah, that's good.
I've heard this version.
You turn it off to the best part.
Oh, I know, because you start speaking. Let me rewind a little bit.
I don't think you know you're the right kind of guy. And it turned out that he was a total piece of shit.
This guy, actually,
Yeah, they blast that through until
your recent accounts, let me give you a breakdown.
one time.
Is a weird, I don't know what that is. It's something that. Okay, trigger warning. This is a very upsetting video.
Hey, I have
No.
a real question that I'd like to ask.
I'll try to answer it.
Okay, and understand, I'm Mexican. I'm not Jewish, so that's why I don't know, but I'd like to learn.
There's only one thing in this.
So, in the Hebrew alphabet, why are the alphabets shaped the way they are, as they're not like the Western? It's a different alphabet. And where did that originate? Where did that come from?
You can ask the same question that any other. You can ask the same question that you ask
Right. But the Japanese have origin.
writing system and influenced by its sister language, Aramaic.
Focus on me.
That's asking.
So I'm gonna create a narrative out of nothing.
That's it.
This guy decided to make a TikTok. What are you doing?
Okay, let me ask a question. You said Phoenician, right? And Aramaic, can't pronounce that. Okay. Does it have any influence from the ancient hieroglyphics of the Egyptians?
Yeah, definitely. In the word Israel. I mean, the Hebrews left Egypt, and became the chosen people. They were the joy of the Lord, Rabboni Shalom, and they took with them the secrets of the Egyptians. And Egypt, or Egyptus, and Ra and Thoth and Hermes and the Egyptian and the Greek deities, like they're all correlated and matrix. So what all I'm trying to say is that when you study occultism or the mystic or the secret wisdom of the ageless mysteries, you do see a lot of overlapping, and it does all basically go back to like Hermeticism, or the concept that above is below, below is above, agitate below it, agitate above, agitate below. Like there's a unity between the heavens and the earthy, or the worldly. So it is like astrology, or maximum projection, pre-computer. To me, it's all wisdom, hypnosis, or it's a meditation for therapeutic purposes, for relaxation, because so many people are so stressed out.
What are you not talking about?
I'm talking about Judaism, or esoteric Judaism, Kabbalah primarily.
Okay, we are talking about Hebrew language.
Yeah, it's in Hebrew. Because the Tanya is a Kabbalistic text that deals with the Zohar. It's all Kabbalah. It's all mystic Judaism. It's esoteric Judaism.
But we are talking about the origins of Hebrew language, the letters, their shapes. That's what his question's about.
Yeah, it's all tied up into occult symbolism, even the letters themselves. Aleph, Beth, Gimel, Kaf.
There are some letters that...
It's 22 letters. It's all in tarot as well.
There are some letters that look like English letters.
Yeah. That's why I say it's a history of linguistics and linguistic progression. What we use, what we don't use. But when you study the stuff we don't use, you realize just how limited you really are in understanding what we're doing now. Because everything today is basically shedded, or you could say degraded, but it's really reduced. So we have this reductionist language. But when you know the secrets, like even your name El, many people don't know that El is God, and it is the proper. It is the word in front of all the nouns in Spanish as well. So, or it's the in Spanish. I'm just saying there's mysticism tied into all these words, which are really symbols, which is language, which is how we express the real world, or the literal world, or the abstract world. But it is a form of hypnosis. So I think the word communication and hypnosis in many ways are, is it synonymous? Yeah, synonymous. Even the word synonymous and the antonym, and when you get into those like words which deal with word relationships, many people don't use those words themselves, but even those words are like a form of hypnosis communication.
Not sure about the hypnosis part, but I enjoy talking about words and symbols and letters.
Well, look at what Elon Musk did with his hand gesture. That is a form of hypnosis communication. It is a nonverbal symbolic gesture which can gaslight people. So that is the pure definition of hypnosis communication, meaning that with words you can cause emotional feedback. And so, I don't know, this is what Issa was talking about in her room earlier about the N word, but none of them understand the concept that all communication is hypnosis. So I can go into a room and just say, the N word is the most verboten word in the language. And then for 30 minutes, they will talk about the N word. So my N word injection created a cascade of hypnosis communication. And all they could do was talk about the N word for 30 minutes because I brought it up. Boom, everybody's just addicted to talking about the gaslight word. Because there's a dopamine transmission happening, basically. All communication is dopamine.
Yeah, of course, words and sentences ignite feelings.
Right. So words have like a balance to them, or a counterbalance, or it's the gaslight effect, meaning that there is a neural connection to words or dopamine. I wish, is Abby here? Anyways, she was talking about how randomness is what people are addicted to. That the greater the unexpected random variance of the communication, like it causes more dopamine versus less. But anyways, I'm just saying that when you study wisdom, it is like a system of shit in, shit out, or good in, good out. So if you come on here and all you do is listen to is toxic, negative words, in my opinion, it ruins your day. And I haven't had a bad day since I started studying Torah.
That song is fire, though, John. I already sent that to you one time.
See, I'm in the business of making music nowadays, and I think we can make amazing music. I think we can make amazing Torah, I mean, if you think that the wisdom that, just do the TikTok Tanya. Do the Tao Te Ching Tanya. Well, what do you think? Tanya is way better, my friend. It's 100 times better. You're helping yourself and you're helping others. You don't need to blast them with Israeli rave culture, with the MDMA, the DMT, and the cannabis sativa indicas. We need to give them the wisdom, Rabbi Shalom. Anyways, it's a good idea, Al. I mean, you could do Tanya. You could do Siddur TikTok. Holy cow, it would be huge. Just read the whole Siddur start to finish and put it on TikTok.
Really edited well with different pop culture references, memes, and
Don't overthink it. Don't overthink it, sweetheart. Just read the words and call it a day. Rabbi Shalom.
Oh, so that's boring. I would scroll right past that. It's just someone talking.
Not if they heard your voice. A woman's voice, when a man hears it, it's like it piques the ears. Like, so it really, in many ways, is just the voice. Don't overthink the visual stimulation. The words and your voice is significant enough because, in my opinion, words themselves, they carry a significant weight. Maybe you're not going to get it like 100% success on it, but the words themselves is enough. It's enough. You don't need to overdo it. I'm telling you.
Wait, we're really seriously talking about Siddur or TikTok. You're not going to get
Tanya TikTok.
By just talking, speaking.
Let's see what happens if we go to Tanya.com. Do you know what Amunah is? Amunah?
No.
It means faith in Hebrew. And the Breslovs love to use the word Amunah. And so there's a guy on YouTube, his name is Rav Dror. Do you know who he is?
I think I know that guy.
He's like, God bless him because he's doing great work. And but anyways, he's a very successful, marketer. Yeah. I'm looking at his website and he owns Amunah.com. Join Rav Dror of the Amunah Project. And see, this is the kind of funny thing. It's like, if you use the Torah to go really far out and, you go super spiritual, you can, anyways, it's just the influencer shtick, but it's using Judaism, but it's still good wisdom. But if you're just talking and you're not really reading the books or getting the meat and potatoes, it's like, man, you're really just kind of a sucker. It's like the whole thing is in reading the books. So, you know,
I don't want to read books anymore. People want.
I get it, but we are demonstrating by reading the value of it. That's the whole point in you reading. It's to just encourage you to read.
That's why I originally suggested, how this week's Torah portion relates to current events. I love that. I love going to a service and a rabbi talks about current events from that week or month and relates it to.
Great, but the thing is, when you read wisdom, it's timeless wisdom. It doesn't deal with DEI hiring initiatives at the Trump administration. I hate to tell you.
Compromise Judaism.
Maybe it does. Okay, I guess you can associate anything to modern events, but my point is that's still just hypnosis, communication, association, as opposed to just focusing in on the wisdom itself. Because when you read Tanya, though, at least the version we have, and you get the commentary, there's a lot of explanation with regards to the philosophical concepts within all the chapters of the Tanya. The Siddur too. But anyways, I'm just saying you should get a copy of this Tanya so we can all read this one book. We should all have one book that we can agree on, that we can invest some time in.
You can get it today. Well, it may be a little too late, but you can get it tomorrow. If you get it early before everything closes down, like you're telling me, so we'll close.
Get the one by Rabbi Shapiro. You can buy it on Amazon or eBay and have it delivered. It's like a $20 book. I know there's probably there's got to be a bookseller on eBay in Israel that she can just place an order on eBay, I'm sure.
I don't really want the book.
Well, then get lost.
Have you read People Siddur that I haven't opened in 5 years, and I love it now.
It's just as good. I have the Siddur here and I love it. I really love reading it. It's totally what you need, really. I mean, if you want to at least engage Judaism and not go to a synagogue and associate with everybody, you're only in some little town or something, it's what you need. And if you got a family, gosh, it's really what you need. It's like, read this, kid. And I've never read it. So it's like, the thing is, if your house is filled with books as a kid, you're probably going to read everything there, over the course of your years of your childhood.
What was my favorite book as a kid to read in my parents' house?
The cookbook?
How could I possibly know that?
You couldn't know that. It was this encyclopedia of dog breed.
I think I had that. The big yellow one?
No, it was white. It was such
big? Was it big?
Huge. Huge, heavy.
Maybe it wasn't yellow. Did it have yellow? Was it yellow?
I don't remember.
Okay, I gotta remind you again. I know dog is God backwards and God is dog backwards, but this is 10 minutes of Torah. Do you have 10 minutes for Hashem to stay focused? Can we just stay focused? I need some Torah. Oh! This guy's already retired and he's always going to jiu-jitsu. Jesus Christ, the life of Riley over here. What are you going to do today? I got to go to jiu-jitsu. I just ate something. It's a nickname.
How's Hillary?
I just got back from Kung Fu.
How's your girlfriend, Hillary?
Talking to me?
Yeah.
Which Hillary? I'm not seeing somebody named Hillary.
Yeah, the woman you were calling Hillary.
Oh, she called me many, many times the other day. I didn't answer.
The Indian?
No, some woman who has something with so she's probably likes me, but anyways, the whole thing is like our Adrian Dittmann connection, and she posts my videos in Blue Sky, and she's like exposing him on Blue Sky, and she's showing all my content on Blue Sky. So she's doing great work for me. God bless her. And
You don't even pick her phone call. How rude.
Do you want to call her? Fuck, if you're gonna bring her ass up, let's call this fatty.
What is Blue Sky? Okay.
Blue Sky is an ex-platform competitor.
Blue Sky is like liberal Twitter.
No, it is Jack Dorsey's new platform. He's competing with X and Instagram. Okay, Abby, we're gonna call her because in my phone she's known as Chicken Hillary.
Thank you. I don't think the voicemail message is very specific. Oh wow. Sorry, I'll leave my
Mary Lee Simchik?
Number and a brief message about Jackson's voicemail like it's 2005.
Sounds like Monica. Actually, do you know who Death Hippie is? Hi, Hillary. This is Edmund Dakin, aka Adrian Dittmann, aka John. You were in my 10 minutes of Toyra. Abby wanted us to call you, and so thanks for posting all my videos to Blue Sky. Keep posting all my videos to Blue Sky. Great work. And everybody says, "Hey, girl." Talk to you soon. Okay, that's it. That's it. Calling our peoples, our worker bees.
That's so funny. Please leave your name, phone number, email address, and I will get back to you as soon as we can. As soon as I can.
Listen, this is the girl that I went on Birthright. Listen to this.
The center is not checked. For a response, please text this phone number, include your full name, phone number, and
This is boring. Okay, it's like a doctor's office.
Someone will get back to you shortly. Thank you. Have a great day.
That is very thread as well. Yeah. Very boring.
That's the girl that I was dating.
Help you a little bit.
Yeah, it's kind of
Imagine this inevitable moment that will never be yours.
You don't have a girlfriend?
I'm Israeli now. I can't help it.
Google subscriber, your call is not available.
Yeah, you want to be his girlfriend.
Me? No. I have already a boyfriend.
Her boyfriend is so hot.
I know.
Right.
He's a DJ, actually. A huge DJ in the Netherlands.
Huge DJ in the Netherlands. He's a huge DJ in the Netherlands.
Can you send me his Insta? That DJ.
Huge DJ in the Netherlands. Like, you know, what is he like? Go to bar in the Netherlands. It's like every year he has a big festival. And
He's not a good friend. He's just a friend of mine. I thought he looks exactly like Elle, but the male version of Elle. And that's why I chose him.
She's hot.
it's like because you're looking in the mirror with a wig off or something.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. He's
Right.
Hold on.
I believe it.
I don't like Spanish man.
Everything's awful.
I'm not Spanish.
Yeah, you are.
So you said you're Mexican.
Mexican. That's right.
That's the same shit.
No, Spanish is like.
No, it's not, baby.
It is.
No. Let me educate you. Mexican means you're
I said it to
half
you.
Spanish and half indigenous. And so that's where the word Mexican actually comes from, because it originally
You're talking people because is not very tough. Check out this multifunctional laptop talking people. You like it up? It's a
mixture.
I don't understand.
It's everything he's got replaced on.
Okay, sorry, ladies. I'm going to have to interrupt here because this is 10 minutes of Toyra. Don't have 10 minutes for Hashem? Go ahead and create another room, Abby, and then Bussy can come in there, and you can let Bussy use the N-word, F-word for an hour if you want. You can put all that toxicity into your brain from all the toxic people that you enjoy talking to, which is fine. That's fine. You understand neurolinguistic programming. You're a scientist. You're doing experimentation. You're doing neurology. You understand how words work. Listen, replays are on. Replays are on.
I'm listening.
I think we did enough for today, and I think it's time to move on.
Let's read the conversation.
Listen, if you ain't got 10 minutes for Toyra, sorry, Al, you did a great job reading, but this is 10 minutes for Toyra. 10 minutes of Toyra, and you don't have 10 minutes for Hashem? You just got 3 minutes, 2 minutes here, 30 seconds. No, this is a focused room on Toyra. Let's stay focused.
Is Genesis part of the Toyra?
Yes.
Oh my god, like, can you mod this dude?
Yes. Listen.
Why did you didn't agree? I contributed.
Listen. Replays are on. Replays are on for Hashem, Rabbana Shalom. Listen. Okay, I'm going to have to mute because I'm going to engage in a Torah reading. I'm going to engage in a Torah reading. Okay.
Okay, be quiet for a second. Thank you. What I read, okay, all of the talking about peace and not what every
I got something I want to read from Genesis. Go, Greg. Alright. Chapter 6. The wickedness of humankind. When people began to multiply on the face of the ground, okay, and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw that they were barren, and they took wives for themselves. So I got a question. Who is the sons of God, and who are the daughters of men? I think the daughters of men, that's pretty self-explanatory. But the sons of God, was that the angels? Because if you keep reading, then it says that's how the Nephilim came to be.
This is a moment of silence.
You know, Abby, you should have come to my room earlier. It was called Skinny People and Fat People Who Need to Go to the Gym, Fat Pigs. You should have come to that room. Maybe you would have enjoyed it. Maybe it was this room earlier. Anyways, the point is, you two do an awful lot of complaining, and I'm sick of you coming to my rooms and complaining all the time. All I ever hear out of your mouth is complaints.
I know you love me.
Abby, are you married?
Yeah.
Have you been married for a long time?
Yes.
Over 20 years?
Yeah.
Oh.
I actually don't care about you. You were years old.
Can we stay focused here? 10 minutes of Torah. Don't have 10 minutes for Hashem?
I'm done with Torah. It's okay with me. I'm done with it. He's done with you.
I read chapter 6.
Okay, let me find something else to read.
Okay, I've got something on Torah I would like to read. This is called Sex Magic by Louis Cullen.
Next to bed. I think my favorite thing I read today was bedtime Shabbat. I loved that. Really loved that. I think a little post-it note there. What are you doing?
Oh.
Just titties.
Do you have friends?
I have lots of things. So go on.
Okay, I'm going to read from, this is a Sufi philosophy.
No.
Well, you're not a moderator, so if you object, I'll kick you down into the goo like a communist.
Why don't I prefer to be a moderator? I read the Sidor, I read the Bedtime Shema, I played Shalom Rav to you all. Thank you.
Okay, communism is in effect. This is called Sufi philosophy. Thus spake Omar the Sufi. Let Tram and Jamshid's cup be gone. Of small concern is it that David sings no more. Love, the everlasting, is red as wine, strong as wine, and gives wisdom as does wine. Come, fill the cup, be young, and fling away the old garments. There is but a little time to realize the preciousness of the Holy One and the presence of Al-Aziz, the incomparable, who is also Wadud, the all-loving. If it appears to have a brim, 'tis the fault of the cup. The Sufi is no wine bibber, and the poet is no drunkard. The Sufi calls, bring me a wine cup, not wine that drives away wisdom, but that unmixed wine whose hidden power vanquishes fate, that clear wine with which the worshipper sanctifies the garb of the heart, that illuminating wine that shows lovers of the world a true path, that impearling wine which cleanses the meditative mind of fanciful thoughts. It was but a trifle that brought wine in disrespect. Allah hath promised wine in paradise. Why then should wine on earth be deemed a vice? An Arab in his cups cut Hamza's girth, for that so cause was drink declared a vice. Thus sang Fitzgerald, come, fill the cup, and in the fire of spring your winter garment of repentance fling. The bird of time is but a little way to flutter, and the bird is on the wing. Whether at Nishapur or Babylon, whether the cup was sweet or bitter run, the wine of life keeps oozing drop by drop, the leaves of life keep falling one by one. Thus spake Omar the Sufi, life's fount is wine, Khizr its guardian, I like Elias find it where I can. 'Tis sustenance for heart and spirit too. Allah himself calls wine a boon to man. The Sufi scorns material essences. The wine he drinks is wisdom from the vats of Allah, the eternal Saki. Therefore, says the Sufi, where have I said that wine is wrong for all? 'Tis lawful for the wise, but not for fools. Wisdom is the law for the wise, but not for fools. How could it be? Foolishness knows not wisdom. Learn from the Sufi that cup is the body and soul is the wine. The cup is not only the physical body, it is also that of the woman partner becoming a sacred cup. It goes on and on and on. But yeah, you're a cup, so like if you're gonna fill yourself with F-word and N-word communication on this app all day long for many years, oh my God, you might become an N-word F-word. Just be careful. Just FYI.
I love, okay, little something more interesting. I love how there is something called the blessing of the new month. To be recited before each new month. And I think it's beautiful that in Judaism we can always start again. You know? I'm gonna read it now. Okay. Wow, you did. Okay. This is specifically to be recited in Eretz Israel, by the way. That's what this says. May the Holy One, blessed is He, renew it upon us and upon all His people, the family of Israel, for goodness and for blessing, for joy and for gladness, for salvation and for consolation, for good sustenance and for support, for good life, for peace, for good tidings and for good news, for rains in their proper time, for complete recovery and for early redemption. Now let's respond, Amen. I love that. I love the idea of each new month praying for good things.
Well, a Christian's got a better system than yours because a Christian can get baptized every day. Just take a bath and boom. Instant, salve coagula. You don't need to ask for forgiveness monthly or even once a year. You can do it right Now, because now is all there is. There's no free beer tomorrow. There is no tomorrow. There is no future. You're stuck in Groundhog Day.
Hell, have you ever seen Groundhog Day?
Yeah.
No. I wasn't sure if that's like going out of style for people. Because, maybe people don't watch that movie anymore.
Classic.
Well, eventually people are going to ask what it is.
I want to do a shout out to our dandruff king and queen, wherever you two are. I hope you got out from underneath that dandruff problem. That's you, Diego and Nora Princesa Bandura. We hope you two are happy and not blaming everything on the J word. That's the opening sequence to Groundhog Day. Oh, this is the trailer. This is the trailer.
Freezing their butts off waiting to worship Weatherman Phil Connors. He's spending the day in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. Dan Ryerson making the Whistling Valley Hut trick at the high school talent show.
Bing! That guy
Yes, I
passed
can
him.
pick one.
Pick what?
Do you have his thing?
No.
To Tanya?
Pick what?
A color of a pen.
Yeah, my game's
Pick a color of
Electric can color.
The crochet.
color of a pen.
Yeah, the shell pen.
A pen.
Pen.
Him to Pan?
I really love
Pen.
Color of a pen. Pan. What the fuck are you talking about?
Pen.
A pen? Pen.
Pen.
What are you saying? What are you saying?
Let's spell it out for him, guys.
Well, you said my
Bottom
name.
row.
The color of a pen.
Hold on.
Is this one that I'm missing?
Bottom row. Come on.
Bottom row.
Yeah, my game.
L. What? For the end.
Steve, I took this bedtime Shema.
Okay, so go ahead. Click the link above. Elle, will you click the link above and read it for us, please? It's called the Hymn to Pan.
Japan, but without the job.
If you gotta read the whole thing though with feeling.
Okay.
And tell her what you told me, John. I mean,
Yeah, read it with some gusto because what you're trying to do is bring the Shekhinah, to the present.
He said if you read it out loud, watch out because many weird things have happened to people after they read this. And what you're doing essentially is you're invoking the spirit of Pan when you read it. I mean, I don't know if I believe in any of that, but I think that while you're reading it, I think that you should feel like a little.
Well, it's mystical. It has a unicorn in there. It's got a goat racing on the equinox. There's all this symbolism in it. And if you read it,
Read it out loud.
you don't have to think about it because what you're doing is creating a.
This is weird.
I'm reading it. I'm recording
Don't
it.
read it to yourself first. Read it out loud.
Now I feel like all spot.
I read it.
Who's Bacchus?
He's the Greek god of wine.
He's the Greek god of wine. Bacchus.
Listen.
Haven't you ever had a bacchanal?
No.
You know what a bacchanal is?
Haven't you ever had an enema?
My mom said I have one.
Haven't you ever had an enema? Because this is what it's going to be like after you read it.
Okay, I'll read mine. Thrilled with Listen left of light. Oh man, my bad. Come careering out. I don't want to read this. No thanks. I
Well,
like bedtime Shema.
I would say it's a little too late. You've already read it. You should probably finish it. Otherwise, you might make Pan angry.
Yeah, you might
Pan. Eo Pan. Pan, pan, pan. I am a man. Okay, does anybody else want to read it? Abby, do you want to read it for us? Hello, Abby?
Reading. It's a lot to read, that one.
It's not that much. It's 3.5 minutes.
Read 10 lines and switch. How about that? That's fine.
Okay, sounds good.
Don't you have my recording from the other day when I read it?
I can't find it, but I have it somewhere, yeah.
See, you gotta chop this shit up and save it.
What do you think I'm doing?
Each read like 6 lines or 7 lines.
Okay, sounds good. You go first.
Okay. Thrill with some lust of light. Oh man, my man. Come careering out of the night. A pan. I-O pan? O pan? What is I-O?
You want me to read it again?
I
I smashed it.
I'll pan. Come over the sea from Sicily and from Arcady. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6. You go.
See, the whole thing is supposed to create a flow state. If we just go segment to segment, there's no flow state creation.
Just continue. Okay, fine.
Okay, go ahead. Continue, Al.
Sorry.
Okay, anybody else want to read it?
I'm doing something incredibly, very tedious.
I understand. We got it. Abby, Chinaman, you want to read it? Baron Trump, you want to read it?
I read it the other day.
Yeah, you want to read it again? Because Al is only good for 6 sentences, apparently.
Thrill with lissome lust of the light, oh man, my man. Come careering out of the night of Pan. I-O Pan, I-O Pan, I-O Pan. Come over the sea from Sicily and from Arcady, roaming as Bacchus with fawns and pards, and nymphs and satyrs for thy guards, on a milk-white ass. Come over the sea to me. Come with Apollo in bridal dress, shepherdess and pythoness. Come with Artemis, silken shod, and wash thy white thigh, beautiful god. In the moon of the woods on the marble mount, the dimpled dawn of the amber fount. Dip the purple of passionate prayer in the crimson shrine, the scarlet snare, the soul that startles in eyes of blue to watch thy wantonness weeping through the tangled grove, the gnarled bole of the living tree that is spirit, and soul, and body and brain. Come over the sea, I-O Pan, devil or god, to me, my man. Come with trumpets sounding shrill over the hill. Come with drums low muttering from the spring. Come with flute and come with pipe. Am I not ripe? I who wait and writhe and wrestle with air that hath no boughs to nestle my body, weary of empty clasp, strong as a lion and sharp as an asp. Come, oh come, I am numb with the lonely lust of devildom. Thrust the sword through the galling fetter, all devourer, all begetter. Give me the sign of the open eye, and the token erect of thorny thigh, and the word of madness and mystery, O Pan, I-O Pan, I-O Pan, I-O Pan, 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 I am a man. Do as thou wilt, as a great God can, O Pan, I-O Pan, I-O Pan. the great beasts come. I, O Pan, I am born, the death on the horn of the unicorn. I am Pan. I, O Pan, I, O Pan, Pan. Pan, I am thy mate, I am thy man. Goat of thy flock, I am gold, I am God. Flesh to thy bone, flower to thy rod. With hoofs of steel I race on the rocks, through solstice, stubborn equinox, and I rave, and I rape, and I rip, and I rend, everlasting world without end, mannequin, maiden, Maenad, man, in the might of Pan. Io Pan, Io Pan, 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 Io Pan.
I like that touched it all better, but interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's not every day of her deck. It's at least once in a while.
You know, I told you I was dating that Indian dentist doctor, and we were making out after a nice romantic dinner, and she said, "Just by the way, I don't suck dick."
That's what she said.
Yeah, I'm serious.
She said it like that in that accent.
She's got an accent, yeah. But I mean, I'm really projecting it.
Oh,
But,
hell
yeah. She said it cute, you know. By the way, I don't suck dick.
You can say that. Me?
Hey, buddy, I won't suck your little buddy.
She was dead to me.
Wait, were you going to tell a story about that or no?
Okay, that was a nice reading. I'm uploading your clips. Nicely done.
Oh, we forgot to say pizza.
That was fun. What were we reading that day?
I think Leicester. Let me see.
Oh.
The Book of Wisdom.
Oh yeah, the Book of Wisdom and Folly.
Let's read a couple dog breeds. Can we read a few good dog breeds?
Satanic Extracts. Also.
Oh yeah, Satanic Extra.
I wish I still had the dog breed encyclopedia. Go to my profile and you see the replays, Adrian.
Yeah, that's a.
Adrian, read from the Tao.
Okay.
I lost my copy.
Oh, I've got like probably 10 varieties of it. I like giving them out as gifts, you know, for $4. Isn't that the nicest gift you could ever give somebody?
We've given several away over the years, for sure.
Yeah.
But I like the Stephen Mitchell because it's the smallest one.
Okay, I'll read you the 10th verse. It says, "Can you marry your spirit and body to the oneness and never depart from it? Can you ride your breath until your entire being is as supple as the body of an infant? Can you cleanse your inner vision until you see heaven in every direction? Can you love people and govern them without conniving and manipulating? Can you bear heaven's children in all that you do and are? Can you give the wisdom of your heart precedence over the learning of your head? Giving birth, nourishing life, shaping things without possessing them, serving without expectation of reward, leading without dominating. These are the profound virtues of nature and of nature's best beings." That's the 10th verse of the Tao Te Ching.
It's quite a reading. I wish I could find my copy because then I can read my version 10, which I know is different. But I can't find it.
Okay, this is you reading the hymn to Pan.
Lion and sharp as an ass. Come, I am numb with the lonely lust of devildom. Thrust the sword through the gall and fetter, all devour.
See, I think the thrusting of the sword through the galling fetter is technically like a metaphor for intercourse.
It's kind of, yeah, it's very aggressive.
It is. It's an
I
arousing.
rape and I rent.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. It's.
I'm so glad you did that. Hello.
Well, it doesn't mean literal rape. It means it.
Giggling your way to the bank.
No, it's,
I don't know what that
I'm
means.
not reading this.
Like, I'm not reading this. I'm gonna look up Stephen Mitchell, chapter 10.
This was me trolling. This video is doing pretty well on YouTube. It's me trolling. Do you know who he is?
He's a liar. He lies about everything.
Actually, he has a YouTube that he records.
Isn't it YouTube?
Shut up, you fucking bastard.
Ooh, someone's angry. Why are you so sensitive, Lonzo?
He's a fucking weirdo, bro. What the fuck?
Didn't get enough Jew hate?
He's white.
No, I'm not white and I'm not black. I'm caramel.
He's a white racist Jew.
I am racist, and you the racist. You call people racist because you a racist.
He's white. That's how fucking nuts he is.
I'm nuts. You create a Jew hate room every hour. I'm the hour. You nuts.
It's here, Alonzo. He's called. So when did this since it was?
He's handsome. He's got some chicken stuck in his throat.
What you call black people niggas?
Post the link, and I never use the hard R.
Shut up, you fucking bastard. Wait. So is it a scenario we never use the R or is the fuck they use the N-word?
I don't use the N-word.
I ain't fucking play about my people, and this fucking Jewish bastard.
Jewish bastard? I'm not Jewish, you idiot. Christ is Lord and King, and I rebuke you, you racist, anti-Semitic, dirty dog.
So when he calls these ambassadors, he records all our conversations. And yeah, actually, if you go on his Instagram, Adrian Dittmann.
I'm not sure. Could you be supposed to that makes? That's awesome.
Anyways, it goes on and on, but it was fun.
The question is, if you're the biggest idiot in a room full of idiots, what does that say? What does that say about you?
Well, that's the thing about when a tree falls in a forest. That's the expression that 2 or 3 gathered in my name studying, I'll be present. So it's like you could go into a room, but even if you're with people but you're not engaging in study, the presence is not there. So, it takes 2 to tango. At least you've got 10 minutes for Torah. Many people don't even have 10 minutes for Torah in this world. Have you ever read the prayers of Rebbe Nachman of Breslov? He was a breast lover.
I don't know too much about the breast lovers.
You know that us.
I am the breast lover for sure. Listen, we join spokes together in a wheel. It is the center hole that makes the wagon move. We shape clay into a pot, but it is the emptiness inside of the pot that holds the clay. We hammer wood for a house, but it is the inner space that makes it move. We work with being, but non-being is what we use.
Oh, that's that one.
Yeah, that's not too boring, is it?
I mean, you want to go to the kitchen and cook, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to pin...
Express yourself. Sorry.
Okay, continue on. I'm just going to pin a link. I want you to watch it if you have a chance. I published this 7 years ago. It's got 1.1 thousand views. This is the collected, it's the collected works of the prayers of Rabbi Nachman. It's a very powerful hypnosis. I encourage you to listen to it.
Express yourself completely, then keep quiet. Be like the forces of nature. When it blows, there's only wind. When it rains, there's only rain. When the clouds pass, the sun shines through. If you open yourself to the Tao, if you are one with the Tao, you can embody it completely. If you open yourself to insight, you are at one with insight. You can use it completely. If you open yourself to Clown House, you can accept it completely. Open yourself to the Tao. If you open yourself to trust and responses, and everything will fall into place.
Okay, anybody else want to read anything else?
Taking a driving course online with AAA.
Okay, I muted all speakers. Thank you for coming to the 10 minutes of Torah. Don't have 10 minutes for Hashem room? This has been another Adrian.Dittmann.com recording and publication. I can't thank you enough for coming. I hope you come again. I'm so glad you came. And I hope you come again, and 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 again. Rabboni Shalom, click the link above. That is the world famous Reb Nachman. What a powerful prayer that is.
I hope everyone says their bedtime Shema tonight and really thinks about the meaning and the words that you say.
Do you want to read it for us? But read it one more time, but slower this time.
Okay. Bedtime Shema. Master of the universe, I hereby forgive anyone who angered or antagonized me, or who sinned against me, whether against my body, my property, my honor, or against anything of mine, whether he did so accidentally, willfully, carelessly, or purposely, whether through speech, deed, thought, or notion, whether in this transmigration or another transmigration. I forgive every Jew. May no man be punished because of me. May it be your will, Hashem, my God and the God of my forefathers, that I may sin no more. Whatever sins I have done before you, that you blot out in your abundant mercies, but not through suffering or difficult illnesses. May the expressions of my mouth and the thoughts of my heart find favor before you, Hashem, my rock and my redeemer. I love that.
How beautiful.
Basically, be a good person and be nice to others. It's not that hard.
I love how Kevin came in with his binoculars. Hilarious. So wait, what would we label that? Evening Jewish prayer? Okay, go ahead.
Blessed are you. This is another evening prayer. Blessed are you, Hashem, our God, King of the universe, who casts the bonds of sleep upon my eyes and slumber upon my eyelids. May it be your will, Hashem, my God and God of my forefathers, that you lay me down to sleep in peace and raise me up in peace. May my ideas, bad dreams, and bad notions not overwhelm me. May my offspring be perfect before you, and may you illuminate my eyes lest I die in sleep. For it is you who illuminate the pupil of the eye. Blessed are you, Hashem, who illuminates the entire world with his glory. Sorry, the death thing.
Why is that funny? You live in Tel Aviv with the rockets every day.
Because we just talked about like being peaceful and like thinking of good things before you sleep, and then in case you die,
being a little girl, like in Hebrew school, and this makes me talk about souls, and how if you die in your sleep, your soul lives on. I don't know. Some story that I'm remembering.
Yeah, Jewish mysticism deals with the soul, and that is essentially Neoplatonism, or you could say it's Hermeticism, but it's all about being in joy now, because technically that makes you an immortal. So if you were to die, or if you were to die prematurely, there's no shame, or loss. I mean, that's the mystic aspect. But I mean, it's also a call to vigilance, to be vigilant, to be aware, to be protective, to know security, to be intelligent, to have knowledge, wisdom, comprehension, understanding. And in that understanding, you take precautions, and, you make sure your fence doesn't get raided and 1,500 of your people don't get taken. I mean, if you're really vigilant, you're really vigilant. If you're really secure, you're really secure. There's no halfway secure. There's really secure, and there's, you're not secure. But again, it's all based on faith. So it's a double-edged sword of be here now, be here now, be here now. That's always the best strategy. So you can get so far out. Yeah, I'm saying you can get so far out mystically and become so orthodox and so Kabbalistic that you're sitting in Jerusalem, living this incredible.
I think this is what I was. Sorry to interrupt you, but you were speaking for a long time.
No, the whole point. Go ahead.
Okay, this is like some commentary on what I just read. This is what it says about the line. And may you illuminate my eyes, lest I die in sleep. When asleep, we are in a sleep related to death and utter darkness. But God guards our souls, as it were. We now beseech him to return us to a state of vigorous, sparkling light on the morrow, lest our slumber become the sleep of death. I like that. We thank God for returning us to active living, and we also thank God for the gift of sleep. It's beautiful.
Who would have thunk reading books on this app could be so enjoyable? Who would have thunk? Book!
Well, it's not about books in this app. It's about Siddur and Jewish learning, Jewish teachings.
Oh my God, who would have thought that Jewish teachings are contained in this thing called books?
They say this is the first time they opened this book in 5 years since having it. So.
I never opened it. I got it 5 years.
You gotta give credit.
Well, I know all these prayers.
I can't believe that this thing called a book has this thing called wisdom programming. It's making me feel alive again and happy. Happy wisdom. Oh, I can't contain myself. I rediscovered this thing called a book.
Still missing the Encyclopedia of Dog Breeds, but this works for now.
Well, God is dog backwards, dog is God backwards. So, that's the thing. You were studying God and God's magnificent creations. The dog.
The golden doodle versus the golden retriever and the lab.
But what is the primary? What is the primary? What is the prime? What is the prima causa of all those breeds? It is your common wolf.
It is.
Yeah, isn't that amazing? You get a Chihuahua out of a wolf after 2,000 years. How could that be? Think about that.
Think about that.
Think about that. Just think about that. You get a Chihuahua. How the fuck? Do you know how the fuck they breed dogs? You have to think about how fucked up that is. Not the way they breed them dogs. You know what a fucking wolf doing? Chihuahua? The fuck were they doing in Mexico?
Do you think that a Chihuahua can mate
don't notice, but Edmund roasted me for like half a year that I say, think about that, the way in my Dutch accent. That's funny. I have a screen recording where he goes to every room and he's like, think about that. I'll send it to you.
Okay, again, this is 10 minutes of Torah. If you can invite somebody to the room who's never actually... Yeah, Torah Anytime. TorahAnytime.com is the sponsor. Rabbi Zechariah Wallerstein of the Grocery Bag Plastic Banking Empire. He's sponsoring this lovely afternoon Torah study. Also, I want to give a big shout out to Reb Nachman of Breslovers, as well as, of course, the Alter Rebbe and the Hasidim of the Chabad. Let's never forget the Chabad. They saved Jewish Judaism in 1945. Rebbeinu Shalom, keeping the traditions alive through the Torah, that blessed thing called a book. Wisdom, intelligence, not just useless discourse and irascible conversation, but intelligence. It's called a book. Many people have never heard of this thing called book. Most people only know this thing called doom scrolling, sitting on the leg extension machine at the gym looking at their cell phone for 20 minutes. It's not a chair. It's a piece of workout equipment. And what is the Torah? It's not a chair. It's a piece of mental workout equipment for your soul, Rebbeinu Shalom. You can't transcend to the highest levels of Ein Sof without the Torah.
I just asked for a sponsor.
Jesus, you're interrupting my lecture here. Don't you have 10 minutes for Torah? You're always complaining, Al. I'm sure I'm not the first one to tell you this, but think about that.
I spent an hour and a half engaging in Torah.
Think about that. 1.5 hours out of how many thousands already lived, and finally you gave yourself up to Hashem for 1 hour? Reading just a few things from the Sinner, just a few little things, snippets, really, snippets. I need 3 minutes stick.
I am pardoned by my Aliyah status.
It's just the status.
I don't have to fast on Yom Kippur. I don't have to do anything. I can eat bread during Passover. I'm pardoned.
Well, I have 7 tattoos because I wanted to prove to myself that putting ink molecules in my skin wouldn't damn me to death or a less than Jewish burial. When I got my first tattoo, my Uncle Bart was like, "You put a pagan symbol on your body? Oh, I was like, Bart, it's just art." Then he made a fart.
Alright, I'm leaving, but this is a great session of Torah. I enjoyed it.
Thanks. Okay, I hope you enjoyed the show. This has been 10 minutes of Torah. Don't have 10 minutes for a show. It's a irascible conversation, that people are looking for, but we didn't give it to them. This has also been another Clubhouse production called Getting Jews to Read Torah Wisdom Books with Adrian Dittmann. That's right. Sometimes you got to trick a Jew into learning something about the Jew. In order to make a Jew, you got to teach them about the Jew by making them read a book about what it means to be Jewish. Do you agree? We did it? Did we accomplish our goals? I keep getting messages on YouTube. They keep calling me Mr. Clean, Baldy, Mount Baldy. Shiny bald. Congratulations.
Shiny bald.
Look at that bald head. It's shining, glistening the light of the ceiling, reflecting the light. Well, that was fun. That was a real Torah incident, I would call it. I would call this a Torah intervention. That's what I would like to call this. And I support those that support Torah. So if you support Torah, I support you. And if you support Torah, then you support me because I support the Torah. We got a lot of live streamers watching us right now. Over 45 live streamers. Somebody just called me Egghead. Thanks. He's rocking that shit, though.
Wait, where are you live streaming?
YouTube. Yeah. It's been fun. Bro, cook an egg on your forehead. Egghead. That's what they call me, the Egghead. Okay, well, since this is the Egghead show, that's actually what I should call myself, the Egghead show. Okay, this is the 30th Tao Te Ching. Those who wish to use Tao to influence others don't rely on force or weapons or military strategies. Force rebounds. Weapons turn on their wielders. Battles are inevitably followed by famines. Just do what needs to be done and then stop.
Or a less than Jewish burial.
Okay, this is the rest. Just do what needs to be done and then stop. Attain your purpose, but don't press your advantage. Be resolute, but don't boast. Succeed, but don't crow. Accomplish, but don't overpower. Overdoing things invites decay, and this is against Tao. Whatever is against Tao soon ceases to be. Nasty wrote, how many times a week do you shave that dome? Pull up the blonde hair. Should I get my blonde wig? Do you want me to go trans? Do you want me to go trans on you? Okay, this is chapter 31 of the Tao Te Ching. Weapons are tools of evil, shunned and avoided by everything in nature. Because people of Tao follow nature, they want nothing to do with weapons. Unevolved people are eager to act out of strength, but a person of Tao values peace and quiet. He knows that every being is born of the womb of Tao. This means that his enemies are his enemies second, his own brothers and sisters first. Thus he resorts to weapons only in the direst necessity, and then uses them with utmost restraint. He takes no pleasure in victory, because to rejoice in victory is to delight in killing. Whoever delights in killing will not find success in this world. Observe victories as you observe a death in the family with sorrow and mourning. Every victory is a funeral for kin. Schlep your bald head, please. Okay, that's been my Torah study of the day. Goodbye now, Shalom. Hope you enjoyed it. Maze, thank you for coming to the room. Thank you for reading Genesis. I hope you read more. Sandwich in your PTI looks delicious. Okay, everybody, this has been 10 minutes of Torah. Done in 10 minutes for Hisham. This is your host, Adrian Dittmann. Hope you enjoy.
If there's a nuclear war among major powers, the power that initiates the war will be destroyed almost certainly, simply by the effects of nuclear winter. Even if there's no retaliatory strike. If there is a retaliatory strike, that's beyond discussion. It won't be like any war in history. If there's a nuclear war among major powers, the power that initiates the war will be destroyed almost certainly, simply by the effects of nuclear winter. Even if there's no retaliatory strike. If there is a retaliatory strike, that's beyond discussion. It won't be like any war in history. If there's a nuclear war among major powers, the power that initiates the war will be destroyed almost certainly, simply by the effects of nuclear winter. Even if there's no retaliatory strike. If there is a retaliatory strike, that's beyond discussion. It won't be like any war in history. If there's a nuclear war among major powers, the power that initiates the war will be destroyed almost certainly, simply by the effects of nuclear winter. Even if there's no retaliatory strike. If there is a retaliatory strike, that's beyond discussion. It won't be like any war in history. If there's a nuclear war among major powers, the power that initiates the war will be destroyed almost certainly, simply by the effects of nuclear winter. Even if there's no retaliatory strike. If there is a retaliatory strike, that's beyond discussion. It won't be like any war in history. If there's a nuclear war among major powers, the power that initiates the war will be destroyed almost certainly, simply by the effects of nuclear winter. Even if there's no retaliatory strike. If there is a retaliatory strike, that's beyond discussion. It won't be like any war in history. If there's a nuclear war among major powers, the power that initiates the war will be destroyed almost certainly, simply by the effects of nuclear winter. Even if there's no retaliatory strike. If there is a retaliatory strike, that's beyond discussion. It won't be like any war in history. If there's a nuclear war among major powers, the power that initiates the war will be destroyed almost certainly, simply by the effects of nuclear winter. Even if there's no retaliatory strike. If there is a retaliatory strike, that's beyond discussion. It won't be like any war in history. If there's a nuclear war among major powers, the power that initiates the war.
Similarity, so the people that share the most genetic similarity with the Canaanites, who, I guess prior to the conquest of King David, were the inhabitants of that land, right? You'd be saying that those people, are related to modern day, are most closely related to modern day Lebanese. So you'd be saying like the modern day Lebanese people have demon blood. I'm like vampires, bro. And that's insane.
Alright, so number one, you keep first of all, he instructed for them to go to war and wipe out like men. If they went into war, of course you're gonna wipe out everybody you go to war with. There was very specific instructions.
Martial gods are.
I'm talking, honey, don't do that. Literally,
I
just literally let you talk.
You rushed me at the end though.
Okay, yeah, because you're taking too long.
That's what I just
Please, listen to me. Listen to what I'm saying. There were very specific instructions about the Amalekites, right? Now here's silencing your opinion with, on the app. I said, no, what I'm talking about is you come into this room knowing we're here to defend genocide. You already know my perspective on, hoodie, stop interrupting me.
So I think you misspoke. I'm sorry.
No, you already know my I said we're here to defend the Palestinians against genocide. How did I misspeak?
You said we're here to defend genocide.
Okay, sorry. We're here to defend against, genocide. And you already know my views that either this is not the actual God and this is another God that they put the name of Yahweh over, or that the things that they say about them being Nephilim related and having mutations is true. You already know that I believe this. So you're I'm literally getting pissed for real. Like, I'm not getting pissed for real. I'm getting pissed for real. Stop interrupting. You already know the answers. So the fact that you come into this particular room that we're defending and proclaiming that, genocide is being committed against the Palestinians, for you to crack this Pandora's box open when you already know my answers of it is just flat out disingenuous. This isn't about your freedom to be able to, because you know the answers. That means that you're literally deliberately coming.
And I'm saying they are stupid. What do you get about that? I'm saying you cannot. You cannot assume it's not a background when you endorse genocide.
I never said that I'm done for you to start.
Nor did I when you interrupted me.
I'm only on
nor did I didn't say I was done when you interrupted me.
You've already closed.
Because you forced me to. I didn't
Yes,
have a choice.
I do, because I have a green bean and you're going to look down. You do this to people in our room all the time.
No problem.
So what you're doing is super disingenuous. You're
just repeating yourself. You're just repeating yourself over and over again.
No, I'm not.
You are. It's so disingenuous.
Because you won't let me talk. Shut the fuck up and let me talk. Hoodie, this isn't the type of person that I want to be friends with. This is the type of person who intentionally comes to sabotage things you're doing, knowing full well. Because we've already had this conversation, but you're in a disingenuous way and shut the fuck up. Shut up.
I think you're gonna have to move me down.
I think I'm gonna have to. Stop interrupting. It's so rude.
It's just like repetitive.
I'll give you full chance once Sailor lands. I actually want to hear you out as well. I don't know where you're going with this point, but I don't want anybody interrupting you. When Sailor lands, I want you to respond. And I want to hear you out as well.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you.
I'm really, really hurt and upset. Like Ace and Amir, imagine like you and a friend. You call him a friend. You have this conversation all the time. He knows that you don't think that like the people in the Bible, like you don't think that it was actually like humanoids. Like you think that according to the text, there were fallen angels that had sex with women and they gave birth to this line of Nephilim blood, and that is who is being eradicated from the earth. Now, either I believe that the text is flawed and this didn't happen, or this is my explanation of it, because I refuse to accept that it's okay just to annihilate full-on humans like that. He knows that already. He knows that I dealing with that scripture. In front of you guys, he wants to act like he's completely oblivious to the fact that either I don't accept that, or it has to be that these were not fully humans. Like, and Amalekite actually means blood suckers, and there's reason to believe, like, there's rabbinical writings about them being like, I don't want to say vampires, but damn near. Okay, so this is how I deal with it. Either they were not fully human, or this is a text that is manipulated. But in no way do I think that the creator of all things would co-sign to doing something like that and using the text to try to do the Palestinians like that. This dude knows this. So tell me, Ace, Amir, do you think it is a friend? Would you call somebody a friend if they came into the room acting like they don't have that information, dumb and oblivious, and trying to act like, well, don't you and Sarah support genocide? I mean, doesn't your text say? Even though I'm already privy to the answers that come across from that and the reality of how, no, you don't support genocide, do you think that's a disingenuous thing to do? And would you think that person is safe to be friends with? Ace, please tell me what you think about that.
Honestly, I have no clue. Because I have some friends where I say, I don't know, it depends on your friendship, right? I have friends where we just fuck around with each other, poke at each other.
I don't find defending genocide.
Not poking.
Yeah.
I haven't got that long left, by the way, so I need to go like about 5 minutes. Can we like do the who's a good friend and shit later? Like,
Yeah, can you please explain your position? Because I don't understand it at all. I think I'm.
yeah, alright, cool. I'm not going to touch the friend stuff. I mean, it's up to you. But then when I joined the room, I will say this, like, when I joined the room, I directed initially at Andrew. You chose to respond. So I think going forward, what you should probably try to do is if you don't like criticism being directed your way, right, then you shouldn't engage with things. And then you shouldn't engage. Stop interrupting. No, it's like you're pulling your hair out about being. Yeah, you shouldn't.
Yeah, please let him respond because, you know, I gotta give him the fair chance. Go on there, Mattia. Please respond.
Yeah, you shouldn't get involved in the discussion. After some kind of defense or response. And then, you know, fuck this is boring.
Emmett, oh my God.
No, let him go. Do you know how dishonest that is? It would be one thing if somebody's giving you true criticism. It's another thing if it's disingenuous criticism because you don't have criticism.
You don't need to defend yourself. People know you here.
Yeah, we just wanted to hear him out.
I'm more mad at the fact that do you know, like, we joke around that, like, I'm betrothed to him. Like, in the God Talk room, this is supposed to be my God Talk fiance.
Oh, girl.
I'm really
cool.
God Talk fiance. Yeah.
So this is not like, oh, God.
Exactly.
Oh, my God. This is like some, what have you done, brother? What have you done?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
You are showing your hand. Oh,
It's not, I mean, you might be American, I don't know. Do you live in New York? Because, you know, we keep changing his profile, you know. This is a big Christian liar, you know. They debated him many times.
He's not a Christian.
Yeah, I'm like, wait, what do you mean I changed my profile? I mean, I changed the picture. I haven't changed my profile. You changed your name, too. No, I got the same name since I've been on here, right? Well, he's always been on DC. DC, you don't know him. This is an Islamophobe, you know. He's making the wrong. You're mistaking me for somebody else. That's not.
Yeah, that's so.
Yeah, and he claimed to be an ex-Muslim, you know. And he will never be.
Well, you're mistaken. Sully has never claimed to be an ex-Muslim. You have mistaken him from somebody.
You know him, DC?
Yes, I know him. Both Discord and Clubhouse.
Okay. So, okay, maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, anyway. All right, as I was saying, you've got the Quran, you've got Hadith corpus, which is sayings of the Prophet, and then you've got exegetes or explanation of verses where you'd have people at that time, scholars who would, you'd say, not elaborate, but put their opinion or interpretation modern opinion that's come in the last 20 years or something.
Well, I didn't say 20 years, but, I don't know. What's your source?
What's that?
I didn't say it would have to be in the past 20 years. I mean, it's been understood longer than that, but what?
Okay,
You're
well,
saying
in the last 200 years. No, it's
in the
not.
Hadith first? Okay.
Hadith is the saying of the Prophet, so you will be in that.
Okay. So, okay. I'm just wondering, what's the earliest source you have for your interpretation of the verse?
Okay, I've put an article in the chat. Give that a read. It goes through the different opinions of that verse based on classical scholars.
Yeah, DCC, do you think this is just a coincidence that two veins came from between the backbones and the ribs and they are connected with the testes? The same thing with the womb of the women? Okay, if you don't want to see the sun, it's your problem.
I don't know. What do you mean by the blood supply referring to a coincidence?
Go to Google pictures and time in the region of reproductive system.
Next to that, will do its best to interfere with the affairs of the country next to them. For example, is Iran and some other Islamic countries. That is the nature of the beast. So even if you take all of the political and religious context of it and have Israel be just a country, not a country, I have that feeling, have a sentiment that there would be Israel, that country, would be fully interfering with this democratic system, with the way of thinking, because the Muslims, one, are not happy. We're not leaving alone until until they impose their way of thinking on you. So that's the way I think about it. Perhaps my view maybe just with the bad. I don't say it's tragedy, but I can give you examples why actually this is the case. So even again, to summarize, even if you take all of the Israel foundational kind of existence and all that stuff away, still an Islamic Republic of Palestine, an Islamic Republic of X and Y and Z would cause trouble in that country and in the country next to them. And you see this happening all the time. And so anyway, I'm just going to deal with that.
So basically, what I hear about that is, what I think about the situation is that it's Islamic expansion and colonization of not only the Middle East and North Africa, but the goal of the Islamists is to colonize the entirety of the world, really. I mean, they talk about global domination. They don't believe in providing equal rights to minorities, and they want to govern everybody under Sharia. That's why they're creating these big Islamic caliphates. Is that kind of on target?
Yeah, absolutely. That is the fear, which is now well known in Europe, with the substantial societal and political opposition.
This strange purple discovery from Italy has scientists rethinking everything they knew.
And hopefully this comes out to be the case. Everything needs to be done to stop these menace from propagating into our secular democratic countries. And again, to summarize, the one ideology is not an ideology of proposition, the ideology of imposition. Again, like I said, it's not happening until we are like they are. And particularly the Sharia law, and we can go through all that stuff. It's horrific. It's a radical, barbaric ideology that it has to be confronted before it infects in a serious way European countries and the US and perhaps some other countries as well.
So someone had changed it. I don't know, since I've been gone, and I have the red bar, so I'm not sure if you can actually hear me right now. But I'm wondering what you guys think about the death penalty, in regards to this conflict in the Middle East. I'm wondering if anybody has any ideas of what the death penalty looks like. Maybe I'll.
You're breaking that part, and the last part. Hello?
1800s, like Trump's granddad, early 1900s, they were welcomed in. They were welcomed in.
Do you know that we get almost 1 million immigrants every year into this country, mostly black and brown? The facts just disagree with your opinion.
Well, I don't know about that, right? I mean, we get so many immigrants that don't get classified as immigrants, right? Because they flew over and just overstayed their visas, right? Or, just like Elon Musk. Yeah, just like Elon Musk, right? But the characterization is different, right? Elon Musk was an illegal. He's illegal.
I don't know if he's illegal or not.
No, he was illegal. No, he was illegal. He was illegal.
Was he illegal today?
He wasn't supposed to be working when he came in through the visa that he had, the type of visa he had.
Lonzo, you illegal. Go back to motherfucking Haiti or Dominican Republic. Take your anti-Semitic, Jew-hating, racist ass off this app. Go get a job and do something with your life. You motherfucking racist, dirty dog. Go back to Haiti. Go back to the Dominican Republic and take you and all your fucking pieces and shit with you and go right back to that little island where you belong, you anti-Semitic, Jew-hating, dirty dog, no good propagandist, misinformationist piece of shit. You low IQ, go read a book, go to the gym, get a job, cook yourself a dinner, do something with your life. Anything other than creating hate speech online 24/7. You evil, low IQ, uneducated, lying, dirty dog, anti-Semitic, Jew-hating, racist piece of shit.
That's a fact. More than any other country on the planet, and more than any other country in history.
I agree. I think they should go to Israel. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think Israel.
Why would you want them to go to Israel?
Because, like when places suffer from diversity, what better?
They want to come here. You can't.
Yeah, but we
go to Israel about to hear us.
Ethnic cleansing. I don't want to ethnic cleansing.
No.
Yes. There's no ethnic cleansing.
Israel does is
a small country.
It's got plenty of space.
And we have plenty of immigrants.
It's got plenty of space.
And plenty of immigrants.
Hold on. I want to clear something. Hold on, Lonzo. This is how you clear this up. Hell, you hear me? So when you say brown, who are you talking about?
People with brown skin.
No. So they call any Hispanic brown. So again, I'm gonna ask you, when you say brown, who are you talking about?
Same answer.
Okay. So do you know that they call all of those people Hispanic? Hello? Anybody
I don't know when you say they call. They're very systematically. Hang on, I'm answering your question. I think what you need to say is Latino.
Hispanic and Latino is interchangeable.
They have specific meanings, and people self.
No. So hold on. So let's deal with the specific meaning. I'm a historian. Let's deal with the specific meaning.
You're a historian?
Yes. So let's deal with the
Have
specific.
you published it? Not making no statement like that. You a historian?
How?
No, let's go to the never mind. They have a designation for white Hispanics. They're not all brown.
Yes, they do. So this is why I asked him, who is he talking about when he says brown? That's my point of my initial question. Because they get lumped in.
And what's your point?
So my point is, how are you able to substantiate that most of them that come, when you say, that's what I was asked, when you say brown, What do you mean when you say brown? Who are you talking about?
So I asked you, I answered you twice.
Does that include European Spanish speakers?
I'm giving you straight census data. I'm not.
No. I'm asking. No. Hold on. But I understand statistical analysis, so that's why I'm being very technical here.
Excellent.
Who are you talking about when you say brown?
Do you remember my answer?
Yes, I remember your answer. So now we're at hold on. So now we're in a situation now. Hold on. Because what the other guy mentioned is correct, right? So they do say Hispanic, white, or non-white, and different things like that. But when they say brown, they lump them in. So that's why I asked you, when you say brown, who are you talking about? I know it's not. I know it's not.
Brown, yellow, caramel, purple.
Based on what he said. So when you say brown, L, who are you talking about specifically?
People with browns.
Because your point is that most of them. Your point is that most of them are not European, correct?
My point is that they're mostly black and brown. As I said.
No, because that becomes very problematic because the way that these terms Hispanic and Latino are used and the way the term brown is used, that's what I'm trying to get you to understand here. So are you implying that most immigrants that come to America are not European?
No, I'm saying they have brown skin. Or black skin.
Stop, bro, because they call Southern Europeans. They claim that Southern Europeans have brownish skin. That's why they call them the olive skin tone and all of that.
So they say olive.
No, but I'm saying, I'm showing you why this gets lumped into one. So I'm showing you why this is problematic. So when you say brown, who are you? When you say brown, who are you talking about?
I don't know. You're not understanding my answer.
No. I am understanding. Hold on.
Let's move on because this is like been 4 minutes now.
You understand my point I'm making?
Yeah, but yes, you're wrong about a lot of stuff.
I'm not wrong. I'm not gonna argue.
For example, like Middle Easterns are considered olive. Like Mediterranean olive, which is kind of half right, what you said.
It's not half right. I know exactly what I'm talking about.
No, you don't, because
I do know what I'm talking about. I do know.
Brown ain't just black Hispanics.
I didn't say that though. I'm just them. I'm going based on what he said. I just told you that. I'm not saying that. I'm going based on what he said. Were you here when he said what he said?
All right, we're gonna move on. And to be honest, brown and olive is more interchangeable than anything.
Nobody calls Mediterranean.
Okay, so that's to my point.
Yeah, dude, I just looked it up.
Yeah, that's to my point. So that's what I'm saying. So say that to L. So what you're saying, say that to L, not me. Don't direct it to me.
All right. We're gonna move on. Great points for those that coin. All right. We have Keegan, we have Musa, we have Dave, Zoe, Eva, Fridays.
I'll be very short and sweet with my answer here. Are deportations only for the black and brown? It should be.
Can you expound on that?
Yeah, what did he say?
Said it should be.
Yeah. Well, could you please PTR your Nazi salute while you...
Hey, who was that? Who was that? Was that Zagon?
No, that was Keegan.
Yo, L, you want to say PTR your Nazi?
Thank you very much.
I like this guy, man.
No, you should. Elon Musk definitely did a hell salute the other day. Did y'all see that?
It wasn't a hell salute. That's bullshit.
Wait.
I'm joking.
Did you feel the same way when Hillary Rodham Clinton did it? Or Bill Clinton did it? Fuck them all. I'm just saying, I didn't see this same outrage from niggas. They was talking about vote Hillary. I was a kid, but fuck them all.
Why do black people mad about the Nazi salute? Shouldn't only be Jews?
Hold on, y'all.
respect.
Friday,
Fucking
read.
bro, can I finish?
Actually,
Can
you
I
are my
finish?
biggest
Can I
fool.
finish? Can I finish?
Go ahead, fat boy.
Yo, listen. Look up "My Heart Goes Out to You" in regards to a Roman salute. Then actually look up a Nazi salute. It's two totally different things. There's a sequence of a Nazi salute that was missing for it to be a Nazi salute.
What's the sequence?
My heart goes out.
My heart goes towards Syria.
It's kind of like a Roman. It's a Roman sign language gesture that even like somebody just said Obama has done it.
Nigga, he ain't a Roman. He ain't a Roman. He's a fucking South African racist dude who's used to doing that shit.
All right, you got
context.
Listen. I know you probably look. All right, just you got it, bro. Big sucker, you got.
No, one big sucker.
Excuse me. It is a Roman salute. Yes, DJ.
It is not a Roman salute. That guy did. He did it twice. He didn't once.
What's the purpose of? What's the purpose of doing a Roman?
I'll tell you why. Because if you notice,
what is it symbolizing?
It symbolizes. It's like sign language. It says "My heart goes out to you," and as he was saying it, he tapped his heart, and then he did a downward swoop with his hand.
You one clown.
Just look it up.
Downward swoop. I didn't see a downward swoop. Did anybody else see a downward swoop?
I didn't see a downward swoop.
I didn't
gonna lie, he didn't do no downward swoop.
I didn't do it.
I ain't even gonna lie. I was trying to have, but he ain't do no downward swoop, bro. Friday, who's dick sucking? Elon Musk ain't gonna do nothing for you.
Listen. You
stop
sucking your life.
Dude, you look like a fucking clown from a Star Wars episode. You look like a galactic animal. If anybody gonna be dick sucking, it's you.
Listen, Adrian.
You Jabba the Hutt looking motherfucker.
No clown in Star Wars for the record. At the end of the day, you're like a John Davis. You're a disgrace to your father, so you're not on my level, bro.
Nigga, nigga, a woman would even look at you. Do women? How much do you pay for it?
I don't know y'all be
You're an ugly motherfucker. You are disgraceful. You look like gut trash. You guppy looking motherfucker. Dude, you got your ass. You got shit stains on your underwear. Shut the fuck up.
I've been 10 years. She looks at me every fucking
Nigga, you pay her. She must have been ugly as you. You guys well meet.
PTR my girl, bro.
You
Yo, listen, you not on our level, bro. Like,
nigga, on whose level, nigga? You ain't got no level.
I'm shocked. You
ain't got no levels, motherfucker. You gutter trash. You gutter trash, yo. You ain't got no levels. You beneath everybody. Nigga, go DJ. Go DJ.
2025 can't be no faster, bro. We need to deport you faster.
Hey, Friday, where are you going to put me back to the U.S. Virgin Islands?
We need to hold on now. Nevis is nice right now. I'm taking you out. We need to send you straight to the fucking hell. Don't be like U.S. Virgin Islands. I miss the mackerel sandwiches, nigga.
You know, the thing about you Fridays is that you think, hold on, Friday, unless you're in the Friday, I know you're not in my tax bracket. Friday, you're not in the tax bracket.
Yeah, do let's do tax returns for tax returns.
Okay, PTR your tax return Friday. Friday, PTR your tax return.
Your checking account balance, and I'll do mine.
Friday, PTR your tax return.
Yo, PTR your checking account.
No, PTR. You said you're gonna PTR it.
Wait, no,
PTR your tax return.
Crazy, but who said?
Friday, PTR your.
Time out. I think the only thing, if you look at the top link, the only thing that Elon was missing, music like this in the background.
No, real talk.
I see it.
Down
With a nod, like the line lines, it was just about to get good.
I hear a downward swoop. I see a downward swoop, right?
Yeah, it was definitely not a downward swoop. And check this out. It's crazy. Yeah, and then check this out, right? That was like a response to like them banning TikTok for 14 hours. Like everybody went to that new Blue Sky or whatever that new Chinese app and shit.
Yeah, they be on that in Brazil because you know they banned Pluto.
Yeah, so a bunch of young Chinese kids now are learning German, and they're learning how to sing that song. So that shit was kind of like fucking crazy. So
Back to these checking accounts.
no, I just think it's goofy when people. It's one thing.
Friday, post your checking account. Friday. No. I'll post your checking account.
You gotta post yours too.
Okay, I'll post mine. Go ahead and post.
Alright, let's go. You go first.
Nigga, you said you're gonna post yours. You go first. The fuck?
Cause I know you ain't gonna post it.
No, nigga, you said you back up what you say. Now you're trying to chicken out. Back up what you say.
Alright. Let's take some side bets. I got 5 on Friday. What the number you got on Friday? 5 on Friday. You talking in the chat? What the money you got on ML? Fridays, I don't know. You want that shit, bro. Listen. I have no problem posting mine, but what's going to be the consequence if I post mine and he don't post it? Now, if you do, he will. For sure. So,
and say that the wife should obey the husband. So if you're better at something or worse at something, it may be true that you're more suited to do something than the man is, but it should be something that ultimately, if it comes down to a decision has to be made, I think the man should be the head of the household and make the decision, and that the wife should follow. And if she knows that he loves her and is trying to do things that are in her best interest and is trying to protect her, she should have no problem doing it. I think most women would.
Welcome, Civic here. Civic, what's up, bro? Assalamu alaikum.
Civic, I'm out of my space. That's true.
Andrew is here. I'm wondering why is he in the space?
Because I crawl out of my space every once in a while. I kind of say hi.
Very rarely do we get this opportunity to witness Andrew outside of his original habitat. So, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, that's right. Normally I'm with the God haters, Zenek.
Are you here to discuss the topic, or are you here to bring your habitat to us?
Oh well, the habitat may fall. I can't stop whoever it is that might come in here. But I will just say that no, I'm fine. We've been talking about it.
Andrew, what do you think won, Israel or the Palestinians?
Well, I don't think either of them won. I think they both lost.
But when it came down to achieving mission objectives, who do you think?
I don't know. I don't think about it in those terms.
Andrew, not much of Hebrew. Do you support Palestine or Israel?
Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, I support him, and so I don't know enough. Honestly, I don't know enough about it, and so I'll be learning, more about what you guys want to comment on things. I listen a lot about this because I know it's been a work on this topic before. A lot of your guys actually support Palestine, and they. I understand, but that's fair. Yeah, but let me just say my view though. My view is this: insofar as people are killing innocent people, I don't support it, and I think it's evil. I think they ought not do it on either side. Earlier I said Trump or whoever said there's good people on both sides, whatever he's talking about. There's evil people on both sides. There is stuff that's going on here that I think is wrong, that people are doing. You don't kill innocent people. I don't care what your mission is. You don't go out and kill innocent people. God did. Yeah, but I know because there's two things. I don't think God kills. First of all, God is the giver of life. And we are essentially God's property. And I have no problem with saying that God can kill people. God can kill people because he has the ability to put people in heaven. He can anesthetize them. He can raise them from the dead. He can do all kinds of things. Yeah, God can kill people. But what we are allowed to do is different. See, God doesn't give us his authority. He tells us you do this and do this and do this and you don't do that. And so my whole point is that we aren't to kill innocent people. And so if somebody's holding a baby and shooting at me, I'm not going to shoot the baby to kill them. Not going to happen. There's something wrong.
But how do you justify that with the lines of murder?
God. No, God doesn't. No, hold on. Murder is the unjustified taking of a human life. All I'm going to do if you tell me that is what is your standard of justice?
I'm confused in my
What is your
justification.
standard? Well, hold on. What is your standard of what it is to be justified? I think the God of all creation is justified. No. I just told you. What does murder mean? Define murder. Define murder.
Okay, wait. Murder does not mean that I have to take you and snap you off your neck, right? I don't have to physically hold you, right? But murder could be through computerized, right? Because I'm apparently.
No, I'm not talking about the method. No.
But listen, that also is murder.
Honestly, I don't know whether it's
I'm not hearing what he's saying. It's the killing of. Hold on. Murder, if you look up the definition, which is important because people don't understand what they're even saying. If you look up the definition of what the term murder is, it is the unjustified taking of a human life. Of course you think you can. Whoever the one. Intentional. Andrew. If intentional. No. It needs to be intentional, and there needs to be forethought. That is true. That is correct. Or it needs to be something where you're aware of what you're doing. You don't have to necessarily premeditate it. It can be on the spot, like a crime of passion. People do that. Okay, but here's the thing. The woman that spoke, I'm sorry, I can't see my screen right now. But you said it's just snapping. You're talking about different ways of doing it, snapping their neck, etc.
Yeah.
That's not what we're talking about. Hold on. Listen, the method of killing somebody is irrelevant to the definition of murder because the method of killing somebody, you could employ that and it could be completely justified. If somebody comes in and tries to rape and kill my family, I'll chop your head off. And so,
fair enough,
yeah.
right?
So the point is, yeah.
Go on, Andrew, give me an expanded idea as to why there are 14-year-olds, right? Why are there 15-year-olds? Why are there 2-year-olds, right? With a bullet to their head.
I don't justify that. Yes, I will tell you. So look, if there's a 15-year-old that knows what he's doing and he has a rifle, because listen, when I was 15, I knew right from wrong. I stole from my mother when I was like 7 or 6, and I knew it was wrong. I knew it. I didn't know it based on anybody telling me. I knew I had done something wrong.
Every child that died had a weapon in their hand.
No.
Are you really just saying it?
No, that's not what I'm saying. No, that's not what I'm saying. If you'll let me finish, you'll understand. If somebody is 15 or 16, hold on real quick. If somebody's 15 or 16 and they're holding a firearm and they're shooting at my family or shooting at somebody who's innocent, then I think it is justified to kill them. But if they are not,
If this guy was holding a donkey, that's all he
he was doing. He didn't have a tank. He didn't have a car. He didn't have seeds. He was just rolling with a donkey and coming back home.
Listen, we gotta let people finish. Andrew, I have a quick question. When you said that if somebody comes into your home is threatening the life of your family and you have to kill that person to protect yourself, now do you think is justifiable murder to then go after that person's grandma, grandpa?
No, absolutely not. So I'm totally opposed to that. I do think that you don't go after other people that are completely unrelated, that don't have they're not complicit, they're not supportive of what's happening. They're not, you don't do that. And even if they're supportive, even if they're like, yeah, I think it's okay when, if somebody goes and kills innocent people, and they're like, yeah, I think it's fine that they did that. I think those people are disgusting people, and they're people that shouldn't, but you don't go and kill them. You don't go kill people that are family or related to somebody who has killed somebody. You just don't do that. So I don't think the killing of innocent people is good by anyone. I don't think anybody should go up and kill people that do not intend harm, that do not try. They're not.
There's no guilt by proxy, is what you're saying.
Okay, but
right?
in war, okay, but in a classical sense, in war, in your Bible, this notion of a people who are an aggressor, who cannot be reconciled with the God in your Bible, commands you to treat them in a very specific way.
Yeah, look, there's three groups of
annihilation, right?
Yeah, well, hold on. And people, you can do this. This is fine. If you want to point to this, I have no issue with it. I'll take it head on. God gives life. God knows everything. God is the one that is orchestrating this whole scenario of life, everything that is going on from the beginning of man to the end. God is doing that. Okay, so if God is doing that, God has a special, you might call it special pleading, but it's not, because he's a different kind of being. God is not a human. God is entirely
for God's sake, God's sake, I'm mad. I didn't do that.
That's correct. God is the source of right and wrong. To even stand and look at God, to even stand and condemn God. Yeah, well, hold on real quick. You're going to draw on moral principles that God provided you to even condemn God. That's the issue. Yeah. So I don't.
So if you're God has to be the God of justice and mercy, and he's not expressing justice and mercy, he is contradicting himself.
Well, no, because what does justice mean? Is God justice God? Yeah, exactly. You are judging God when you're using standard. But let me just say this.
Andrew, I have a question for you, bro. I feel like you're a father for yourself, I'm sure, right?
I'm not, actually. No, I have nieces and nephews.
Do you have a mother by any chance? Father?
I do.
Okay, I want to ask a question. Imagine if someone, brother, I want to say this in the room, out of respect for everyone, imagine someone does something so horrific to your mother. I don't want to say exactly what it is, out of respect. How would you personally feel? Please answer that question.
I feel terrible. I would feel this world. Yeah, we're talking about somebody. Yeah, it's terrible. Somebody raped my mother. Terrible. Okay, now what? What do you want to follow up?
Well, that's what happens to Palestinians, my dear brother.
Okay, listen. Raping somebody who's innocent. Hold on. Raping somebody who's innocent. I don't even think raping somebody who's guilty is even good. You don't rape people. Murdering somebody. Like, what I mean by murder, to be very clear, is killing somebody that you don't have the justification to do so. And I don't think somebody who has not aggressed you or aggressed anyone else or is not in the middle of trying to hurt somebody, I don't think you should kill them. I don't think that you should kill people who are unarmed, innocent people. I don't think you should do that. And I don't care that it's to save your country or whatever. You don't do that because you don't do that. Collateral damage is not acceptable. I'm not for collateral damage.
Scripture, but you know how everything is there is an interpretation, right? Because we just talked about an earlier situation about the ownership and women and whatnot. What do you feel about that? When people try to justify killing at a mass level by pulling out something from scripture that's thousands of years old and perhaps interpreting it in a way that it makes it justifiable. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I think that I think that
scripture, because I think the problem is that people, here's the thing, anybody that has a heart that is set on doing something wrong, they can twist almost any scripture to say anything that they want. They can come to the scripture that thinks that, this happens in Islam. People who think that, it's okay to subjugate the unbeliever, cut their head off, do whatever. It doesn't matter.
Those verses you're
No. I'm saying, that's what I'm saying. There's people who take scripture. That's my point. Okay. So my point is that somebody could appeal to, which Cynic was bringing up, and he just got kicked out, or not kicked out, but he left the room because of the heated discussion over the Amalekites, the Canaanites, etc. Now listen, God said to kill those people. He even said to kill the babies. Generally speaking, and even in that circumstance, the people who did it, the Israelites, I can almost guarantee you, and even by the text itself, they weren't like, yeah, cool, let's go kill some babies. I'm sure.
How do you know that? Look how Hispanic they are today.
Because they fight. Because hold on, in the scripture, they say that we don't want them. In the scripture, no, listen. In the scripture, it says we don't want. No, they said they know. Look, when they're being told to do this in Aaron, they're like, they reject the idea. They don't want to do it.
Struggle with it. No, can you please? I have seen you struggle with this.
Who we know God to be? I don't see any God being like, yes, go and pillage the land and kill in my name.
Nor has God commanded us as Muslims to go do that anyways.
Exactly.
I say
all prophets always had a test.
However, Andrew, I've seen you struggle with this topic over and over again.
When you say struggle,
your presence on Clubhouse, I think much of your current presence on Clubhouse is struggling with this very moral.
When you say struggle, I admit that I don't like it, but that's because you shouldn't like it. That's my whole point.
Let me just insert something for you. Why even accept this narrative? Why can't we accept what the biblical scholars, what the academics say, that this book, guess what? There's no way it has one author. This book is written over a different time.
Of course, it's much more author. Nobody denies that.
That this is most likely someone who is Jewish, someone who is an Israelite, who is attempting to boast, who is attempting to go to hyperbolic means and use hyperbolic language as to insinuate the decimation of an enemy to dust. Like something like
because I find the people who've done that, just to be clear, not all scholars agree that this is hyperbole. There's a few that try to do that, but I typically will tell you that, and there's a few conservatives who think, no, this is literal, like William Lane Craig and others, and I agree with him. And here's the point. Like, nobody's going to deny that these books are written by different authors. The Bible is written by multiple authors. Everybody agrees on that. Now, the issue is, I don't know, if anybody wants to say they're just being dumb, it's written over thousands of years.
Rewritten by the Jews.
Hold on. It was written over thousands of years. That's impossible for one person to be the author. That's insane. So, my point is this. When it says go and do these things, okay, it is the case that I would be intellectually dishonest to try to say that this is somehow hyperbole in each of the cases where God says to do this. It's very strange. Because in the case that these are just idioms, go and kill every man, woman, and child, and even the animals, and then later on, when a few of the goats are still alive, God's like, why didn't you kill everything? To say that is just hyperbole, that is not something that is a common idiom or common expression to go to have a follow-up.
You left a few of the goats around? Oh, you motherfucker.
Well, then you just would be saying this is an addition, and I don't have any reason to believe that somebody's going to do
There's no reason to believe that this is from God to begin with.
No, because the scripture says, look, in the New Testament it says God led, it says Jesus led them out of Egypt. Jesus did. That's what it says in the New Testament. Now, I accept that God was involved in all of these things that the Old Testament narrates. The flood, I accept the flood. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
wanna, if someone who's done something heinous pulls out something out of their scripture and says, oh, here's my justification according to my religion, I'm allowed to do this.
Well, what they pull out is
They shouldn't do that.
nation.
They can't, that's what I'm saying, so they can't, we can't do it as individuals, go into court and try to pull something out of some scripture to justify something heinous that we've done, and just hold it up in court.
I agree.
It's also the state of morality, right?
Yeah.
And you talk about morality, right?
Yeah.
But morality should supersede. I mean, you can believe and have faith in God, but if we are obsessive with looking at text, and then our morality goes out the door.
Okay, but hold on, Ace. I think that the Bible is a very moral book, and I think it is how we should draw our morality. We just need to be careful about application. But here's the thing: the scripture clearly. But this is the key point, please. It is the case that if God tells you to do something, I don't care what man tells me to do. I don't even care what the laws are. Well, so hold on, just a second, dude, real quick. If God came down and told me to do something, I don't give a rip what the law says. I don't care. Because what is it? Because what? No, because that is morality. That's what morality is. The fact that
Religion, right?
God is derived from God. It's derived from God.
Contradictory. So if God has come down directly,
it's not contradictory.
No, if God has come down to you and said something directly, okay. But if it's not a direct, God comes down and saying, hey Andrew, I need you to do X, Y, Z, and this is how again, reading and like you
need to be careful. Yeah, you need to be careful about application. Yeah, I don't take a Okay, so I don't take a picture.
And God written by man.
No, I understand. Well, okay. Well, hold on. Let me ask you this, because this is a crucial question. If God exists, okay, which I think you think he does, he does, okay. Here's the answer to that pop quiz. He does, okay. But if God exists, does God have the power, this is a crucial point, does God have the power to create a text that is infallible through the hands of man? Does God have the power to do that? Okay, well, I disagree with that.
Wow, so you're telling me God is incapable of something?
I said no. I said, does he have the power? And that's yes. You said no. Yes, he does.
I said yes, absolutely.
Oh, I thought you said no. Okay, yes, he does. Of course he does.
I'll tell you why I said no. I can see that he didn't have the power to create text originally the way in which he intended to, but that does not mean over time.
Can he preserve it? No, but here's the thing. Can God?
I don't know what Ace is doing right now. I don't know what this is, and I think I find this very troubling. No, Ace can do that. Absolutely, 100%. He can do that.
Right. That's right. Because I think
when we look at the Hebrew Bible and we look at the textual,
that's going to be the next question.
Clearly, this is not the infallible text. No one's the infallible text. So I just don't understand you. And I don't understand the problem.
I know you don't accept the Hebrew.
I don't understand the methodology in where you attempt to affirm specific truths from within the Bible, knowing that the Bible, whether the Hebrew or whether the Christian, are fallible, as in they contain errors and contradictions.
Okay, well,
the Hebrew does not contradict. Yes, it does. So Andrew at least is a sane person, and he will tell you that only an idiot would believe that they are not saying there's contradictions.
I'm not saying there's contradictions. I don't claim there's contradictions. Okay, whoever says there's only one author. Okay, all right.
Let me guess, the Quran is perfect.
What about
So that's what it's going to come down to. Cynic, I have the utmost respect for it, but let me just say this, okay? It is the case that I think all scholars are going to agree multiple authors wrote it. In one sense, if they're Christian, they may say one author wrote it, and by that they just mean God. But they're not going to be saying that men didn't pen it down. It is the case that separate men from different times, different locations, wrote down these scriptures. That is going to be unanimously agreed upon unless you're brain dead. But the infallibility part is something that I'm going to argue it is infallible, and I'm going to to side with the scholars and the people who interpret the scripture as I see it correctly, and that it is moral, and things don't contradict one another. Now, you are not going to interpret that way. You are a Muslim. You affirm the Quran. I appreciate that.
Me being Muslim.
No, and I'm not doing one about it. No, but hear me out. I'm just saying both of us are going to appeal. Both of us are going to appeal to our respective cases.
That's not true. That's not true. You're not putting me in the same boat as you. I will never stoop down to that level. Never.
What do you mean stoop down? Hold on.
I will always accept what the consensus of academics are saying. This book
the consensus of academics.
It is
the consensus of academics. Okay, hold on. The consensus of academics do not think the miracles occurred in the Quran. They do not think that Muhammad split the moon. They don't believe.
I agree.
But you don't agree with that.
No.
You agree with that?
Let me explain myself. Without Ian. You already got some stuff to contemplate on. Like your Hebrew Bible not actually being broken. You might go God. You go God.
Can you start?
As for Andrew, when it comes down to miracles, yes, there's no way to look at miracles and go, oh, here's historical evidence for miracles. It's a freaking miracle. However, when like the Hebrew Bible talks about like the Jericho and the fall of Jericho's walls and the genocide that took place in Jericho, we look at the archaeological evidence. Guess what? We don't see that Jericho had walls. So there you go. So we see these archaeological contradictions with the Hebrew Bible. And there's several of these. And if you want, Alex O'Connor goes and rips through a bunch of these, by the way. So
I'm trying to one here.
So it is not about the miracles. It is about the hidden.
Don't bring people on yours.
Yeah, I will. Can I just say something quickly? So yes, of course, there is power where God speaks. It's available, but then again, that goes to say that I believe that this world was created the way it is. It's let, and it just ticks on its own, like a watchmaker on the clock. It just moves at its own accord. Now that doesn't mean man is not going to corrupt the most divine things. We've seen it. We've seen it with the fucking Crusades. There's no way that was allowed. These were men of God. This was popes were leading this. That does not mean that that's attached to Christianity at all. So men, humans, can do things that are against God. That's not very God-like. Which leads me to, if we believe that there's always some sort of divine intervention in every step of the way, then we go into the whole idea of free will, determinism, which I don't want to get into. But can it not be that it was made to be a certain way, and what humans do is they corrupt things. They change things to benefit themselves. Think about the Old Testament, right? And the adoption, and how the Roman Emperor kept some things out of the New Testament because it wasn't going to be beneficial to him to control the populace of Rome. Kept some things out to benefit him politically. This is what I'm getting at. People who had their hands in it, especially the politics of it, have misused religions. This is what I'm trying to say. We can't sit there and say that if something just is morally fucking doesn't make goddamn sense. If you go back to Ten Commandments, morality, and there's something there, you're like, that scripture kind of goes against the basis of my religion. Should I just blindly follow it and say God told me to go and freaking kill a whole bunch of people because they're my enemy? Please, or this land is mine because it was so-called promised to me 3,000 years ago. I'm going to ethnically cleanse. I'm going to desecrate one of the most holiest places on the fucking planet. But doesn't that go against all the moral factions, the Ten Commandments, all the things we know that are right? Like you said, Andrew, it's innate, it's written, it's just what it is. Isn't there a moment of having some sort of reading it and being like, if that doesn't mean you're going against God, you're looking at it going, this doesn't really fall in line with law. Like, does that not make sense? Or are you guys sitting here thinking that there's no way anything on this planet that's holy has not been corrupted?
Absolutely. As from a Muslim perspective, I don't believe my text is holy, and I don't believe my text is corrupted. I don't believe my text is fallible, because my God doesn't leave me. The God that is in the Quran does not leave me with these moral dilemmas, does not leave me with these questions where I have to second guess, his morality, or his commitment to his attributes as in his justice and his mercy. So my God doesn't leave me with these things. My God doesn't leave me with historical discrepancies, as in with the Hebrew Bible. My book does not have, or the textual comparison, the textual criticism of my text does not lead to the conclusion that there are multiple authors of this text. That is the difference. So I completely reject the comparison between my book and the Hebrew Bible, or the Christian Bible at that. As for the Hebrew Bible, I don't know what to tell people. There are clear contradictions, as in with the historical and archaeological evidence that we know, especially in that land, when it comes down to the peoples, the different peoples that are mentioned in the Hebrew Bible. Some of them, period, just don't exist, like the Amalekites. There is no reference of the Amalekites whatsoever. This is only in the Hebrew Bible. So these are clearly a fictional people. There's no such thing. The walls of Jericho, there's no such thing as the walls of Jericho. There's a bunch of these where it is not the case. We have the archaeological evidence, we have historical evidence. It is just not the case at all. So there's no reason. I just don't understand how someone, who understands what the academics and understands what the scholars are saying and the evidence that they're providing, and then goes, nevertheless, I am going to go and I decide the whole narrative is true. Why? Why are you deciding the whole narrative is true? You're contradicting yourself. You clearly know that the whole narrative is not true because it's multiple authors. It contains contradictions. It contains historical inaccuracies. No reason to embrace this as an infallible truth, Andrew. There's no reason every day to smash your head across the wall trying to defend this nonsense. Just accept that it is hyperbole. These people don't know how to. These people are simply writing a history that fits their agenda. What is their agenda? Land possession. They just want to possess land, and they want to alienate and demonize different groups, different neighboring groups, whether it's their own brethren when it comes down to Esau and his progeny, or whether it's their own cousins when it comes down to the Ishmaelites, or whether it's their own when it comes down to the Israelites versus the Judeans. So this is just how they do it, man. It is simply a book about a group of people who go out there demonizing and antagonizing the other groups and vilifying them and claiming that they've annihilated. It's hyperbole. It is materialistic. It is land worship. That's all it is, man. And you don't want to accept that, and you want to accept a God that literally commands people to go kill babies knowingly, that it can be avoided, or kill cattle or kill animals knowingly, it can be avoided, knowing how this reflects in our modern day and how people have used this throughout history as an attempt to go commit the worst atrocities that we know. And yes, what they said, the Crusades also. The Crusades were built around these verses. Israel today uses these verses as well. So this is what it is.
You're dish galloping, my brother. You're dish galloping.
And put this all in one.
I know, but I have a good eye. So listen, everything you said there, and I had to bite my tongue because I want to let you speak. You're very passionate. I appreciate that about you. And you're unashamed of certain aspects of your faith, which on one hand I appreciate. So I'll just say that there are a lot of problems with what you just said. There's a ton of problems, and if it is the case, so if you were to compare Islam to Christianity, there are going to be problems that people need to deal with on both sides. Okay, it just is the case. It'd be foolish to say otherwise. Now, I think these things that he's brought up, they can each be addressed, but they would need a fair treatment. We'd have to spend some time going over each point that he's making. One thing that he points out, and I'll just focus on this because I think this is interesting. He just said the point about, God's killing innocent babies in the Old Testament. And clearly that looks bad. It sends a bad message, makes God look bad, etc. So it's not good, right? Well, look, your God, right?
Bring up the flood. Just like blow my brains out.
Well, there's no moral high ground by trying to appeal to the Old Testament in a few little conquests. And whatever the amount you want to say. You want to say 20,000, 30,000, 50,000? Heck, I don't even care. Say a million. We know that's not true. But let's just say 1 million people God said to go kill. And let's say a portion of those were babies, innocent people. Okay? Let's just say that. That is a drop in the freaking bucket compared to the evil that has taken place in this universe since its inception. Now, if you're an old earther, if you believe that humans have been around for a long time and animals have been around for a long time and all this suffering has occurred, then you do not have moral high ground by trying to say, well, these texts that show the conquest in the Old Testament make God look bad. You want to know what makes God look bad? The problem of evil. That's what makes God look bad. And that's why people are that's one of the biggest justifications that people appeal to remain atheists, is how could a good God stand by when this horrific stuff is taking place? Rapes, murders, all kinds of stuff. Genocides on large scales, Hitler's crimes on massive scales are taking place. So there is no reason to try to get a one-up with Islam and try to appeal to these few measly conquests that God commanded. It's kind of an obtuse move, to put it kindly. It's not really going to do much.
The problem of evil is
I'm telling you, we're both in the same boat, and there really isn't any. It's not advantageous for you, because this is what my co-Christian mods do. My liberal who are very against the Old Testament, because they don't like these things because it makes them feel icky. They will say, well, that's terrible that God commanded people to go kill babies. I'm like, yeah. What was God doing when Hitler was exterminating 6 million Jews? What was God doing there? Was he unable to stop Hitler? Was he unable to do that? No. Of course he could stop freaking Hitler. The point is he had a reason to permit it. And the issue is, if you're going to say that God exists and you can come up with a justification to explain how he can stand for and exterminate 12 million people, if you can come up with a justification for God there, I guarantee you there would be a justification for God to be able to kill babies. That's it. So there is no need to try to do this appeal to the Old Testament to try to malign the Christian God, when you yourself are going to have a God who stood by idly while 12 billion people were killed. Innocents, tons of Mongoloids, Down syndrome folk. Just horrific.
I understand your point, Andrew. You don't need a highlight. We can talk about all the atrocities that humans have committed.
Said innocent babies.
We can talk about all the atrocities humans have committed. However, there is free will in this world, and man has been brought into this world to be tested, to be given to go through good and evil, and for them to either come out of this trial as righteous people or as wicked people, and there's a heaven and a hell at the end of the day. We acknowledge this fact of the world. If some people, if you have atheists or you have liberal theists who want to believe that this world must be the ideal, or this is paradise, or that humanity deserves that this world be paradise, that's fine. I will accept that argument, and I will tell them, I guess we don't believe in the same God, or you refuse to accept a God that will put humanity through the test. Now, if you find that God putting humanity through a test that involves life and death and good and evil, and you find that something that you can't reconcile with, hey, you know what? We can go our separate ways. At least I respect that you acknowledge that. However, that is going to be our position, and I believe that is a valid position. And I believe death and life and good and evil are things that God dictated for mankind, because mankind from the very beginning, has to prove itself. You don't get to go and be part of the, heavenly civilization and go and without earning it, without merit. There needs to be some merit to you going out there and having eternal life and eternal bliss. That's how we see it. You don't want to see it that way, that's your choice. As when it comes down to the Israelites and what they committed, no, there are things that are unnecessary evil. Now that's my problem. It is not the problem of evil. It is the problem of excessive evil. That is my problem. I don't know if you've heard about that problem, if you've taken the philosophy classes or something about that. But yeah, there's not just the problem of evil, there's a problem of excessive evil. Now that's what I despise. I don't believe God is allowing excessive evil, or God is committed to. Oh, he left. All right, what? Oh, I don't believe God is committed to excessive evil. I believe when there are babies and you don't need to kill those babies, that you could take those babies within and you could raise them to be pious people and pious, righteous people. Then there you go. I don't believe you need to go kill the cattle. You don't need to kill women.
Okay. Yeah, but people kill cattle.
You don't need to go and have virginity tests, Andrew. You don't need to go tell Moses. You don't need to go. You don't know it's not dish gouging. What he was doing with Hitler and with all was dish gouging. I'm just explaining to you examples of excessive evil. Now, God doesn't need to go tell Moses to put his middle finger on some vaginas to see whether they're virgins. God doesn't need to go do that. God says that's excessive evil. And if you believe in that God, you believe in an excessive evil God.
Say to do that, and you say excessive evils, you're not going to get around what I said. What I said about the Hitler, you're not going to be able to explain it away.
When you command Hitler to go kill 6 million Jews, quote unquote 6 million.
Hold on, answer this question, Sidney. Was Hitler able to kill? Was God able to kill Hitler? Yes or no?
Was God able to kill Hitler?
Yeah, was God able to kill Hitler? Yes or no?
Kill Hitler.
Was God able to kill Hitler? Yes or no?
It's a no. No, he didn't kill Hitler.
That's an insane statement.
That is God didn't kill Hitler. God didn't kill.
You're not listening. Are you not listening? Can you guys not hear me? Was God able to kill Hitler? Yes or no?
Was God able to take Hitler's life? Yes, he was able to take it.
Yes, he was. But for some reason, and what you're going to try to do, and I appreciate it, it's fine, you can do this, it's okay, you're going to justify God not doing anything.
And what is the justification? No. What is the justification that I gave you to explain why God allowed Hitler to kill Jews?
Hold on. Don't flip it on me. I'm telling you. I'm saying you have to justify it.
I already did.
Yeah, you said free will. And I think that explains, hold on. I think that explains a lot. And I think free will is a good theodicy, a defense. But here's the thing. God justifying that, or that being justified, to allow people to have free will is very unpersuasive to a lot of people. Now, here's the thing. Hold on. Your whole point was God telling people to go kill these babies. The way that hits the modern ear is just reprehensible. Yeah, sure. But you and I both are still going to affirm that God is good, despite people thinking that he allowed for things that are reprehensible. He allowed for Hitler to kill.
Allowing and commanding are two different things.
But here's the thing. I want you to go ahead and tell me something real quick. So when God kills all the combatants, the ones that are actually deserving, okay, all of the ones that are deserving of judgment, I have no problem with that. Kill them all, right? Fine. Now, killing the innocent babies, let me ask you, what wrong has God done to those babies? If he kills them instantly, and by the sword, whatever, chops their head off, if their heads are chopped off and they are immediately in eternal bliss with God, what wrong has been done to those babies? What wrong has been done? And I want that to be answered.
Okay. No. First of all, that's a wrong to me. If that is the case, then the baby got something that I didn't. The baby got free pass to heaven, and I didn't. So that's a problem I have with God.
You're not going to be able to do that because you claiming that God is unfair because he gave babies to heaven and you haven't got it yet. Look, you're going to have the same problem within your framework. There are people who have died early. There are people that have saw God quicker than you have. You know, for whatever reason, God has a plan for you to still be alive. No, hold on. It's not a discount. I'm specifically responding to one point. I'm not going to any other thing. The point you just made, which is it is unfair for God to translate a baby directly into heaven right away, and other people don't get that chance right away. You weren't killed when you were a baby, Sidney, so therefore, you're being unfair. You you're being unfairly treated because you have to go, well, that doesn't make sense. Because on your worldview, presumably, aborted babies or babies that are killed in infancy, babies that die of SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome, etc., those babies are going to be with God. Unless you say they go to hell, then we have a different problem. But if you're going to say that the babies go to heaven, then you already are saying God is giving people
those unborn babies.
Hold on. Die and they go straight to heaven. Is it the case that you aren't getting that? Yes, of course it's the case. You're alive, you're however old you are, you didn't die as a baby, you're not in heaven. God is guilty there. By the same lights that you're saying that he is guilty for bringing the Amalekite babies into heaven, you yourself affirm a God who is doing the same thing. You are not going to be able to escape this. It's inescapable. So the point is that God said, yep, kill these babies. They were instantly put in heaven. There should be no problem there. Because you aren't going to be able to say, a wrong that is done for that. Because you know why? And I'll make it explicit. Every day that you are with God rather than on this earth is a blessing. Every day. That's an irrefutable case right there for you. Okay, well then refute it.
This world is not meant to be this absolute bliss. It's not meant to be this evil that you cannot reconcile. This world is not neither of those. This world is a world of testing. It is a world where the creation of mankind and jinkind come to, and they experience the test of good and evil. And that requires free will. And God commanded, he gave the ideal commands and the ideal laws and the ideal morality, and he told the creation to abide by. Now, as for the death of women, as for the death of children without the human element, without a human coming and killing them or executing them, now that is a test as well. That it goes under the test of the loss of life. So God has ordained to us that there will be part of this test, the loss and
verses. What are you talking about? If God appears to them as an angel or two,
no one has seen God.
Yep, it's not talking about seeing him in all his glory. That's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about appearing to God, seeing the backside of him, or his voice, or he appears in a tornado, or a pillar of fire, or he does whatever it is that he does to show his majesty, and then they know that he is the one that they're dealing with. He is the one that is bringing the plagues upon Egypt. He's the one who's doing all these different things. And he's like, look, I'm telling you, you need to do this. There's a voice that's very clear and saying to do this, okay? And they know because God, if he exists, of course you and I agree, he is able to show himself and prove himself to a person in a way that they would know that it is him. There's no issue there. Otherwise, you're going to be questioning the omnipotence of God. So, of course, you agree, I agree, God can do that. I'm positing God did do that. And you don't have any textual reason to say otherwise. It says that God did it. Now, God told them to kill these babies. So the reality of it is, the whole unfair claim, and anything that you're going to try to appeal to on that, as far as you're not dead, it's going to apply to your God, because there's plenty of people who have died already and that are with God in heaven now, and you aren't, so you can do, oh, you're unfair, God, I didn't die in infancy. That charge falls immediately. There is
No, I just don't understand why if I'm someone, first of all, I know God forgives all sins except idolatry. As long as I don't die on idolatry, I'm forgiven. I don't understand I don't understand why the logic doesn't apply where it's okay if God is justifying the killing of these babies as in a free pass to heaven, why I can't line up all the rest of the children and all the rest of the innocent people within the tribe and just wipe them all out and send them to God Almighty where they would reside in heaven. As for me and my punishment to do so, I will just go on my knees and be like, God forgive me. If you are justifying the killing of babies as a free pass to heaven, or the killing of innocents as a free pass to heaven, then I will kill all the innocents and I will send them to heaven. This is God. I highly doubt God is going to screw himself over by revealing such a logic to mankind. I really highly doubt that.
Here's the problem with what you just said. It is the case that if God comes to anyone and tells them to do something, they ought to do it. Okay, that's just logical. They ought to do it. Whether they do it or not, that's different. But here's the problem. Here's the fallacy. No, hold on. Here's the fallacy that you just employed. You think because God commanded a specific people to do a specific thing, that you somehow generalize that command, or think that you can draw a general principle that you can go and do what they tell. And that is going to be a problem in all sorts of areas. If you think that you can do something that has been commanded specifically to certain people, that is not a thou shalt for all people for all time, you're going to take a principle that is a very specific instruction to a specific group at a specific time, and think that you can employ that at all times, and go against what the scripture clearly says, which is thou shalt not murder. You're not taking innocent life of babies. You don't do it. But if God comes and tells you to do it, you can do it.
If God does some sort of display in where you're convinced that he's God and he contradicts his earlier self, it's okay. And we can't deduce any sort of conclusions out of such a scenario. Yes, I can't conclude that I'm dealing with a schizophrenic God. That seems to be contradiction. So I can't conclude that this God who is justifying me killing these babies, which by the way, ignoring any psychological effects that might come about of killing a mass group of babies, ignoring what that would do to the human psyche alone, and justifying that as free passes to heaven, and somehow not allowing this rule to apply in a general sense. I don't understand how you could believe in such a God, Andrew. I don't understand. I think at this point that you really, you have to be psychotic. You have to be.
And now you see why God was so mad earlier, is because this is what the angel
conversation with Nick, and I think it's important. I think what he just said about God contradicting himself. Look, God can have a command for a certain time. It doesn't apply to all times. That is not schizophrenic. God says that you, for example, God says sacrifice animals. It is true. We are bound to sacrifice animals. If you don't do it, it was a sin. It was violating God's law. It was wrong. And now, if you sacrifice animals, it is wrong. You don't sacrifice animals for God anymore. You don't do these atoning sacrifices because the time is different. There are different applications at different times. That does not make it non-objective. In logic, it is still the case, and when you understand this moral philosophy, the way these things work, when you have something that is objectively morally wrong, it doesn't mean eternally morally wrong. It doesn't mean at all times morally wrong. It means it's morally wrong at that time objectively. It means it's independent of any mind. It is something that you ought to do regardless of anybody's opinion. That's what it means to be objective. It does not mean it's eternal. And that's where a lot of people get confused on that. So if God says, look, thou shalt not kill infants, okay? That is a command that is general and it is true that people ought to follow that. That doesn't really have any kind of time. That doesn't have any time a time expiration on it, but it is the case that he says that you follow his commands, and that is, if someone gives you a direct command, it supersedes any general command. There's plenty of times where people are told things specifically that they would not have the authority to do on their own. God will specifically tell you to do something. If the God of the universe tells me to kill a baby, I ought to kill a baby. And I know that people don't like that. They find that to be problematic. But if you believe in God, God has already permitted a ton of babies to be murdered, raped, etc. So don't get all high horse with me. Don't get high horse with me and tell me that if God commanded you to do that, that's a horrible thing to do that. But it's okay for God to sit there and tap his toe and sit with his arms folded while billions of people are getting whatever.
Free will, good and evil. Yes, we already told you. We gave you the explanation on why God permits evil in this world. We gave you an explanation. Now, whether you like it or not, that is your choice. However, for God to command evil and not allowing us somehow to come with a general understanding or a conclusion out of this evil that he commands is ridiculous. And that's somehow to insinuate that God, that something objectively exists, as in like the morality behind killing babies or the immorality behind killing babies. And then to say that this objective rule can be changed later on, then the rule from the very beginning wasn't objective, it is subjective.
Just check your consistency real quick, Cynic, because that's problematic, right? Just to be clear, I don't think the Israelites liked it. You're going to have to argue they did. I think they hated it. I think they thought it was wrong.
I think they co-wrote this hyperbolic expression of defeating an enemy, a fictional enemy, so they can boast to themselves that or they can later on give themselves the excuse to go on and commit genocide. That's what.
Cynic, are you pro-life? Are you pro-life?
I'm anti-abortion. I would say I am, yes. I would say I'm pro-life. There you go. Sure. Why not? Even though you understand from a Muslim sense it's different, but okay.
Conception.
I know that your mic is fucked.
No. This goes.
I don't know what's up with your mic. It's just coming in and out. It's breaking in and out.
I just want to know, I just want you to tell me, is it the case that from conception on, no abortion? Do you agree with that, Cynic?
Conception on, no abortion. Honestly, me personally, you can have an abortion at that. I believe it's wrong. Would it be like what you're thinking, killing a life or ending a life? No, I don't.
What are you talking about? Ending a life? What? No.
You know, within our paradigms, whether it's Jewish, whether it's Muslim, we believe a soul is 3 days.
I don't care. Listen to me.
It's your choice, but you're asking from my paradigm.
Hold on. That is an independent And what I mean by independent here is it is separate. It is not identical to either the mother or the father's DNA. It has its own DNA, its own genetic coding. It is different. It is biologically separate. And it is the case that it is a human. There is no argumentation. You agree with consensus? Just appeal to the biology. Look it up on ChatGPT or anything you want to. It is the unanimous consensus among biologists. Unanimous. 95% that it is a human life. A new, distinct human life.
Wow. Well, Andrew's now going to
Human life. That's a new human.
cells are alive.
Oh, listen to me. Listen to me. You can look it up. You said you agree with the consensus. This is undisputed. This is indisputable life. It is the definition of life.
I said cells are alive. Your skin cells are alive. Your blood cells are alive.
I like your vote. Can I moderate this?
Help this guy, Chuck.
He said I'll mute up. I just want to say that it is a human, and it's just the early stages of development.
It's not a human.
It's human.
It's human. It's human. It's not a human. It's not a human. It's human. It's not a human.
Now, hold on. If anybody that disagrees with us, hold on. If anybody disagrees with us, GP and ask, is it the case that upon conception, a new human life is go ahead and go. You look it up.
Oversimplistic way of setting up that problem.
So nothing is a personhood. You're arguing about. You're arguing about personhood. And I'm not arguing about.
I just got to go.
How do we get this nugget to survive? He's in favor of killing innocents all the time. He's in favor of killing innocents all the time. That's what I'm saying.
You mean you're in the favor of killing innocents all the time? I'm not. I'm simply telling Andrew, this is the difference between me and Andrew. Andrew believes that God can command the killing of innocents. I believe God cannot command the killing of innocents. I don't believe in a God that is going to contradict his earlier principles. Andrew believes in a God that can contradict his earlier principles. I believe in objective morality. Andrew believes in subjective morality. That's the difference.
Stop fighting.
I'm fighting. I'm not cynic. I'm just saying God has the power to take life. And that's okay. He has the authority to do so.
Doesn't mean he's allowed. Doesn't mean he's allowed to command me to go chop babies' heads off.
Yeah. God can command you to do things. Yeah, and I wouldn't accept it.
I wouldn't accept it.
God's commands to you.
And that's why I don't believe in your God. That is literally why I don't believe in your God. You enjoy that God of yours that can command you to kill babies and you don't have a problem with it.
So wait. Where's this referred to scripturally? Because are you referring to Amalek? Because
yes,
or the New Testament is so referring to that. I mean, that's just horrendous. I mean, I don't believe God himself, of course, would command the killing of women, children, cattle, and so forth. No, I think that's perverted. Or a prophet would sleep with his daughters, get drunk and sleep with his daughters. I think that's anybody would agree that that's just nonsense.
It's nonsense.
I mean, but Andrew, the problem with this type of logic, or this type of moral standpoint, is that it's being used to justify by Zionists killing Palestinians, right? Because they're all inferior. They all should be our slaves. They all should be, they're all terrorists. They're all this and that. They can be future terrorists. Murder them, kill babies. And this is what has been said by their ministers, by rabbis, by rank
talk about Lebanon and whatnot, what's going to happen next. Because they've asked for extra extension for 30 days. Apparently, Netanyahu was saying that they found more weaponry and more, Hezbollah hideouts. That's what so Israel's asking for more time, more extension. I don't know what's going to happen.
I don't think
Just have to wait and see. Chef, you're from Lebanon, right?
yes. I don't think it's
What's your take on it? Would you support Hezbollah moving forward, or would you not support it?
I've never supported them.
Chef, remember the days came about and we would say who's gonna win and like if we win or not, remember those days? Here we are.
Yeah.
What do you
Well,
think?
didn't you kind of lose, Michael?
Did we?
Yeah.
If we not, I mean, what is victory and what is defeat but achieving military objectives or objectives you set out at the beginning?
Yeah, but
Did we not? Did we? Is there any objective that we failed to achieve? From the objectives that as Palestinians, as Hamas, as the resistance as a whole, the objectives that have been set out from the very beginning on October 7th, have any of them been failed to achieve?
well, I don't know what they are. Tell me.
We've achieved them all, demonizing Israel, alienating Israel, taking captives, exchanging captives, releasing most of the Palestinian prisoners out of prison. And not only that, Jeff, we got bonus objectives that we didn't even plan out, and I'm not sure if we did or not. I mean, there's going to be discussions on this, but taking out Hezbollah's leadership that was involved in Syria got taken out. Taking out Iran had to leave Syria now. The fall of Assad. All this can be attributed as consequences of October 7th. One can't sit here and deny that, right?
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, what has Israel achieved when it comes down to the objectives it set out? Defeating Hamas. Didn't defeat Hamas. Getting their captives back. They didn't get their captives back. Just taking out Hezbollah. They haven't taken out Hezbollah. Eliminating the threat of a nuclear Iran. They haven't eliminated the threat of nuclear Iran. Did they create a new threat inadvertently by allowing Islamists who are practically Hamas ideologically take over Syria? And not only that, but have a power like Turkey backing them up that's literally building stealth fighters as we speak? I mean, Israel has lost on any metric, honestly. I don't see a metric that they actually won on, other than implementing mass destruction and killing women and children for the majority part.
But I hate Hezbollah.
Hey man, I don't hate all of Hezbollah, but there were people who were responsible for what happened in Syria, and I feel like they got what they deserved, didn't they? And not only that, but we saved you guys. Now Hezbollah's going to have to take a backseat. Now Lebanon is going to be more. I mean, I don't know about your guys' politics. If you even believe that you can even fix your politics even after a weakened Hezbollah. That I'll leave that for you guys. We'll see where you guys take this.
So Chef, my question to you is, they don't want Lebanon to buy weapons from Russia, right? They don't want the Lebanese army to buy weapons from Iran, right? They only want you guys to buy weapons from these Western countries and whatnot. And even you don't have your own manufacturing, you can't manufacture your own weapons, right? Because they have these rules and regulations on it. And if you look at the Lebanese army, it's mostly Christian, and they have old ass weapons and whatnot. And everything's controlled inside Lebanon. It's like they're trying to control you guys in a way where you can't attack the Zionist entity. Would the right decision be that support something that actually will fight back, like Hezbollah or something?
So yeah, I do think that having our own autonomy would be good. I do think that in principle, militias are a good thing. I am anti-Hezbollah specifically because of their internal actions.
just started in 2019.
There was this bill that was going to tax WhatsApp use or something around those lines, and people got angry, and it then became a wider protest about the corruption within the government, and they wanted to oust certain known figures, which led to the prime minister resigning at the time. The president to resign, and essentially Hezbollah stood against the protesters, supported the status quo, supported the president.
So you guys wanted WhatsApp to charge? I mean, to get the taxes from the WhatsApp app. Is that what it was?
They wanted to charge civilians. Our government wanted to charge civilians. Then they would take the money for usage of WhatsApp or something around those lines.
Okay.
That's how it began.
What do we do about? Okay, since 2006 up till now, what do we do about Israel violating Lebanese airspace more than 22,000 times? What do we do about the Sheba farms?
Well, what is Hezbollah gonna do?
You can't do anything.
Yeah. No, because look, here's the thing. If Hezbollah was competent, then sure, but they're not competent. And not only are they not competent, but they are internally corrupt. So they are corrupt, and there's nothing that they can show for it. The only reason they were tolerated was because of this resistance thing, but they failed. So what is the point of having them?
You're looking after us,
But how did they fail you guys? They got the truce and everything went. I know there's a lot of damage. Iran gave them, I think, $50 to $100 million, where each one of the people they got, I think, 14 to 15. I know it's a small amount, 14 to 15,000 US dollars. But did they achieve like a goal? I mean, of some sort? What do you think? But the Sheba farm is still under their control.
Their secret objective was to gain leverage over Israel, over the gas in the south. So because Israel was trying to essentially take claim of the gas in the south, and I support this. I support the idea of using military might to have leverage over a gas that should be ours. But they failed. They overestimated their own power. So they failed at doing anything good. And throughout the years, they have been scummy. So I don't feel sympathy for them.
And remember what were Hezbollah's objectives when they came out? What was it that we're actually fighting until there's a ceasefire with Gaza? That's their objective, right?
And also, they killed Hariri. This is pretty.
Oh yeah.
Everyone wants to.
There's no Hezbollah left.
That's not true.
No
one's denying that, bro.
Still
No one here is clapping for Hezbollah. Those last be stupid and say, oh, Hezbollah's gone. That's not true.
They're going to go to Tessa, mate.
I support the Lebanese people. I support the Lebanese people, whatever the majority people support. Because the Lebanese army is garbage, is shitty. No disrespect to Chef. They don't have the new weapons, and there's Western forces at play here. They do not want them to have any good weapons. They want them to buy weapons from the Western countries, which I do not like because they can just get their weapons for cheaper from Russia or Iran or something, right? And they don't have to be under Western limit control. Or you can only buy this many weapons of this weapon. I mean, goddamn, you're getting the money for the weapon, and you still want to put controls on this.
It is fine.
What did you say, Romano?
It's like very back to the 70s.
No, not in this life. I think it's a sovereign nation. It should stay like this. And on the top of that, Chef,
like they can all feel off.
and on the top of that, according to the hold on. According to the Times of Israel, they of southern Lebanon to occupy it, or settlers were there to survey the land. And when they were coming back, IDF saw them, and the IDF said to coordinate with them next time you go for security. Instead of fucking condemning it, coordinate.
Yep.
I was like, what the fuck are you on about?
Well, they're going to work with the partners.
No, that's illegal. You're going into a sovereign nation.
Well, there's nothing illegal.
Forget about it.
No, I care about it. I'm not going to forget about this. This is some shady shit. No, it's the same shit that they're doing in the West Bank. They'll go in there with their IDF soldier security, and they'll have the protection by the IDF, but they're committing crimes against the Palestinians in the West Bank.
I mean, did it work in their favor, Chef? Here's a Lebanese guy, Chef, and he dislikes Hezbollah. No problem. Chef, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, Chef. You think if Israel knew that their attacks at Hezbollah would allow the Islamists in Syria, who are pretty much ideologically aligned with Hamas, to take over Syria and allow Turkey to practically present or express influence on literally on the Israeli border? Do you think if Israel knew that, would they have really engaged in Hezbollah, or would they have attacked Hezbollah with such ferociousness as they have?
I mean, it's going to be a game of what is more worth it. I think the way they are looking at it now is they want to destroy every Iranian proxy, no matter what. That they will deal with Libya.
I mean, who's a greater enemy if you had to, an Islamist lying Turkey, or this axis of resistance led by Iran?
Who's the power player in the region right now?
The power player in the region right now depends where exactly in the region. I've always said before, there are only 3 power players in the region.
Yeah, but like right now, at this moment, when Hezbollah flat on its face, Syria pretty much having to reassess itself. Hamas obliterated.
Hamas is not obliterated.
Hamas is obliterated. Come
No,
on.
it's not. Hamas achieved its
They're obliterated. Come on,
its military objectives. Hamas achieved its military objectives. Not only that, but they have today, there are more Hamas members today than prior.
Right. People have been recruited without any training. Okay? The fact of the matter is, you know what's going to happen? You're going to fire a rocket out of Gaza into Israel. Guess what? The party is on. Okay? And right now, Israel has a closed off, and they're going to do this. And that is it's something. You live in a very valuable area in LA. You basically said, right? It's amazing how you're willing to fight for the last Palestinian as a keyboard warrior over there. Right? Because you really couldn't care less whether or not these people have horrific lives. You really couldn't care less if they have horrific lives. Who cares? I mean, your brother is dying. Who gives a shit?
That's not.
I mean, and I understand your mindset. I really do. I really do. I mean, be proud. Be proud. You're willing to fight to the last Palestinian, and you must be proud.
Fight till the last drop.
I know. I understand your mentality. You don't give a damn. You never did.
Israel, if
You never did. If you had some gumption, and what have you donated to the Palestinian cause? That's not even a clubhouse group. Not a thing, right? Not a thing. You hold on money you got. You donated anything?
your will to sacrifice.
You didn't donate anything. You didn't donate anything. You put all your money in your pocket.
I think that's
Right. Okay, fine. You know what? If you're happy with it, more power to you. You're happy with it, more power to you.
actually achieve your victory, your ideal victory.
Right. And Hamas, look at it. Look at the shape of Gaza. You defend Hamas with the shape of Gaza. Aren't you proud that you live in your luxurious Los Angeles home?
Who's going to rebuild?
You don't give a shit. You ain't promoting it. No, it's not going to be a problem. You make you happy going to Palestinian. It makes you very happy. Why? Because you have no morals. You never had any
But
morals.
guess what? No one is
You
going to
never had any morals. Anybody, if you throw it in the heart of the community, the Palestinian cause, you don't mean shit. You don't care. Go fuck
No
it.
one is going to restore you. Go fuck yourself, you guy. Go fuck yourself, bro.
Yo, that's crazy.
Fucking doesn't even speak Hebrew, not even from Israel. Fucking, and he wants to call me a fucking keyboard warrior. You little trash. You trash. You guys have nothing to do with that region. And I'm simply giving you an analysis that is based on objective metrics. Now here, I'm bringing up 11. He literally despises Hezbollah, and I'm telling you here, listen from him. Listen from his perspective. Meanwhile, these fucking losers who are not Israeli, who don't speak Hebrew, want to give us an analysis of the situation when literally the military chief of Israel came out and said, we fucking failed. We fucking failed. I don't know how more clear can this get. Remember what these guys were telling us from the very beginning of this war. Oh, we're gonna resettle Gaza, we're gonna colonize Gaza, we're gonna set up beach property resorts, and that is what they were saying. Did they achieve any of that? No. Were they able to defeat Hamas? No. Were they able to release the captives? No. None of this. And Gaza, guess what? It is going to remain under Hamas's control. As it is today, it is going to remain under its control. Just because they destroyed buildings, just because they killed the majority of casualties, 70%, women and children, does not mean that these clowns achieved the victory. Regardless of what Pomalu and his kangaroo fucking ass wants to keep lying to himself and telling himself.
He is right.
The people of Gaza thinks about what happened as a victory.
Yeah, the thing is that America. I go, you're a kite. I go, you're a kite. I go, you are. You're gonna help build walls. You're a kite. I go, the God's not a bad thing, but it's too much of a good thing. He said, Gaza's a beautiful area. It's got the best weather. It's right on the beach. It's gonna be rebuilt in a different way. Who's gonna control the power? Who's gonna control it? Please tell me, kite. Please. Who's gonna control Gaza? You or the Palestinians?
Hey, let's just be sure here. Pomalu is not a Jew. He is not a Jew. So don't insult him by calling him a don't insult him. Pomalu, you can call Pomalu a cracker. You can call him an Anglo-Saxon. Don't call him a guy because he is not a Jew. He is from Australia.
Okay, all right.
Yes. Let's just be clear on that one.
Okay, all right. I don't even have to make a list of it. But it's true, like, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen with poor people? Like, seriously, are they gonna be Polynesians now?
Can you go look at before October 7th and tell me the percentage below poverty line in Gaza and tell me who the fuck cared about the Gazas before?
There are apparently 150,000 women nursing babies right now in Gaza. It's amazing to me that 150,000 women are nursing babies when the place is going through a famine and there's a genocide and everybody's like being look, it's a shocker. And then you tell me that it's going to be rebuilt by the people because you're standing there with your hand out waiting for handouts like you've always done.
Like we've always done. We're the ones who received over $300 billion in American aid, the most out of any country in the world when it comes down to American aid. We're the ones who are looking for handouts. Okay, buddy. We're the ones who are receiving billions till today in compensation for the Holocaust, even though most of the people who witnessed the Holocaust are freaking dead. Yeah, we're the ones who are receiving handouts.
We're the ones who work for our money.
You work? We work for it. We work for it. As mercenaries.
We do a lot of deals. You know what?
A lot of deals. Business people. $300 billion in aid. If this fucking went towards NASA, we be fucking colonizing Mars right now. Fuck Mars. We would be colonizing Titan right now. We would be colonizing Titan right now. $300 billion in aid. For what? For a fucking apartheid state? For a fucking 21st century apartheid state? $300 billion.
We know where to invest that money. We know how to.
We know what is the investment? Where is the investment? What investment? You're investing in a fucking piece of land that literally you can cross the fucking from sea to the West Bank in less than 3 hours. You can cross it on foot. You're investing in a land like that. Fucking doesn't bring any benefit to the world. Only acts as a mercenary forward military base for American hegemony to make sure that this region, this Levant region, never unites under a very specific demographic that would tie up Anatolia, East the Mediterranean, and Northern Africa, which would lead to a creation of a state, which would lead to a state or a union that would dwarf the EU, that would dwarf even Russia, that would lead to that would compete against American hegemony. That is pretty much your goal. You have been brought here as mercenaries because the Europeans despise anything called Jewish. You've been brought here as mercenaries, as cannon fodder to hold back the Arab Sunni horde. That is all it is. That is your goal, and that's why they pay you the billions of dollars. And you will continue to die as cannon fodder for the West to ensure American and Western hegemony. That's your goal.
Yep. Let's do that then.
No problem. You keep doing that. You keep doing it and see how that goes for you. But guess what? You're not doing shit because you are in Australia. You are not an Israeli. You don't speak Hebrew. And this has nothing to pertain to you.
I do. No, I do too. Anyway, let him.
No, he doesn't. As much as he likes, all he can do, this guy, is go on ChatGPT, the AI creator, and fucking keep making new images every day to fucking prove himself that he has a leg in this fight. You got nothing in this fight, man. Nothing.
I'm gonna give him that for my YouTube page.
Swear to God, if this guy fucking puts up anything else other than his AI editor.
How'd you come up with this one, bro?
This one's fantastic.
I actually missed the one. Where you been? I thought you went in IBM or served in the military, but
Oh man, you can tell, bro, what military this guy goes.
One thing is sure, as long as Hamas will stay governing Gaza, Gaza will not be rebuilt. You stay
There you go, talking nonsense. When literally the ceasefire included the rebuilding of Gaza.
No one will invest penny in Gaza as long as Hamas is there. It's for sure.
According to Select,
Hamas can fuck your ass.
There is literally an American envoy by Trump that is going to go down to Gaza personally, and he is going to meet down and sit down with Hamas.
Wait. Are you actually serious? You mean Steve Witkoff will go to Gaza and with Hamas?
Yeah, is that his name? I forgot the name of the envoy. Yes, there's an envoy that's going to go and sit down.
I have a question for you.
Well, American government official.
Are you actually telling me this is for real, bro? Like, this guy's gonna go to
Yes,
Gaza?
I'm telling you this is true.
Okay, listen. Here's what I hope if he does it, bro. I hope Trump, this last time as a president, he can never run for U.S. president again. I hope he can fix the two-state solution. Actually, guys, I'm gonna share an article right now from 2021. You guys can read it if all you guys got time. You're gonna be surprised. It's from the Times of Israel. I'm gonna go right now. Let me look it up. Yes, I got it right here. I'm gonna share the link. Copy right now. I'm gonna post it in the chat. Y'all can read it right now. It says Trump. I thought Israelis would do anything for peace, but I found out that to be true. I just posted it article. Normal. You can go read it.
Well, I guess Trump is lying. Trump doesn't know what he's fucking talking about. You don't know that Trump is anti-Semitic? You don't know that?
What is it?
You didn't know Trump is anti-Semitic?
How is he anti-Semitic when his nigga's daughter is married to fucking...
I don't know.
He's a Jew hater. I said this long time ago to all the Zionists, but unfortunately they do not understand my
Okay,
style.
you know what? I just mentioned you. He actually had a rabbi giving him a blessing of his inauguration. What a Jew hates that possibility. Unbelievable.
I don't know. So he's not a Jew hater.
So Pamano, why did the Jewish folks in America vote for Donald Trump?
Because it's horrendous that he is such a Jew hater.
No, but why did they vote for him? Can
you imagine a Jew hater?
I'm asking you, Pamano. Focus on the question. Why did the Jewish community in America, right? More than 70% of them voted for comedian instead of voting for Trump. Bro, I've been witnessing this for a long fucking time. The only people he look at Elon Musk, fucking, with the Nazi what's it called? The salute. And guess what? The other thing I brought up was evangelical. You know what their belief system is? They want to order all the Jews into a corner, into Israel. They want to genocide them or convert them into Christianity. That's what anti-Semitic.
I know that for a fact.
That's anti-Semitic.
Did you guys see that guy, the manifesto of that black guy who shot the school?
Yeah, I see it, bro.
That's crazy, bro.
What was in his manifesto? Can you
I
summarize?
know that has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but there's fucking room. There's a room moving on this topic, but yeah. It's like the Jewish problem brings up the Jewish question or the Jewish problem.
I don't believe it to be true, but to be honest, I don't understand. I have a question for if evangelicals hate Jews, why are they supporting the genocide of Palestinians? I have a question, Amir. If evangelicals hate Jews, why are they supporting the genocide of Muslims? I don't understand.
So evangelical, they're the biggest funder of Netanyahu. And Netanyahu doesn't give two fucks about the Holocaust. He doesn't give two fucks about the Jewish community. And I think he's fucking idiots, right? Yeah. The issue I have, it's all about money at the end of the day. Money talks, bullshit walks. That's what I mean.
Look on the left side of me, Netanyahu, on the right side of Trump. The two of them come together.
Yeah, bro.
Tell me something. What do you think of Musk's salute?
That's a Nazi salute. I'm against it. I condemn it.
Tell me. Why do you think he did it?
He did it because he supports a neo-Nazi regime in Germany. He's funding one of them.
Is he working for them?
Yeah, he's funding it.
How do you know?
Go look it up.
Which one is it then?
AFD.
What's the name?
AFD part of Germany.
Yeah, there you go. And on the top of that, last week, there was a neo-Nazi rally in front of a fucking parliamentary building. Yeah, in Australia.
Did they get them by Tesla?
Did you see it in Australia?
Were they driven there by Teslas?
They didn't say any of that, but they did have like a video. The guy with a whole bunch of people with a banner. They hate the Jews and this whole bunch of other stuff, and it's like a neo-Nazi rally.
I mean, I have a question. I have a feeling that happened in school. They're trying to Palestine, you know what I mean?
Do you not think he just did that so he could not join? Like, I mean, he was the happiest man on earth. That's, his man.
Hitler salute makes him happy.
Let's get on our knees and let's suck on Elon Musk's dick. Let's do that.
Because it goes back to the Nazis.
Cynic is very raw.
You know that it's insanity to attempt to justify. I wish the ADL would have just fucking shoved a fucking dick in their mouth and didn't say anything. But no, they came out and defended immediately this guy. Immediately, man. It's insane. That what these people, and Elon Musk is trying to appeal to the right and far right, whether it's in the United States or whether it's in Europe, and he's of Messiah figures. Everybody knows this, but yeah, no, what he's doing is a Roman salute. No, what he's doing is he's throwing his heart into the ground. Yeah, whatever. But if that was someone, if that was AOC, if that was Kamala Harris, if that was a fucking Democrat, and they did even a semblance of such a move, of such a wave, they would have been annihilated.
But look at the Kanye. He came out, he called them out, and he got what, clipped.
Oh yeah, he lost.
If it was a black person or brown person, they would have got clipped.
Oh yeah, but it's okay when the guy from literally apartheid South Africa, whose grandfather literally moved from Canada, went to apartheid South Africa, and literally supported apartheid and was one of the most and expressed racism and racial supremacy. Yeah, that guy is okay. It's okay. Let them do it.
But shouldn't if you support apartheid, you're supporting Israel?
Pamalu, here we go. Pamalu, do you condemn Israel's support for apartheid South Africa?
That wasn't my question.
Can you answer that question? Can you answer it? Okay, so you will never. I promise to God, none of them will ever answer this question. None of them will ever answer the question. None of them. I have been asking this question every single time. None of them will answer. Do you condemn Israel's support for apartheid South Africa?
There was no support for apartheid.
Yes, there was. Yes, there was. There was monetary and military support for apartheid South Africa. No, that is not the truth. And if I find you articles, but let's concede for a second that what I'm saying is the truth. Is Israel worth condemning? If what I'm telling you, Pamalu, if what I'm telling you is the truth, just concede for a second. I'm not saying it is the truth. I'm saying if. I hope you know what an if statement is. If Israel did indeed support apartheid South Africa, monetary and militarily, would you condemn it?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course I would.
All right.
I'm totally against apartheid, absolutely. But personally, I don't believe that there was apartheid in Israel, and I certainly don't believe that Israel actually ever supported South African apartheid.
It did. We can go through the articles and show you if you're interested.
We can go through those articles, sure, no problem. But the thing is that what I will say is that I don't believe apartheid is in Israel.
You don't have to believe anything. All you have to do is go look at a map of apartheid South Africa. Look where the African communities, the indigenous African communities, where they were placed. And all you need to do is go look at that map and then compare it to the West Bank and tell me they don't look the same. They literally look exactly identical.
That's something that's really interesting because if you want to look at Judea and Samaria, you take the Palestinian Authority. If you take the Palestinian Authority, is a Jew allowed to buy property in Judea and Samaria? In the Palestinian Authority.
They're literally building settlements all over.
Yes or no?
They're literally doing it right now.
It's a very simple question to answer. It's either yes or no. Can a Jew in Palestinian Authority area in the West Bank buy a property? Yes.
Are they Palestinian?
Can a Jew?
Are they Palestinian? I'm sorry. Are they Palestinian?
Okay, let's not go on Palestinian, but they're Jewish Palestinian. Can they buy?
If they are a Jewish Palestinian, I don't have a problem. They can buy.
No. What is the law right now?
There's no law. The law is that there is no law, and that Israel can do whatever it wants, and it can set up illegal settlements however way it wants. That's the law.
Okay, so you've evaded the question completely because the Palestinian Authority controls and has full control over its areas, and it has
full control of its areas. Did anybody actually believe that? Does anybody actually believe that? Above room temperature IQ, does anybody believe that the PA actually has full control of its areas? Its areas.
Control of its dedicated areas, and I will tell you something now, that a Jewish person, whether they're Palestinian, Egyptian Jewish, whether they're Tunisian Jewish, Moroccan Jewish, whatever, they cannot.
Yeah. allow the Jews who are not Palestinian, who are Israeli, let's allow them to come and buy whatever land we have left that we want to establish a Palestinian state on. No. With the fact that Israel acknowledges itself as a Jewish state. So the Jews literally have a state, and yet he wants us to allow Jews who are not Palestinian to come and purchase land in our future state. I see. Now you know what apartheid is. Yes. You know what apartheid is? Apartheid is taking a population, not giving them the rights, not giving the rights of the state, of people in the state, and then not only that, but systematically tearing them into pieces, putting them in cantons, and eliminating freedom of travel in hopes of reducing the population to a point that you can continue your settlement project, and then not only that, but armed settlers, extremist settlers, to the deep, and sanction pogroms in the West Bank, and not only that, but allow the settlers, especially after the deal with Hamas, release all the settlers who were involved in the terrorism and the pogroms against the West Bank as an attempt of revenge against the Palestinians, forever fighting against Israel. Yeah, none of that is apartheid, but the Palestinians simply attempting to preserve whatever landmass they have for a future Palestinian state and not selling it to extremist Jews who are coming from around the world. Yes, that is apartheid, not the other way around.
So many problems with this argument. It's not even funny. First of all, if they were preserving it for a quote future Palestinian state, why didn't they just accept the Palestinian state when it was offered?
Because of the better return.
That's the problem.
So the fact is they rejected it.
All right, then you give me the first time. You give me the first time.
You can't continuously use it.
Mike, you're literally a fucking cracker from LA who never been to Israel, doesn't speak Hebrew. Shut the fuck up. You don't know shit about the history. That's the first time you fucking cracked. If I fucking find you in LA, I will slap your eyes out of your eyeballs. I will slap your eyes out of your skull. Now, shut the fuck up and let's talk about it. Let's talk about it, Mike. Let's talk about it, you fucking cracker piece of shit, that if you went to the Middle East and lived for a few months, that you would have skin cancer. You would literally have skin cancer, you fucking trash. Now, as for the second point, if you're gonna go, shut the fuck up, you Australian kangaroo fucker. Shut the fuck up, you kangaroo fucker. Go wash your fucking mouth with kangaroo semen, you kangaroo fucker. Go get the fuck out of here. You two literally have nothing to do with Israel or Judaism or Hebrew. You're literally fucking white guys playing pretend. A bunch of white guys playing pretend. I'm not crashing out, Mike. Mike, I will fucking school you on this if you fucking want to go point by point. Now, if you want to go back to the partition, go look at the presumed Jewish state, which is literally separated by territories. By the way, the Jewish state, can you go look at the demographics of the Jewish state real quick? Can you go tell me the demographic? Hey, shut the fuck up. When I'm fucking talking to you, you fucking open your ears and you listen and answer my question. That is what you fucking do, Mike. Now you fucking tell me, go look at the fucking presumed Jewish state in the partition and tell me the demographics of the presumed Jewish state. Can you go do that? Can you do that once in your life and go show me the demographics of the presumed Jewish state, Mike? Go right ahead. And drop the fucking kangaroo fucker. Drop the kangaroo fucker. We're gonna deal with Mike.
Let him finish saying, what he said about the sin, then you can respond back in a minute.
You fucking want to be semis. You literally want to be semis. My fucking toenail is more Semitic than you and than your whole lineage. You can extrapolate from my toenail a fucking Semitic race. You can literally clone my toenail and we would get a Semitic race more than you fucking Anglo-Saxon pretenders. But okay, no problem. Now, Mike, let's go to the partition plan. And can you please tell me the Jewish state, what were the
a problem with you dumb pasty white cracker? Answer my question. Relevant. Yeah, no, it is not irrelevant. You dumb pasty white cracker. Answer the question.
No, it is irrelevant.
Okay, drop him. He's not going to answer the question. Literally proves to me that you guys are cowards. You guys are fucking cowards, and you refuse to answer questions.
What question would you like to ask?
I want to know the demographics of the presumed Jewish state under the 1947 partition plan.
Yeah, well, I mean, what do you want to know?
I want to know the demographics. Am I speaking fucking Chinese?
But what do you claim they were? Because
Answer the fucking
they never-
question, you dumb fuck.
they
You
never
dumb fuck. Don't make me
proposed an
fucking yell at you. You dumb fucking pasty white shit. I will fucking find you in LA. I will fucking punch you down, Mike. Answer the fucking question. Fucking answer the question, you fucking pasty piece of shit, before I find you. Before I dox your ass. Now fucking tell me, what are the demographics? What is the demographics of the presumed Jewish state under the 1947 partition plan? No. No.
Slap me around, ugly.
Well, tell me where you live. Tell me where you live. I will come to you. Well, I'll come to you. I swear to God, in less than an hour, I will be at Eddie's. I swear to God, I will take your life. I will take your life. I swear to God, I will take your life. I will take your life.
What the hell is going on?
I will take his life, I promise. I will be that guy for sure. You fucking trash. Answer the question, you fucking trash. They'll never answer the question because then it will just expose. It will expose everything. Fucking ridden trash.
I mean, I know you're all into freedom of speech, but just a minute. This is crossing the
It
line.
is not crossing the line. I will fucking come kill this. I will kill you. I will literally kill you.
Guys, just 1 second. Cindy, brother, look, all due respect, let's not do this, bro. This room is not for getting threats, man. Come on.
Alright, tell the pasty white trash who fucking felt so confidently coming up here to talk and to somehow express that, oh, we're the ones behind the failure of a fucking peace deal or a solution, to simply answer the question, what would have been the demographics of the presumed Jewish state in 1947 under the 1947 partition deal? That's all I want.
Jews and Arabs. What else do you want to know?
What? No, what are the demographics? What is the demographics like?
Jews and Arabs.
Which percentage? What are the percentages under the Jewish state?
What difference does it make?
Okay, there you go. Not gonna answer. Well, then if it makes no difference, then answer the fucking question, you kangaroo fucker. Answer the question.
How's it going to help you? How's it going to help your cause?
Then what's the problem? Answer the question.
I want to know how it's going to help your cause.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't help the cause whatsoever. Please fucking answer the question. Answer the question. Then what's the problem? If you can't answer the question, what's the problem?
You know, the answer is simple. It's 95 to 5, right?
To help your cause.
95 to 5.
Yeah, 95% Arab, 5% Jews.
Yeah, exactly. Not that.
I'm talking about the Jewish state in the partition plan. When they decided to separate an Arab state and a Jewish state. The Jewish state, the fucking pseudo-Jewish state, if you look at the map, you know that neither the Arab state would have worked nor the Jewish state would have worked. But in the Jewish state, I want one of these fucking idiots to tell me the demographics split in the Jewish state. I want the demographics split.
95% Palestinians and 5% Jews from, everywhere.
If you could go back to that time.
That's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking. I think that's gotta be
45% Jews.
If you could go back to that time.
What was that? What was that, Mike? What was that?
45% Jews, but then it says only 34% Arabs.
34% Arabs? Where are you getting that? Show me. Let's pull up your source. ChatGPT. Okay, so here we go. Let's ChatGPT. ChatGPT. What was the demographic breakdown of the Jewish state under the
he gives me an example.
The population.
When it
This
gets
is the
said, he
population.
get
So this was what was going to be the population. The population was going to be 498,000 Jews in return to 407,000 Arabs, which would have left a demographic split of 57 to 43, roughly, give or take. That's what it would have led to. Now, someone explain to me, how the hell are you going to obtain a Jewish state under such demographics? One, knowingly, the birth rates of the Arabs are much higher. Secondly, why the hell would the Arabs allow borders when literally the demographic of the so-called Jewish state is practically contained also almost a 50-50 Arab population? Why the hell would the Arabs create borders, unnecessary borders, on their own land among themselves when literally the Jewish state would have a pretty much equal demographic when it comes down to Arab and Jews? Why the fuck would that make any sense? And also, how would that preserve the Jewish state's demographic in the future?
Because they started the war, because they disagreed and they lost. So, special.
This guy, bro. Yeah, I told you yesterday about ethnic cleansing before the war, right? You never
gave them the pretext of actually doing some ethnic cleansing.
I'm confused. How does this deal make sense under these demographics? How does a deal make sense when you have 498,000 Jews in return of 407,000 Arabs, roughly? Figures change. How is that? Why would the Arabs allow borders and divisions literally between such a high demographic within the Jewish state and the Arab state? Why would they allow that?
Because they did not allow it, and when they started the war, they lost.
The partition deal was before any war broke out. The partition plan was before any war broke out.
Yes, but then there was civil war and you have the Arab war.
I'm sorry, Arabs throughout the decades literally have been told by the British that there will be no division, there will be no establishment of a Jewish state within their land, and then all of a sudden the British pull out, and then they're saying, oh, there is going to be a Jewish state, and then the world is calling for a Jewish state in literally a landmass, cutting up the landmass in a way that doesn't make any sense, establishing demographics in a way that still are advantageous to the Arabs that don't allow a Jewish state in the future. So it don't make any sense. Why the hell would they allow borders? Why would they allow borders? Why would the Arabs? And you guys go look at the partition plan. Go look at the partition map. Go look at the partition map and tell me how the hell are you going to have a viable Arab state or a viable Jewish state when you have portions of the state not connected with the remainder of the state? How are you going to have a bunch of islands? How are you going to have
we have a state being that non-stop life for the European Association. Feeling of myself as a prisoner, involuntarily itself, in a hostile world. That's not being attacked on all. And therefore, when news comes from all about, whether it be from the Orient, or whether it be from the experiments with psychedelic drugs, the news comes that this feeling of our own existence may be a hallucination. People bring up their hands. I would like to know, is there some other mode of consciousness behind the feeling? Not the same. Because we realize in many of us very, very strongly, if there is such a place, we would like to be. That, of course, entails difficulties. This is the starting point of the fascination for yoga, zazen, and also things about this living are meant to convey these disciplines to Western people. Because Western people who are interested are actually very interested. Whereas on the other hand, in cultures where things of this kind have been done for thousands of years, there is a tendency for them to become rather wordy. And therefore, the way of teaching, particularly that many Asian teachers use, are designed not for mature adults, but for relatively young people who are not interested in learning. In other words, when a kind of religion, let's take the case of Zen Buddhism,